Game. Easy to remember. On the beat.
Yeah, say whatever you want. We're live now, so.
We're live? All right. Hey, everybody, welcome to the LAFB Network Compas on the Beat pregame edition. And I'm not saying pre-draft. We're pre-gaming here.
That's right.
And, we got Ryan right here. We got our compa. What's up, bro? Gilbert, what's up? And then at the edge, my bad, bro. I forgot your name again. My bad.
Easy to remember, Ryan.
Ryan
A.
Ryan A. Oh, wow. So we got two Ryans and two compas right here. We're just starting it off a little bit. Let's start off with Ryan. Ryan D. How are you doing?
I'm good, man. Well, I like to say four compas. I like to say
four compas. Okay, let's do it. Five compas. We got a guy. We got my brother behind over here. But yeah, we got a bunch of compas here. We're hanging out, pre-gaming, pre-draft, everything. So Ryan, you're good.
We're great. Can you hand me my phone over there? The beauty of doing live is we're just hanging out.
Yeah.
On the
Gilbert,
fly.
What's up, bro? How are we doing?
I'm doing well. It's a lot of people here. It's a little crowded, but I'm excited for the NFL draft with my compas.
It's different than being at home, and doing compas on the beat remote
via Zoom. Yeah.
Via Zoom.
I gotta say, I'm the darkest guy here, so I'm like hiding in the shadows, but it's okay. Just make sure I'm here, okay? Gilbert's here.
What everyone doesn't know is as we were setting up, the reason why this sheet's down is because we were all really shadows with this crazy light that comes through here.
Ooh, there it goes.
Later during the stream, our whole thing was showing off this view of Hollywood. So we'll show it up. We'll be shadows for like 15 seconds, but we wanted to at least be seen.
Ryan A., how are we doing today?
Doing fantastic. I'm super excited about this draft. Happy to be here. Psyched.
What?
We have audio, so that's good.
There you go. Perfect. Gilbert, what since I'm going to start it off with you, what excites you the most about draft time? It doesn't have to be about what we cover, and the team that we cover, but just what excites you the most about this draft, about the draft in general?
Yeah, Fernando. First of all, it feels like I'm in a press conference with this mic here, this thing on.
We're never on this side though.
You can hold it.
We're actually never on this side. Hey, stop. He might start with like some Selena, or he might start off doing some reggaeton. Yeah, he's gonna feel himself like Bad Bunny and start going off.
Fernando, I gotta say the draft is. I like it because I got to turn off his phone.
Yeah. Jeez, that was your phone.
Sorry.
That was
your phone.
Gilbert's blaming people in it.
It's just an unknown. Like you've been waiting for the last 4 months of who's gonna be your pick for your respective team, and you're fighting for a tackle, you're fighting for a quarterback or wide receiver, and today's the day you find out. It's draft day.
Oh my God! So, Ryan, hey, I'm gonna start it off with you. What excites you about the draft?
Yeah, it's the best thing.
Damn, you have a radio voice.
Right?
On the drive home, I could hear you trying to hook up somebody with $1,000 and they would get excited.
Hey, welcome to Drive Time.
Okay, that's a little bit more like Ryan, we're talking late night radio right here.
His real name's Ryan Seacrest.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Most exciting thing about the draft, it falls at the perfect time. A couple months after the Super Bowl, free agency has settled down. Your respective team has kind of started to take shape. You've picked out the coach. You've signed a couple of free agents. And now the time is really you get to think about the next couple of years. You also get to think about this next season. And that's so much fun for everybody. Nobody's in a bad mood until your team picks Ryan Leaf or something like that.
Ryan D.
Yes.
What excites you about the draft?
Everything. It's to me, it's almost bigger than the Super Bowl. It's so much anticipation, so much work goes into it, all for a 3-day event, and you get to meet awesome people, which we're actually bringing someone in right now to give us some. I'll let you do the little intro here. We'll let Adam in here and.
Tyler, what's up? Tyler Dragon, Cincinnati Bengals beat reporter for Cincinnati Enquirer. How you doing, man?
Gilbert, long time no talk to. I remember our days at NFL.com on the desk.
It's been a long time, Tyler. You've blown up since NFL.com news day. So we're walking in and we're seeing all these NFL players walking by us. Now we're reporting, we're covering them, man. We're doing big things together. I feel like, Tyler.
Yeah, that whole back desk is maybe a Hall of Fame room. You, me, Nick Shook, Mike Coventry. We had a lot of good people doing really good things back in those NFL.com days. From 2014 to 16, 17-ish? Seems like a long time ago.
Tyler.
I didn't know you were with the NFL Network.
Yeah, no, Tyler and I were co-workers at NFLnetwork.com.
Okay.
Get confused with the website and the TV, but it's both together. But Tyler, we definitely got to get back with the whole crew there and kind of catch up and see what we're doing. But it's funny because we were breaking news, writing stories of other reporters, and now we're breaking news. We're the ones on top of it. And I see you breaking news all the time for Cincinnati Enquirer. But I'm just curious to ask you for the Bengals because they're picking number 5, one of the top teams. With the Chargers are number 13, but the Bengals are way ahead. What's kind of your gut feeling so far with the Bengals at number 5 right now?
Well, sources are telling me that they're going after LSU wide receiver Jamar Chase. Now, if I were the GM, I would draft Oregon tackle Penei Sewell. That's
do it.
Biggest need along the offensive line. Joe Burrow was under siege all year last year. Of course, we all saw him go down with a devastating left knee injury in Week 11 versus the Washington football team. He's still recovering from that torn ACL and a couple other ligaments in his knee. So if I were the GM and the coach of the team, if I was Zach Taylor, I would draft Joe Burrow some protection. But what I'm hearing is they're going after LSU wide receiver Jamar Chase. And that's good for the team you guys cover, the Los Angeles Chargers, because maybe Penei Sewell will be on the board for Justin Herbert.
Hey, Tyler, I'm Fernando. Nice to meet you. I cover the Chargers also for SI. By the way, you have the best last name. I love that last name. You can do so much marketing-wise with that last name, bro.
I hear that every now and then.
Hey, that's amazing.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Tyler, do you feel like the reason why they're going for Jamar Chase, it is because of that connection with Burrow and him, and they feel like they could have a great tandem with Burrow and with Chase, and obviously them being former LSU teammates? Do you feel like they know that this is the opportunity to go get a key name wide receiver?
Well, yeah, that's part of it. When the Bengals were scouting Joe Burrow before that 2020 draft, they watched every single snap of him at LSU. And during that tape, they also saw him throwing a lot to Jamar Chase, the Fred Biletnikoff winner. So they like the connection that those two have together. And on top of that, the Bengals run 11 personnel style offense, which is 3 wide receivers, 1 tight end, and 1 running back. So they really don't have a third receiver because of A.J. Green. He left to the Arizona Cardinals during free agency. So they have Tyler Boyd, they have T. Higgins last year's 2nd-round pick, but they really don't have another outside receiver. So if they draft Jamar Chase, which in all likelihood everybody thinks that they will, he'll fill the role of A.J. Green.
Tyler, I'm kind of shocked about, your reporting here with Jamar Chase because you hear all the time, you got to get a left tackle in this league or offensive lineman to protect your young quarterback. But, I know you got sources. I know you're trusted reporters. I'm a bank on that. I'm going to put some money on Jamar Chase being taken number 5. So I got you, Tyler, going to make me rich as well. But, with this pick coming to fruition soon, what are they going to get in Jamar Chase? What type of wide receiver is Jamar Chase for the Bengals?
Well, he's a possession receiver who can take the top off of the defense, and they really need that because last year with A.J. Green, they really didn't get that because he had a lot of injuries piled up, and they were really taking a toll on his body. So with Jamar Chase, he's a younger receiver. He already has a connection with Joe Burrow, as I talked about, and he really can fit a role as maybe a 3rd option, maybe a 2nd option, maybe even a number 1 option on the Bengals team. They have already a good wide receiving corps with T. Higgins and Tyler Boyd, but adding Jamar Chase in the mix, you can really make a strong argument that they would have the best wide receiving group in the AFC North. And Joe Burrow, he likes to spread the ball around. Those 3 receivers, along with Joe Mixon in the backfield at running back, those are a lot of weapons for Joe Burrow's disposal. They do need to beef up that offensive line, though. That certainly is the case. And that defense, they do need a pass rush, too. But with that number 5 overall pick, I believe that they're going to go wide receiver.
Tyler, do you feel like the reason why they're going receiver as well is because they signed Riley Reef in free agency?
Yeah, that certainly had an impact with the way I think they're going tonight. Zach Taylor said earlier this offseason after they signed Riley Reef that he was going to be their starting right tackle, and the Bengals drafted Jonah Williams in the 2019 draft out of Alabama, and he's their starting left tackle. They already have 2 offensive tackles that they can go into week 1 with. Now, are they better than Penei Sewell? Well, I mean, that's up for discussion. So that offensive line, I know Joe Burrow got sacked over 30 times last year. He only played 10 games, and we saw him go down with a devastating knee injury. Like I said, I tell everybody when I go on radio stations around the country while I'm on TV, I say, if I were the GM, I would draft a tackle, but I'm not. The Bengals are known not to listen to me, and maybe that's why they only won 6 games in 2 years.
They should listen. Hey, Tyler, what's up, man? My name's Ryan. Thanks for jumping on, taking the time. I know it's a crazy day. So question about your head coach, Zach Taylor. What's kind of the feeling on him? Is this a make or break year for him, do you think? And, obviously every draft's important, but with this pick specifically, is this like a must hit in order for him to have a safe seat heading into the season and heading into, the future?
Well, I always say Marvin Lewis was in Cincinnati and the Bengals head coach for almost 20 years. So if he gets 20 years, Zach Taylor is going to get a longer leash than just 3 years. This will be his 3rd season. I see him maybe having another year under his belt if this year is a disappointing season. Because if you look at the entire AFC North, they don't have the best roster in the division. You can make a strong case that they have the worst roster in the entire division. Baltimore Ravens, they're a Super Bowl contender. The Pittsburgh Steelers, yes, Ben Roethlisberger's a little old, and their window's closing. Cleveland Browns, they're right up there. They're a playoff team. So the Bengals, they're really looking up at the entire division. They have their hands full competing and being strong contenders in the division. So I think they're still a few years away, no matter who they get in the draft this year.
Oh, okay. So no. I was just Tyler. What are some of your needs that you think besides tackle? What are some of the other needs that you feel like Cincinnati has going into the draft weekend?
Well, wide receiver is certainly a need. It's not their biggest need. Tight end is also an area the Bengals need to address. They had one of the worst tight end production overall in all of the NFL last season. And pass rushing, defensive end, and also defensive tackle. The Bengals ranked last in the NFL in overall sacks last year. They lost Carl Lawson in free agency to the New York Jets, but they did add Trey Hendrickson from the New Orleans Saints in free agency. So they probably filled that, but they still need to get better rushing the passers. So defensive end on defense, also defensive tackle. They're a little thin in the interior. Offensive tackle, guard.
Keep going,
besides quarterback and running back, right? Receiver and tight end. I mean, pretty much the whole roster besides Joe Burrow, Joe Mixon, and 2 receivers, and the 2 safeties, Jesse Bates. So those are the key core players the Bengals have. But other than that, they really need to upgrade every single position.
So if Kyle Pitts is still on the board, are they going Kyle Pitts?
He's going Jamar Chase, he said.
Jamar Chase, no matter who's on the board.
I'm not going to change his mind, huh, Tyler?
Does that mean that
I'm not changing my mind.
So you're going full Kevin Costner, no matter what.
Yeah, that's your Vontae Matt.
That is what I'm hearing. They do like Kyle Pitts. Duke Tobin, the Bengals director of player personnel, was at Kyle Pitts' pro day in Florida. They're certainly interested in him. The Bengals draft board, their top players consist of Kyle Pitts and Jamar Chase and Penei Sewell. So those are the 3 players that they're targeting, but I believe it's going to be Jamar Chase when it's all said and done.
Tyler, thank you for dropping the knowledge on the Bengals beat. But before we let you go, one final question, and I think it's an important one. We saw the big injury to Joe Burrow. How is he doing from that knee injury?
Yeah, he's a little over 5 months post-surgery. He's throwing already. He's on pace. What he says, he's confident that he's going to be able to play at the start of the regular season. He's determined to be out there week 1. There's still a long road ahead, though. His type of injury, the prognosis is 9 to 12 months. So the week 1 point is going to be roughly around 9 months. So the jury's still out, but he's confident and the team is optimistic that he's going to be available for week 1.
Tyler, we truly appreciate you joining us. I know you have that Chargers-Bengals game circled in your calendar because last year I got to go out to that game, and I thought we were gypped a little bit, not getting to see Justin Herbert versus Joe Burrow right off the gate, and then the next week Justin Herbert starts. I mean, it's one of those things, but we truly appreciate you coming on. Let everybody know where they can find you on social media if there's any Bengals fans out in the West Coast.
Well, it's funny because I tweeted that out. I was hoping that we would see a Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert duel at Week 1 game. But fans can follow me at the Tyler Dragon on Twitter for all your Bengals.
That's fire right there.
Every now and then I'll tweet some LA stuff because I'm from California, so I'll tweet, some Lakers stuff and everything. Gilbert knows I go wherever LeBron goes when basketball. So,
man, I think you're touching at LA's heartstrings when you say LeBron and Lakers. So I'm sure everybody's excited and they'll run to follow you. Tyler, thank you so much. Everybody give it up for Tyler Dragon.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate you. Enjoy the draft.
Thanks for having me on.
UCLA grad.
Oh, look at that. Right with the LA. So, thanks, man. Stay safe.
All right, bye.
Hey, that was pretty fun, guys.
Yeah.
He dropped the knowledge. He used the word sources.
Yeah.
You know it's legit.
Exactly.
That's why I wanted Tyler on. He kept saying Jamar Chase throughout the whole, offseason. I'm like, I'm gonna get him on. He's gonna break the news right on LAFB.
No, and I love how my brother and I ended up picking Gilbert up, and we're driving up here. He's like, I got the perfect guy to come on with us. I'm like, bro, you do what you need. And you guys think I just call him bro on here. No, when we're out and about, I'm like, what's up, bro? Just out of nowhere. I'm like, bro, you do what you need to do. Hey. So he goes out there, he gets Tyler Dragon.
I love the last name,
I love the last name, dude.
And
marketing wise, you could do so much with that last name.
Here's the question. So his Twitter handle was at the Tyler Dragon. Should he have just done at the Dragon?
It's probably taken.
Yeah, it has to be
at the Dragon.
There has to be a restaurant or there has to be something that took that up.
That's probably more likely. Sasha Gray and the Dragon.
Rhino here trying to make Tyler change his mind and go Kyle Pitts, huh?
Yeah.
Pitts is a great prospect. I think any team that gets him is gonna.
I mocked the Bengals getting Kyle Pitts actually. So.
Oh wow! So
you got to change it now. You got to change it now.
Right? Yeah. I got an hour.
No, but he brought up a good point when it comes to. I feel like yes, you do need that offensive line, and I feel like I'm not saying the Bengals are going to make a mistake because that's not. I mean. We all know Jamar Chase is probably the best receiver in this draft, but you have to protect your quarterback. I mean, the Patriots have done it for numerous years. We saw the last few years when they didn't protect Tom Brady, they were one and out. I mean, and when did you ever see the Patriots being one and done in the playoffs? So to me, you have to protect Joe Burrow. If they think that Riley Reif and Jonah Williams is enough, I guess they're going to go Jamar Chase. I mean, but you know what? This draft is deep enough, and they have a good second-round pick to where they could probably get a tackle or a guard or something in that second round because they're going to pick high. They're going to pick, 37? That's not a bad spot to grab somebody. Yeah, to grab somebody. So,
yeah, there should be, guys like Dylan Radins could probably
there. Liam Eichenberg.
Eichenberg got another name. Samuel Cosme now is saying he's going to drop in the second round.
Oh, Texas?
Texas tackle. Yeah. So, obviously a lot of guards help. I mean, they could definitely do options.
And this honestly is I think it's a deeper draft than most think at offensive linemen. I think there's good centers. There's good players all around on the offensive line. But like I've said numerous times, I've said it on Compas, I've said it at SI where I write and everything. To me, it's Penei Sewell, Rashawn Slater, and then there's a fat gap in between the next tier. So, hey, Gilbert, real quick, before we get into some other stuff, if the Bengals pass on him, I think Miami wants –
Chase?
No, if they pass on Penei Sewell.
Okay.
Oh.
And then if what I'm reading from Miami, it seems like they want a pass catcher. They want somebody to help on offense, not on the offensive line. Do you think Gilbert Antonio Manzano?
Full name.
Gilberto.
Antonio Manzano.
Antonio Manzano.
It might as well go Rodriguez too.
Gilberto, there you go. Rodriguez.
Okay.
Do you think? Yeah, exactly. Do you think Tom Telesco and the Chargers would not only consider, but do you think they'd make that leap, or do you think
if Penei
Sewell drops to Detroit? Say that he passes.
You didn't ask me, but 100%.
Oh no, he passes Detroit. Okay, he passes Detroit. 7? Detroit doesn't get him. 8 with Carolina. Do you think they would make that jump?
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go the Tyler Dragon route. He said, if I'm the GM, if I'm
Yeah,
making the calls here,
You're making the call.
Drop us with
Gilbert on the nameplate in the office. It says
if I'm the
GM.
well, initials
Gilbert
are the GM.
Gilberto Manzano.
You know, I would do that trade because I think to get to number 8 with the Panthers, gonna require a future first round pick. I would do that because Penei is such a great player, and you need to solidify that left tackle position to have Justin Herbert. And they know each other, Herbert and Sewell, for the next 10 years. You know, Oregon Ducks. There you go. Do the quack. I say do
this
it.
This is the Mighty Ducks.
Can be.
But there's no Gordon Bombay.
And Fernando, you like to say that, you know, it's a new year. It should be different. But when I go back to history with Tom Telesco, he doesn't trade first round picks. He's had a first round pick every year. He's been around for 9 seasons now.
That's why I like that you asked him that last week.
And I was trying to figure out, like, you know, what is it about, you know, these first round picks that you really, you know, value, obviously, because you haven't traded one before for the future first round.
Mm-hmm.
And he just said there were heavy discussions that when you're going to do this, it's better be a good player.
But I mean,
when you have one playoff win in 8 years, you probably don't need to value those first round picks so much.
No, yeah, exactly.
Go get a guy that's going to change the franchise.
The only problem with me, Gilbert, in that sense is, what if it ends up being a high draft pick? Last time we saw, and I mean, maybe he can turn it around, but when he had to draft Jerry Tillery, it was not a good draft with him. So I don't know. If it was me, I would jump up. I just think it's Penei's too valuable. And can you imagine taking over Eugene, Oregon? Eugene, Oregon would be a Chargers town no matter if you got both of those guys. And then in a couple of years, Justin Herbert's brother's coming out as a tight end. Can you imagine that trio right there? You'd win over that city. But let's jump a little bit to
real quick before you jump. So
I can't jump that high though.
That's okay. That's okay.
I would fail.
I can't either.
But white man can jump.
According to not this white man.
I can dunk.
It's okay. So moving up from 13 to 8 or 7.
Yeah.
Do you think, like Gilbert said, you think it'll take a first? Because I don't know if it would take a first unless you have teams like New England and Washington also trying to jump up.
My problem is I feel like the Chargers need more of their second and third round draft picks this year to fill out this team than they would next year. So if I was them, I would try and see how much I can give up I'd rather give up more next year than I would. There's a cloud for next year. We don't know who's coming out. You know who's coming out this year. There's a lot of really good players. There's some safeties that the Chargers need. There's some other positions, corner. There's some other positions that the Chargers really need that they know what this draft consists of. If I was them, I would try and give up more for next year than I would this year because there is a cloud for next year. I know Tom will say our scouts are already looking at next year. Okay, but at the same time, you already know what's here. You already know who you're evaluating, who you like. So if I was them, I'd rather give up more next year than I would this year, especially because what if next year you make it to the divisional champion or the divisional round of the playoffs? Then you would have a high draft pick. Well, high draft picks, I mean, yeah, they're nice, but hey, you could end up
the difference in a second.
Exactly. So I would rather give up next year's first rounder. I know Gilbert asked him, and you could tell off of Tom's face he values them. He values them a lot, which I mean, hey, respects. But yeah, no. So now skipping over a little bit to the Malibu house, the Rams. Ryan A, let me ask you, what do you think are some needs that the Rams have that they need to really solidify in this draft?
Well, coming into today, I thought center was the big thing that they had to pick up, but Sean McVay's talking about staying in house for those guys, going ahead with Coleman Shelton or Brian Allen. So that kind of leaves me, thinking they don't need to pick up anybody for starters necessarily. They're going to look for backups. That excludes one position, of course, which is replacing Troy Hill at cornerback. I think that's super important in this draft to address. And the big conversation is, are they going to trade back with that 57th pick, or are they going to take a cornerback or a lineman there? And that's the interesting thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no, and
I think they're in a spot that
you were that kid in school, weren't you, Gilbert?
My name.
You were that kid in school that would hear your name and you turn right around.
No, I'm sorry, guys.
Talking ish.
I have more context. I'm trying to invite more people on the stream, so I have another guy, my boy, my compa, Sam Gordon from the Las Vegas. No, he's a buddy.
I got connects.
Yeah, I do, but
Look at him.
my friend Sam Gordon from the Las Vegas Review Journal, is out in Cleveland right now, and he's covering the draft. So I kind of want to get him on to talk about how Cleveland is right now. So can we do that in about 5 minutes? Is that cool?
Let's do
all
it.
right.
Gilbert, this is your show.
But I don't want to. I know, but I don't want to.
You said it 4 or 5 times on Gumpas, my show. So
I've been in my phone the whole time, and I'm like, I'm not trying to be rude. Like,
no, you're
good.
On
my phone because I'm making more context for the show.
No, you're good.
I'm sorry, I cut you off. But
you're good.
But in 5 minutes, Sam will come on.
Okay, 5 minutes, perfect. Back to the Rams.
I want to ask both of you guys something. Oh, my bad.
I was just gonna say, I think they go best player available at 57. They're not pigeonholed anything.
Okay.
I think they get more juice for the offense.
I was gonna ask you guys because I mean I'm gonna be honest. Do I watch the Rams a lot? No, not really, unless it's like a primetime game or if the Chargers aren't playing. But to me, it feels like the Rams have a lot of the same style of receiver. I feel like Cooper Kupp and Robert Woods are almost identical in the stuff that they do. Do you guys feel like they need? And I mean, Van Jefferson, I think, is a great talent. I feel like he's a guy who could be a Pro Bowler for them in the future. But do you feel like they need a different style of receiver? Maybe a bigger receiver who could go up, or what kind of receiver do you guys feel like they need? What are some of their needs at receiver, in your guys' opinion?
Yeah. You want to take this one? We'll just call him Ando. Let's go Ando, right?
Last name?
Ryan A.
Last name?
Ando.
Why do you take Ryan? Why can't he be Ryan?
You can call me Dyrud. That's
Dyrud.
Dyrud and Ando.
I got used to Ando already.
Leroy. You can call me Leroy.
Leroy. Okay.
Leroy.
All right, Leroy. You take it away on this one. Go ahead. This chair is killing me, by the way.
I would.
That's why I moved from it.
I would love to see the Rams take a big dominant receiver like that. I don't think it's happening. They added Deshaun Jackson this offseason. I think that they're going to add a wide receiver and kick return specialist, but I don't see them taking a wide receiver at 57. I do like Rashad Bateman. If he drops that low, they might take him if he's the best player available. I like Bateman. But he's kind of risen up the draft board, so I don't see him falling to 57 at this point. But
I don't see that either. But no, I agree. I think they do want another versatile receiver. So a guy that everyone's probably sick of me saying this, but Demetric Felton is who I want really bad. I know a lot of people have him pegged going in like the 5th or 6th round. I don't see it happening. I think he's going to go latest in the 3rd. So I think the Rams would need to peg him there. But they definitely need, you mentioned like a high point receiver. I know Marvin Jones was linked all season. There was no way they could afford him. So that wasn't happening. But that style of receiver, they absolutely should get, because you have Deshaun Jackson as your burner, and he's probably going to play 2 games. And then you have
I forgot about
you have Woods Kupp, who are very similar. Van Jefferson literally was called Cooper Kupp. That was his comp coming out of college. So very similar. So you need that high point guy, or you need a super versatile kind of do it all Swift Army knife. So they will take a receiver at some point in the draft. I just don't know if at 57. But.
No, and honestly, I feel like the Rams, man, it sucks when you're like the best, one of the best teams out there, because everybody wants to take from you. I mean, they took coach. The Chargers took their defensive coordinator, tried to also take their offensive coordinator as well, but obviously the Rams denied them. So I feel like both teams kind of need a lot of things, especially because the Rams lost. God, it's funny because I was talking about him a lot. John Johnson. They lost John Johnson. Troy Hill. I mean, they have some good players, but you're going to need to replace some of this stuff. At least they kept Floyd. Leonard Floyd. Did you guys feel like he got overpaid?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
But it was
necessary.
It was the price they had to pay.
Okay.
But I don't think he garnered, because and this is Leonard Floyd's great. I think he needed to be brought back, but he's the Robin to Aaron Donald's Batman, and you're paying him though a Batman salary. But that's the NFL nowadays.
Yeah.
And they will have to add depth behind him too.
Yeah.
In this draft.
Well, like we
100%.
saw in the playoffs against the Green Bay Packers, when Donald was hurt, Leonard Floyd didn't step up to be the Batman, which is concerning. But that's why I think if we see one of these edge guys, Gregory Rousseau, I don't think Jalen Phillips falls, but some of these, Quincy Roche at 57 could definitely be the pick also.
I have to jump back to Chargers a little bit because my compa's starting to fall asleep a little bit over there on me. So I definitely need to,
I can talk
jump
Rams,
back. You want to talk Rams,
yeah,
bro?
We had a compass on the beat Rams roundtable with Eric Williams and Kevin Modesti.
Right.
Shout out to Compass on the Beat. Make
Shout
sure to check that out as well. We had a good episode this week, but I know Rams.
Great episode last week too with MJ Acosta.
We had a bunch of
We had Ryan on. Yeah,
Ryan
we
was
had
great.
Ryan.
I jumped
We
on
had
Ask me though, Fernando. I want some Rams conversation.
All
The
right.
crosstown rival for the Chargers.
I thought you only talked boxing, UFC, and
well,
Chargers.
that too, but today's a draft day. It's a draft day.
Who you got this weekend?
Football
Andy
only.
Ruiz, or is he winning?
Getting off track, but Andy Ruiz for sure. But
Andy Ruiz.
ask me about the Rams. You're acting like I don't know about the Rams.
I don't know. Do you?
I
Well, here,
do.
real quick,
Yeah.
let's show off your guys' this is where you can find Compos on the beat.
And it gives Gilbert time to check on his phone to see what the Rams are all about.
They need a cornerback. I know that. They need a lot of
You know what's funny is that the Rams last year, I felt like, and there it is, Compas on the beat. Check us out. We have a lot of fun doing what we're doing. We're trying to get out of our comfort zone and have a little fun talking other sports to other beat writers, trying to get, especially for some of the young beat writers out there who are trying to make their mark, or young aspiring reporters also trying to, like last week, we got a text to MJ Acosta, and she explained to us from NFL Total Access host how she got into the business and everything. So really, that's what we're trying to do, a lot of different fun stuff with you guys. We had Uncle Joe Reedy from the AP a couple of weeks ago talking WWE. It's funny because when he tweeted out a couple of days later, he goes, the WWE men's division is almost as thin as the Chargers offensive line. I'm like, I don't think, Uncle Joe, you want to start talking that route, because some fans will get after you. And he just starts laughing about it. But we're having a lot of fun doing compas. But all right, Gilbert.
Let me ask you real quick.
Yeah.
Why is he called Uncle Joe? Just because he's been on the beat forever?
No.
He gave him that name,
At
Fernando.
one point, I gave him that name.
Okay.
So at one
Well,
point,
tell us the story.
no, yeah.
Tell.
So
I gotta hear it.
basically, Joe Reedy comes in and we start talking little by little and stuff. I say something about WWE one day to our buddy Nick Hamilton. Nick Hamilton is a great friend of ours. He has Nightcast Media. Shout out to Nick. So Nick and I are talking wrestling one time in the Chargers media room, because I know if I call it something else, people are like, "Oh, that's going back to their old days," and I'm like, "Sorry, that's all I know. That's how I know it." But whatever. So Sours.
What do you call it?
Well, I call it Chargers Park. But that's because that was the name of it in San Diego. So
Never
I
heard
know I
of
said
it.
San Diego. Ooh, the boogeyman's coming after me.
I mean,
So
they literally have training camp at a park.
no, I know. So I just call it Charger. I've always
I
called it
get what
that.
you're saying.
Yeah. So people forgot about it, and I'm like, oh my god, relax.
Yeah.
So basically, we're talking wrestling or whatever. So Joe Reedy tells me, hey, do you want to come to this wrestling event? I'm like, oh, for sure. So I go with him and everything. It's a lot of fun. He's like, who always takes care of you? I was like, my Uncle Joe. He's like, you can call me Uncle Joe if you want. I'm like, that it's sticking with you. He's like, okay, so now almost everybody in the Chargers organization calls him Uncle Joe
I love it.
just because I do. And I'm like, yeah, it's my Uncle Joe. So the other day, my brother Daniel, my little cousin Daniel, it's funny. Yeah, there's a lot of Daniels in my family. And we go to a Padre game with Uncle Joe, just as fans. I mean, it's been the first time that I had gone as a fan in a long time. And we're walking into a bar, and the guy goes, "Are you guys here to see somebody?" I'm like, "Yeah, my uncle's already here." And he's like, "Oh, okay." And then the lady kind of like looks at him. I'm like, "Yeah, that's my uncle." And then she's like, "Oh, okay." And I'm like, "What's up, Uncle Joe?"
He's from
He's
Mexico
like,
City.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, yeah, exactly. So I know she was giving me that stare because of that, but I was like, yeah, this is my Uncle Joe. So like we sit down with him and everything, but he's a great guy. But yeah, we kind of got off a topic there, but
I was like,
it just gave.
where are we going, Fernando?
The problem is
We're
it
gonna
just
do this
gave
for 4
Gil
hours.
way more time to look up stats on the Rams and get more familiarized. But Gilbert, I'm going to ask you a question that you asked Kevin Modesti this week on Compas and Eric Williams.
Yeah, shoot.
Does Matthew Stafford put them over the top? Does that give him a better chance to win a Super Bowl than Jared Goff did?
I think it does give him a better shot because, Jared Goff was struggling last year. That defense really helped them out a lot to get to the second round against the Packers, where they fell short there. But Aaron Donald, Jalen Ramsey really carried that team. And then now you add in a good quarterback in Matthew Stafford, who, let's face it, hasn't done too well in the postseason, but he still has that arm. He can still get you 4,000 yards. He can still, have chemistry with Robert Woods and Cooper Kupp. Now, the thing that worries me, because when we talked to Kevin and Eric, there was how we talked to Tyler and he kept saying they need this, they need that. The Rams need a whole lot as well. I know they're in a much better place, but they lost, Troy Hill, they lost John Johnson, they lost their center, the Brockers. They lost a lot of key players that, and as we know, it's not just the quarterback. And the quarterback's going to help them a lot, but I kind of just feel like it was like you got a quarterback, but you lost a lot. So are you better than the second round team that you were a year ago? I think they're probably the same. So I don't know if they're a Super Bowl contender, but they're a playoff team for sure.
Playoff team. What do you guys? Dyrud. You can jump in first.
Well, I mean, the biggest loss was losing Brandon Staley. I think that was
There you go.
that no one's really talking about.
I think he's just trying to suck up to Charger fans.
No, I think
no, I'm kidding.
But everyone that knows me knows how much I love Brandon Staley. And
you know what's
how
funny?
important he was.
Ryan did. I remember
He
it was
did.
Gilbert
He was
and
on.
Ryan, both of them that I was really like, I noticed it because of both of them. And I was like, because I told Gilbert from the beginning, I'm like, it's not Brian Dable. And he's like, come on. I'm like, every sign points to Dable, and that makes me think it is not Brian Dable.
And Dable was like Anthony Lynn 2.0, essentially, like 20.
I didn't say that.
Coach.
I didn't say that.
No, you didn't say that.
No, I didn't say that. You said that. Okay.
You're just making
cool.
it clear.
Just making sure. That wasn't me who said it. But my bad. I interrupted you. You can.
We're doing this for 4 hours. You can interrupt.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
So So you think it makes them a play? Like, do you think it still keeps them as a playoff team, or do you think it turns them more into maybe an NFC Championship, maybe another Super Bowl berth? What do you think?
No, I think they're definitely in a better spot today than they were going into Green Bay last year. I think Matthew Stafford gives them that better edge. The offense, because the offense was I think they finished 18th in the league. They were very middle of the road. And Sean McVay is so prideful, and that was like the offense is his baby, this mad genius, and they were the reason the team was not being successful.
He
So
was pissed.
I think the defense will take a step back, losing Staley, losing Troy Hill, losing Michael Brockers, Morgan Fox leaves to Carolina. But Raheem Morris is a very good coordinator. I think they'll still be very good. I think they'll be a top 5, top 10 defense. And then that offense can jump from 18 to back in the top 10. They're going to be in a better spot and be more dynamic. So I think they're a Super Bowl contender, but they do have depth needs. They're one player away from getting hurt from being not a playoff team. So right now, yes, they're a Super Bowl contender. If they lose Donald, if they lose Ramsey, and I know it's like every team's like that, but with the Rams, especially because the depth is so minimal, then they're really in a tough spot.
Leroy, before you go, that's a hard fall to go from number 1 on defense to number 5. Dang, Ryan, that's a hard fall for them.
I hope not.
No, because number 1 to number 5. I mean, that's a little. That's yeah. My bad. That's kind of like what we like to do here. So, Ryan or Leroy, go ahead.
Sure.
He's feeling the Leroy vibe though. He's feeling it.
I love it.
I've tried to make that stick as a nickname forever.
Yeah. You have to like deepen your voice.
Yeah, exactly.
Back to the late nights.
Yeah.
Super Bowl contender. Yeah. I mean, watching Matthew Stafford compared to Jared Goff, like I just feel so much better just in my little football childlike heart. Like Stafford is just you feel so much better with him controlling the football. Goff made so many mistakes when the heat was on. He needed just a pristine pocket to deliver, a pretty to operate this very simplistic defense in a way. So do I think Stafford improves their offense? Yes, absolutely. And I think even if Staley had returned, I do think there would have been some defensive regression. Given their financial situation, I don't think they would have held on to some of those other guys that they lost this offseason. So I think they would be in the same place if they were if they still had Staley. And I am a true believer in Raheem Morris's ability to cultivate guys, build guys up, especially in the defensive backfield, which is where they have a lot of really good young depth in Taylor Rapp and Jordan Fuller. I like those guys a lot.
Terrell Burgess, I think
Terrell Burgess,
breakout year this year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Every year that I see Mel Kiper, I feel like his hairline is regressing less and less and less.
Right, like it's just
every year. Every year I feel like,
and mine's getting worse and worse and worse.
I wasn't gonna go that far, but I mean, I guess if you want to go
sides, though, a little thin over here.
Yeah, it's
the front.
A little
the widow's peak is strong.
But the question is, does it affect his ability to mock draft? Because
I never think that he had an ability to mock draft, but yeah, I guess so. I just love. I don't know who it was. I think it was the Colts GM at the time. Who the hell is Mel Kiper? Yeah. I still remember when he said that in the 90s.
Was that 95?
95. It was hilarious. Yeah. But Gilbert, it's been 5 minutes. All right. What's up?
Well, I'm getting my guy Sam.
Are we still on standby?
But no.
You need the link again?
But he'll come on right now. He covers the Raiders too, so ask him some Raiders stuff.
And
I want to ask him. There he is, right on cue. Sam Bourne. Oh, he's out there on the scene.
He's got a mask.
All right, we ready for him?
There we go.
Let's do it.
Jump him in.
My guy, Sam. How's it going, man? How's the scene out there in Cleveland? How you doing?
What's up, fellas? Doing well. First and foremost, want to appreciate you guys having me. Been a big fan. Love to see what you guys are doing out there in California. Big things popping, but everything's smooth. Everything's smooth,
Appreciate
save for the 45 or 50 degrees and the rain, the torrential downpour that's been drizzling on Cleveland all afternoon. But no, it's solid. Definitely a lot of energy, definitely a lot of excitement. The Browns are good, so the city's really excited. I think more excited for the draft than usual because their team is really, really good for the first time in about 150 years. So we're just it's kind of the calm before the storm, or maybe the calm during the storm because it's been storming all day, and we're just kind of waiting for things to get started. It's a big day. I mean, a lot of news breaking right around the time of the draft, and just kind of excited to see how everything plays out.
Yeah, bro.
Sam, appreciate you so much for being on with us. This is Fernando. Nice to meet you. Sam, with the news today about Aaron Rodgers, and there's reports that he's interested in the Raiders. Do you feel like the Raiders should have interest in Aaron Rodgers? 1, 2, what do you think he would bring? I mean, obviously we know what he would bring, but specifically, what do you feel like he would bring to this Raiders team?
Well, I think they definitely should be. I think there's definitely a fit there, right? I mean, it's Aaron Rodgers. He's the reigning MVP at 37 years old. I don't think there's any signs of slowing down. And my question is, do they have the package, right? Knowing that San Francisco is also kind of one of the suitors, they can offer the number 3 pick, which is clearly better than what the Raiders have to offer. But if I'm the Raiders, I would be trying to make every phone call I can and offer every draft asset possible because, frankly, if Aaron Rodgers is on your team, regardless of the rest of your roster, you're a contender. I mean, you're a contender at least to make the playoffs, and that's uncharted territory for the Raiders, say for 2016 in the last 20 years. So I think it'd be a big-time fit. He would immediately make this franchise dynamic. They'd immediately become one of the more marketable franchises in the NFL, or get back to that point where they were, throughout their course of their history, and would make them, I think, not necessarily contenders in the AFC West because you still got Kansas City, but contenders for a wild card berth at the very least, and then who knows with what they would do with the rest of the roster. So. Not necessarily a surprise that the Raiders that he's interested in the Raiders. I mean, the warm weather, it's out on the West Coast, close to where he's from, so it makes sense. But I think it'd be a big time fit, and I'm just not sure if the Raiders have the requisite assets to go get a player of that caliber. But if I was them, I'd be trying to do whatever I could to bring him to Sin City. It would be big time, and I know the city would certainly be excited about having him.
Yeah, for sure. Sam, what's up, man? My name's Ryan. Thanks for jumping on. You sound so clear even through the mask. I'm impressed that you're able to articulate so well. Let me ask you this. So my co-host on my show, the LA Football Podcast, is Frosty Rucker, who played his final year with the Raiders. And so he's talked about, John Gruden, who he loved as a coach, but Gruden is a my way or the highway kind of coach. Can him and Rodgers get along? Could Rodgers get some flack with coaches? The reason why Mike McCarthy kind of left. Do you see that as an issue at all? Or at this point in his career, I think they can both get along? If it were to happen, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I think there'd have to be some give and take, right? If John Gruden did make a move for Aaron Rodgers, I think he would have to understand the kind of player and the kind of personality that Aaron Rodgers is. And frankly, Gruden's never coached a player of that caliber. I mean, he had some big-time defensive players in Tampa Bay, but this is Aaron Rodgers we're talking about. I mean, one of the 10, 7, 5 greatest quarterbacks of all time, however you want to rank him. That's up to you guys, but he's clearly first ballot Hall of Fame and an incredible talent. So there would have to be some give and take for both sides, but I don't think he would put the Raiders on his list if he didn't have some sense of trust in John Gruden and some sense of trust of what John Gruden wanted to do, and if he didn't think it was a big time fit. So it would be an interesting fit for sure. You'd be talking about two of the NFL's most interesting is I think is the word I'm going to go with, personalities, and there would be plenty of theater here, or well, not here. I mean, I'm in Cleveland now, but there'd be plenty of theater back home in Las Vegas for sure, and a lot, like I said, some give and take, and I think they can find a way to make it work.
Sam, are you actually inside of the building where they're going to make all the picks today?
Yeah, you by the locker room? Where are you at?
No, not quite. The media area is at part of. I think we're in the Cleveland Science Center, but it's adjacent to the draft theater, and the theater's pretty cool. It's the biggest draft theater they've ever had. I don't remember the exact specifications, but they wanted to make it really, really big in order to fit everybody, in order to accommodate everybody in wake of the coronavirus pandemic. So that's outside, a couple blocks down the road, but we're right on the shores of Lake Erie. I mean, I'm looking at the lake, I'm looking at the boats, I'm looking at the docks. It's a pretty cool setup. And, one of the things about the draft going on the road is they really want to make an effort to showcase kind of some of the city's landmarks. And Lake Erie, obviously a big part of Cleveland. And then we're right by the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame too. So really cool experience. First Energy Stadium where the Browns play is up the street too, within walking distance. And, fans, I mean, if it wasn't for the rain, fans, I'm not exactly sure what the scene is like there, but fans have the opportunity to go on the field and throw some footballs around. And kicks and field goals and do some things like that. That's part of the draft experience. So I think Cleveland, the city of Cleveland's done an excellent job hosting so far. It's just unfortunate that the first day of the draft, kind of the marquee day, primetime day, it's so rainy. But it hasn't stopped fans from coming out. I mean, they're all over the place, decked out in all their garb. I've really never seen anything quite like it. Fans from all over the country and all over, all 32 markets, doing their best to represent the. So, yeah, it's a cool spot. It's a cool setup, and we're not far from where all the festivities are going down.
Sam, I got one more fan question. Do you see 49er fans out there? Are they kind of worried about Mac Jones? What's kind of the vibe from Niner fans? Are they all freaking out?
Baby.
I mean, I certainly don't think Mac Jones is the guy they want. I'll tell you that. I think when you take a look at that situation, right? Like, if Kyle Shanahan doesn't believe he can win with Jimmy Garoppolo, why would you go after a quarterback that's, I don't know, similar to Jimmy Garoppolo, right? You want somebody more dynamic, and Trey Lance and Justin Fields, I think, certainly fit that mold. So if nothing happens for Rodgers, I think that would be, kind of that'd be the bigger swing. Those two quarterbacks certainly have abilities and attributes that Mac Jones doesn't have, but who knows? Maybe Mac Jones comes in and he's the man and is the guy to take that franchise to the promised land, back to the promised land for the first time since '94 with Steve Young. So we'll see. But to answer your question, I don't think he's the guy that most Niner fans want, which is too bad for Mac Jones. He seems like a nice kid. So we'll see what happens. But that Rodgers thing definitely throws a wrench in everything. And we'll see. I'm not sure anything's going to happen tonight, but you never know. I mean, there's always some kind of weird thing, as you guys know. Something always happens during the draft that we don't expect, and maybe we find out midway through the first round that the Niners are actually picking for Green Bay, and that Rodgers is going to go back home to the Bay and go ball out in San Francisco. So we'll see what happens. But I appreciate you guys having me, fellas. Thank you so much, and great work with the show. Have fun tonight and enjoy the whole weekend. All right.
Thank you, Sam.
Sam.
All right, take care, man.
Have a blast, man. Thank you.
Yeah, be smooth, fellas. Take care.
Thank you.
Ooh, I like that. Be smooth, fellas.
That's a good one.
That's a good style. I like that.
Hey, that was a shout out for Compas, though. I like that.
There you go. Compas, stay smooth.
You know what you guys say? Or?
No, we haven't said that. No.
Okay.
No, that's just that was pretty good though.
Can you give me I know you did at the very beginning. Can you give me a what's up, bro?
Yeah, bro. Gilbert, is it okay?
Yeah, do it. We
Yeah?
haven't had it.
Step back
Well,
from the
we've
mic,
been here
maybe.
on for like an hour now, so I might as well. Yeah, I
right.
do for one.
What's up, bro?
There he is.
Okay. Yeah.
There he is.
That one. I mean, for some of the people that don't know and
I'm aware.
our first watching us for the first time, Gilbert and I mean, I know a lot of fans follow our work and everything, and we appreciate it. But it just started as like a thing where Gilbert would I would get to the facility early. I get there early, and obviously my brother knows. Like, we drive up there early. I'm there or whatever. And Gilbert's always lagging, so I always see him, and he walks in, kind of like that kid on coming to school, and he doesn't want to go to school. And I don't care if he's talking to somebody, what he's doing. I always hit him with the "What's up, bro?" And he's always like, "Oh my god!" It's like a switch flips, and he's ready to go. It's like this. Look, it just flips right there.
We need more light, actually. So turn it on.
He gets excited and everything. And Gilbert and I obviously sit together at Chargers Park, our Chargers
Park
facility.
What
there he
is
goes.
that?
There he goes. See, at Chargers facility, and so we're always chit chatting and stuff. So it's always a lot of fun when we get together. But yeah, that's how What's Up, Bro got started. And it's funny because people thought that Gilbert didn't like it, so everybody was tweeting at Gilbert going, "What's up, bro?" And then this week he says he doesn't like avocados, so people are sending him avocado stuff.
I don't like
Yeah,
that.
so this episode of Compas, we did an episode where we saw a post last week that said, "I'm Mexican, but I don't like," and I don't like alcohol. I don't drink alcohol. So I did that. See, that one's more understandable. I'm telling you. And Gilbert thought people were going to come after me for not drinking alcohol. But really, they came after him for not liking avocados.
Yeah, I don't know how you don't like avocados. That's like a Mexican staple.
Not only that, but California, it's
That
what
too.
makes California it makes a California burger a
Do
California.
you like lemons and limes?
I do, but I could stand guacamole,
Guacamole.
because
Be
you put a
silent.
bunch of lime and
what is
chile.
Guaca-
Not guac, guacamole.
Guacamole. Sorry.
Guacamole.
No, but I just don't like the taste. I think
My wife makes the best guacamole.
My sister would like to make a difference.
no matter how, so I'll
My
eat it,
sister
you
would
know?
like to challenge. My sister would want me to throw a challenge flag on that. No, I'm just kidding.
No, let's do it.
No. I
Guacamole
think-
off.
I love no.
Here's the key: jalapenos or serranos.
She uses Serrano's.
Got to be Serrano's.
Yeah, that's what she uses that, and then hold on, she grabs lemon and she sprinkles it on. I'm like, oh yeah, my sister has like
a little bit.
Yeah. My sister does, like, honestly, like one time she's like, I'll make it, and I'm like, you know how to make it? She's like, oh yeah, watch. She makes it, and my brother and I are like, wow, like this is incredible. I mean, last night we were just spitballing. I'm like, honestly, I got a smoker the other day. So in honor of Justin Herbert, I got a Traeger smoker. Yeah. So I was like, you know what? I told my sister's name is Melissa. I'm like, Melissa, let's just quit what we're doing. We'll open up a barbecue place. We each got skills. Daniel's got managerial skills. He's good at interacting with people sometimes. Then my sister's she's very good with pastries and with cooking and stuff. I'm good with the grill. I'm like, we can do all that. And my little cousin, little Daniel, shout out again. He's going to get excited. He's only 16, so he gets excited getting shout outs. He has his own special skills. So obviously all of us put that together and we could have a good family restaurant there. So, I mean, hey, but obviously we all enjoy what we're doing. So we maybe down the line we can do something like that. But yeah, the Traeger, if anybody out there is looking for a smoker, Traeger. First day I got
for you, right?
I don't
mean in a bad way, but it does it all for you.
Yeah. But I put some effort. I had to wake up at 5 a.m. to do that. Man, I woke up at 5 a.m., right? Start the smoker. My mom woke up with me and everything. Yeah. Started the smoker, start the brisket. It's 2 o'clock and it says, oh, put it in like a paper thing and like fold it and put it back in the smoker. Man, it did not look like in the video, and I was getting nervous. And I was like, you know what? I know. I was like, let's wait another 2 hours. It said it was supposedly going to be ready at 5 o'clock. I think, Daniel, we ate at 9. We ate at 9 o'clock. But hey, I cut it. Juicy. It was so good.
Tri-tip or?
I did tri-tip last weekend. Okay. But so one of my buddies, Sean Whitecliffe. Huh?
This story, then what'd you cook?
Oh, brisket.
Brisket, sorry.
But this, okay, so my buddy Sean Whitecliffe, he has a place down in San Diego, Cali Comfort Barbecue. Shout out. If you guys are out there, check it out, San Diego, Cali Comfort. So
shout out.
He has a barbecue spot, and he did a tri-tip as a tutorial. He smokes it for an hour and then throws it on the grill the rest of the time. So I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna try it. I tried it. Oh my god. Yeah.
So it probably locks the
flavor in it, and then you put exactly. And it was I cut it juicy. It looked burnt on top. I got nervous again. Yeah. I got nervous, and then I was like, okay, I cut it, and I'm like, okay, it looks bomb. So I mean, you can't go wrong with that. But
I want to get a smoker.
Well, to settle a crossover debate, so the Decide guys have a debate about garlic naan or regular naan with your Indian food. Any thoughts on that?
No. Okay.
Oh, he was gonna jump. He jumped on the other side. I really don't. I've only had Indian food like twice in my life.
You said garlic naan or what naan?
Or just the plain.
So I've only had. If we're doing shout out to Kings Road, Pasadena.
There you go.
Yeah, I love that place.
They have phenomenal naan there, and it's just like isn't it just like a cheese naan?
I guess I never had it. Actually. I go there to drink. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but it's like a late night. Like if you're there at 10 p.m.
I'm gonna get it next time.
Closes, you get the naan.
I love that place.
Yeah, not as good as Rocco's is my spot, but
that too.
But so I don't know if it's just I'm gonna go garlic naan. I like garlic and everything.
All right, right on.
What was their consensus?
They were split. I can't remember who landed on which side, but one said regular naan, the other said we're gonna go garlic.
Leroy, do you like grilling?
I love grilling. Yeah.
Cooking?
I'm not a smoker.
Okay.
I do some.
You like to cook regular food?
Yeah.
What's your best dish?
I've been perfecting my lettuce cups.
Oh, explain those, please.
It's a Chinese dish.
Like a lettuce wrap?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay.
A Chinese dish. You do your ginger, your garlic, your scallions, a little bit of sesame oil, and throw in some pork or some beef, maybe some kale or some other veggies, and
getting me hungry.
You're lucky we don't have a stove in here, because I definitely would make you. I'd be like, hey, try it out. Let's see how good your dish is.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Is your specialty barbecuing? Or
what would you say? Oh, my burgers.
That's the brother right there.
I don't know what I like. Okay, so I did burgers.
I just buy the frozen patties, throw them on.
No, but I season them. So I don't know what it was, but like a couple of weeks ago, one of my cousins came in. Yeah. Oh, I actually did do that. We had a cousin come in from Juarez. Mom's like, hey, can you make burgers? And I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? So I made the burgers, and everybody's like, oh my god, they're so good. That's what made me think, okay, I've already mastered the grill. Let's jump over and get a smoker. Yeah, I mastered it. So I got the smoker, and Gilbert came down a couple of weeks ago. How was the meat?
It was really good, but Fernando, can I cut you off?
Oh, we got it.
I have a guest coming on, so I want you to introduce
This guy's
her.
hustling.
I got you.
So
He's
uh,
hustling.
I got
so I
you.
got another one. So it's Steffi Smalls.
Yeah,
so,
Steffi Smalls,
Dragon?
the famous. No, the
ask her
famous.
about,
Steffi
ask about the Giants and her fantasy
Of course.
draft. So you got it. So I'm gonna let you handle it.
All right.
Because I know you've been dying to ask Steffi some questions about the Giants at number 11. So she'll come on soon.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
definitely.
Real quick, shout out to Brewery X that has
Shout out.
sponsored this live stream. Brewery X in Anaheim, California. Speaking of Daniel, I don't want to be our friend Daniel sitting across the camera. Can you grab me another one of these?
Oh,
El
I
hermano.
feel so rude. We got the producer back here behind the scenes.
Give Daniel a seat. Come on, put him over here.
Yeah, just get in here, guy.
yeah, come on.
Grab me one from the sink if you don't mind. It'll be a little colder. Yeah, or Leroy can get up, one or the other.
Leroy.
Yeah, but yeah, Brewery X Anaheim, great beer. Got 40 different beers on taps.
Daniel, show off the shirt. Can you show off the shirt a little bit? Look at this right there. That's the
You're in
camera.
it.
We got on the beach shirt. There you go. Look at all that.
What a model here.
What a model. Yeah, we got one of the best.
What's on the, I'm gonna quit my day job. Oh, it's on the back.
It's like
where to
turn around.
subscribe to and everything.
Yeah, no, it says subscribe to Compas on the Beat on Spotify, iTunes, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Stitcher, Cashbox, and also follow us on social media.
You're a walking billboard, bro.
He is. He's the best. Steffi
Walking
Smalls.
billboard.
What's her?
His chair. Absolutely.
What? Her handle?
No. Yeah. Oh, well, I have it.
What?
No, I have it. My bad.
Give her a proper introduction.
That's what I'm, bro. What have I? I'm good at that
So
stuff.
I've never met her, but obviously I feel like she's like
Yeah, fantasy
taking Twitter by
football.
storm,
Yeah,
like, all over the
expert.
place, blowing up. But she's
She's one of the best.
like a diehard Giants
Yeah,
fan.
I,
Right?
Dude,
yeah, I gotta ask
her
about the
social media,
Giants.
she's hilarious.
Yeah.
Like she's one of the best out there. So honestly,
Yeah,
I'm excited about
the
this.
Giants are taking a tackle. That's a problem for the Chargers. So we gotta ask her.
I know.
What-
I'm excited to see what she says. You know, what's funny is
Giants are
that
not taking a tackle.
You don't think so?
No.
What did they do?
They
Well,
take tackles the last 2 years.
That is true.
who'd they take last year? Oh, they took
Thomas, fourth overall.
Yeah, it did not work out. Well, I don't know. It's too early, but
And
he
they have Nick
struggled.
Solder still in the book. They took Will Hernandez, who's I know plays
You know what's
guard.
funny? And I'm gonna tell her that when she comes on. But when the Giants got Kenny Golladay, the first social media page I went to was hers, and I think she had said she had passed out and that like she couldn't believe it.
Or-
Yeah, of happiness. She was excited. I'm actually excited about that movie with Michael B. Jordan, Without Remorse. Shout out to Michael B. Jordan.
Get him on the show.
Shout out
You did,
show.
I think it's probably my contacts. I'm sure.
Huh?
There you go.
There you go. I wouldn't be. Yeah, he probably does have a Michael Jordan, not Michael B.
Not
Jordan, and
Michael
not the athlete. So, but yeah, no, definitely excited to have. I mean, honestly, Gilbert, you've killed it today. You bringing on some top notch guests,
Yeah,
killing
this
it with
is a
us.
good pregame draft show here we got going
Yeah,
on.
and that's what we're calling it, a
You know,
pre-game.
Pre-game, but we're just
you know,
rolling straight through all the way through.
Man,
so
we have
there's no
16
stopping.
We have 36 minutes before the draft starts. I mean,
We're almost there.
so obviously you guys are saying Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, 1-2.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so.
but
When I found out that
Watch
he,
Jacksonville throw everyone off and take Justin Fields first.
dude,
that'd be awesome.
but he's already. I think I heard that that he had donated already money in Jacksonville to schools and stuff.
Yeah, it's not. That's not happening.
You know what's funny is that yesterday, I mean, I was talking to, I was on one of these things, but for a company down in Mexico, and they were like, I remember when they used to give away the first pick, like for months, like you already knew that what's his name? Sam Bradford was going to the Rams. Like back in the day, you knew exactly where the first pick overall was going, and now they try to make it a secret. But see, the first two picks, honestly, or the three, I would love for them to only have 5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah,
They
what's
already
the
know
point?
who the
Yeah.
hell they're getting.
Well, they better.
Yeah, exactly. So
What's the point?
those three,
We should make a bet, like how long they take for the clock.
Oh, they're gonna take the full
10?
minutes.
Over under?
What?
You want to do an over?
Oh,
under?
I'll say
For
they're
a
gonna
dollar?
take the whole time, like
The whole
at least
time?
8 minutes.
They
It's
have
10,
10?
right?
It's 10.
I say
I'm
though,
gonna
It's
6.
10. No, is it 15? No, it's 10.
Gotta be 10. Oh my god.
It has
I think
15
it's
is
15?
eternal.
It is.
No, we would be here all night,
I'm
and
gonna-
It's definitely 10. Yeah.
and
Okay.
Fernando
It
has a
used to be-
bedtime.
It used to be 15.
I got a deadline.
It
And they
used to be
finally went-
15.
And they finally went
When they had to
down.
dial
Yeah.
a phone.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
Wait,
5 minutes
but-
right there.
but
That's
a
why it was so long.
But a couple of years, couple of years ago, but-
800.
what is it? The third round? No, the fourth round is 5 minutes
Good.
Yeah.
or 7 minutes, something like that. I know they cut it down.
It drops to 5.
Yeah, it drops
I think
to
it's in
5.
the fourth. Yeah.
And that's when like the announcers are like talking and they have like 7 picks behind them and they're already like delayed and stuff. So it's interesting. Look at all those fans.
Let's answer
Charger
this,
fan right
hey,
there.
Charger fan on TV.
Look at that.
There you
Let's
go.
answer this quick question from Daniel.
Yeah, let's
do
do
it.
it.
Does A-Rod get traded, or is it a big brain play to force the Packers to actually draft a receiver?
I don't know why I thought Alex Rodriguez for some reason. I was thinking Alex Rodriguez. I'm way off.
Trade him
guys.
from J-Lo? Like,
the contract was terminated. The contract was terminated.
Or is it a brain play so she actually?
Hey, I did bring up this point though. I thought it was kind of a a play to make sure today, from all days,
That's what
I'm
saying.
serious.
Sorry, Daniel. We have a special guest on right now.
All right, Daniel. But yeah, I think he's
already drinking. I can tell.
He's out of there. He's going to the Raiders.
Everybody's drinking today, but right now we are joined by one of my favorite Giant fans out there, Steffi Smalls. She is the best. I was telling the guys right now, Steffi. Hi, thank you for joining us. I was telling them that when Kenny Golladay got signed by the Giants, I didn't go to Ian Rappaport. I didn't go to Adam Schefter. I went to your page to see what was going through your head. What was the excitement level like? First of all, thank you for joining us on this pregame. It's pregame. We're pregaming here. So pregame to the draft. Yep. Oh, there you go. She loves White Claws.
Cheers.
She loves White Claws too. So shout out to White Claws.
What flavor, Steffi? Tell us.
Always black cherry. It's just
Okay. I should know by now. I'm sorry.
I will
It's
say that
okay. I don't fault her.
Brewery X does make a hard seltzer, so be on the lookout on the East Coast for that.
She's not changing. Steffi's not changing.
Steffi's not changing.
I'm trying. It's just
I think she has a sponsorship with them. Honestly, for how much she posts about White Claws, I think she's sponsored by White Claw.
or is White Claw rude and they should sponsor me? That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that White Claw should sponsor me.
They should.
It's a better game. It's a better way to get wasted.
We'll push for you.
But Steffi, just tell us your level of excitement with some of the moves that the Giants have made this offseason.
Sure. I'm very excited, but I can't get too excited on draft night ever. The waterproof mascara on. I'm ready to cry my eyes out like I normally do. But that shows growth. I tweeted before, you want to see growth is me going and buying waterproof mascara and knowing the heartbreak that is upon me. But this offseason, how could you be upset about it? I mean, like, you look at Adoree Jackson, Kenny Golladay, Ross, even Rudolph is great. You're getting an end zone threat like that. That's so cool. But we'll see what move they end up making tonight, and we'll see how happy I feel.
What do you think they're doing? What are they doing at 11?
They're up to no good a little bit, Like, why are you guys so quiet? I don't know what's going on. I think that they will probably do something offensively. I think if that's probably the best move to make is to go ahead and secure that O-line a little bit more, give Daniel Jones the time in the pocket that he needs to access his weapons. Or do you take a weapon? Does Smith fall with all of this quarterback nonsense that's going on? Do you see some of these guys like Waddle and Smith really drop down there and fall to teams like the New York Giants? I've seen a lot of cornerback talk, and that's not going to be the thing that makes me jump for joy. Am I going to cry like last year? No, I'm not going to cry like last year. But I'm not going to be as happy. I think, the defense went from 31 to 9, and do we need to necessarily totally address it? But then who knows, with the way that I've never seen a free agency go like this since I was in middle school. So, I mean, they could do a 1984 go Micah Parsons, and is it not shocking? Like, no, because this is how crazy things have been. If you want to shock the world, though, trade back. Like, that is the chaos that I want from the Giants. Just trade back. Be so awesome. Like, let's just add to this Aaron Rodgers, Tim Tebow nonsense. Gettleman trading back. I love it. The narrative, you add that to this and it would be awesome.
Steffi, did you see that fake rumor about the Giants and the Chargers trading together? I think that the Giants were trading back. Did you see that? What did you think? You think it was real?
It was insane. And then everyone deleted it. It was like everyone posted it and then everyone deleted it. What was going on there? Are we preparing for something? I just feel like it's coming because Gettleman has never addressed the media that he doesn't trade back. And then he went on and during the press conference said, I'm not going to get fleeced. But the way Gettleman talks and does his thing. And but he's never addressed it. So it would be pretty interesting if he does go ahead and do that.
Steffi, it's Danny Dimes, not Daniel Jones. Just call him Danny Dimes. We're
all
friends here.
Right. Well, yeah. I have different names for him, but we're on air and I won't get too crazy.
We're all friends here.
On that topic, how confident are you in Daniel Jones?
I am
on a scale of 1 to 10.
Oh, was
Gotta
it
be
going to be 7? Because if it was 7, I would have picked 7. So I'll pick 10. Yeah. So I'm very confident in Daniel Jones, but this is Daniel Jones' last year of getting any type of Steffi Small support. You have no excuse at this point. You know, the O-line is the thing that does really scare me. I think there is some O-line value later in the draft, and I get that. But, you know, I would be very excited with them taking someone like Slater, who's versatile. I think Daniel Jones has been set up for failure, and now he's being set up for success. So what he does with that is up to Daniel Jones. And I think that people will maybe start to quiet down and simmer down. And Twitter should watch out, because should I be right, you think I'm bad now? Like, that's so funny. Like, if Daniel Jones ends up doing well next year, I'm going to get my account suspended.
I love it. Steffi, can we change it a little bit over to, I feel like the hiring of Joe Judge came out of left field a little bit. After this is his first season with the team, I believe.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about Joe Judge, and how do you feel like he performed in his first season?
What's your verdict?
Yeah. What's your verdict? There you go. I love that.
My verdict is Joe Judge. It doesn't get better than Joe Judge. I think that Joe Judge came in and he said, I don't care what the record is at the end of this year. We're going to do culture and coaching, and we're going to fix from the ground up. And I think he's done just that. You know, we haven't seen like this free agency alone, and, you know, getting guys like Logan Ryan to be advocating for other players to come play, for people like Blake Martinez to be tweeting, I want to be a Giant for life. Are you crazy? No one's done that stuff, you know, since the days of Brandon Jacobs and OC and all the guys that I fell in love with the New York Giants over. So I think that Joe Judge is obviously making a difference. I think the thorn in our side is obviously Jason Garrett, but I think he's also, again, like, how many
Gilbert wanted him as the head coach of the Chargers. That's who Gilbert wanted as the head coach.
He's lying, Steffi. I'm sorry.
We need to, maybe that's like an off-air conversation that we can have.
Don't cut her off, Fernando.
I'm sorry. I just had to throw that in there for
cut
Gilbert.
off here, Steffi. I'm so sorry, but Steffi, I want you on the show because I wanted a full scouting report on Kyler Fackrell. Going from the Giants to the Chargers. What are the Chargers getting in Kyler?
They're getting one of my more favorite players. Like, I'm actually was upset. That was one of my, you know, him and Tomlinson. Those ones stung a little. I think that Fackrell has a lot of potential that needs to be released. I think he shows glimpse of it, but I'm probably echoing right now, aren't I? I can hear it.
You're good.
And, guys, I can barely work a mic still. You know, it was just a month ago. But I think that Fackrell, they're very lucky.
So Joey Bosa and Fackrell should be a good combination.
Fackrell is going to be good wherever he ends up. It's the same way I felt about Gallman. It's like, how are you guys letting these players go? But sometimes the player doesn't fit the scheme, and he wasn't getting utilized the way that he should have in the New York.
Steffi, I know you got another show because you're big time now. Since we last spoke and I was on your show, I'm trying to get back on your show. I haven't got the invite just yet, but I know you're big time. And I really appreciate coming on this show for a change. But Steffi, let's talk about you. I feel like last time we spoke, it was probably maybe around training camp of the 2020 season, and you've kind of done big things now. Tell us about your shows, your fantasy shows. Yeah. You're an expert now. What's going on with you?
I don't know what's happening. I'm just here to drink White Claws and crazy things are happening. You know, last time I talked to you, I was still a medical student. I took the semester off because I'm like, why not try to talk football the rest of your life? You're not already insane. And then so I'm doing that, and I work at FTN. I do a bunch of video stuff, have a new show that just came out. My 3rd episode came out Wednesday. Is it Thursday today? Probably. Yes, draft day, Thursday. Yeah, so I have that. You know, I do my Friday show with my friend Dave Kluge. I'm no longer with Fantasy Intervention. You know, we got a lot of things going on. Everything that I do is always on my Twitter, and happy to be jumping back onto these on-beat interviews, which is obviously how we met.
Steffi, quick question. Are we going back to medical school?
Matthew Berry told me that's a lie. So apparently not. But we will see how it goes. I'm giving myself till August. I never expected. I was just a crazy person in quarantine, bored at the time, having to be back from school at my parents' house, expecting to just rant about the Giants. And now I'm working with Brad Evans and Jeff Ratcliffe, and everything is coming at me very fast. It all came very quickly, but the dream is to talk about football the rest of my life. Like, I love to, but if I have to go back to medical school, then I'll go back to medical school, whatever.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah, I think you're good.
I have one question before we let you go. I mean, if anybody else has one, but like, if the Giants went receiver, what would that mean for you? Is that when the mascara would start running a little bit, or is that what would make you cry, or are you good with that?
That'd be awesome. I mean, I think that Galladay fantasy owners are going to sob their eyes out and run through a wall probably when that happens. But is it great for the New York Giants? Absolutely. I mean, you look at someone even like Waddle, you put him on the opposite side, and the duo between him and Galladay, and people are not realizing there's so many weapons now. You gave Jason Garrett, who is already a simpleton, he already has a crappy playbook. He's got a crappy playbook. Let's think about it. He tried to treat Ingram like Witten. It didn't happen. Now he's got Rudolph. You can't get closer to Witten than Rudolph. That's as close as you're going to get, bro. Like, there you go. Okay, it's happening now. You took Saquon away. Saquon's coming back. You still have Shep. You still have Slayton. You still have – now you have Ross. You have Pettis, who people forget about. And then you bring in another guy with Galladay, and you're looking at like a really dynamic core right there. So hopefully, I'd be happy with the receiver. That's one where I will be happy. There won't be sad tears. But like, if Gettleman does some weird thing where he's like, let's draft a running back, then yeah, I'm going to cry, right?
Okay. As a fan, who's your dream pick?
Probably Smith or Slater. I'm a very big Slater girl. Slater is my OT one. So I would love to get Slater in there. Just secure it a little bit more, tighten things up, and make sure that Daniel does have the opportunity to actually produce. That's their biggest problem right now. They don't have to take a receiver, but do you pass on a generational talent if at 11 it's sitting there for you because everyone is like going quarterback crazy right now? So I think that we'll see how it goes, but Gettleman loves to disappoint, and that's what I'm preparing for.
You gotta know your GM.
Yeah.
Right. Well, Steffi, I know you got a show, so I really appreciate you coming on. And before you leave, how about we cheers, with the White Claw, and thank you for coming on to a good draft.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Steffi, when the Chargers play the Giants, we are going to have you on Compas on the Beat to talk and break that down with us.
Right.
So save the White Claw for that one.
Oh yeah, there'll be plenty. I am properly stocked up for this night. It could go one of two ways. Either way, I'm drinking White Claws.
Yeah.
Thank you, Steffi.
Shit. Is it frozen? Fine.
No, it froze.
It's on us. It's our
Thank
Wi-Fi. There we go. All right.
Okay, there.
Thank you, Steffi.
Another good one.
Man.
Good job, Gilbert.
Yeah.
And I got contacts, man.
I know.
Yeah, thank you for Steffi to coming out. She's a superstar now, so I appreciate it.
Medical. Wow, can you imagine medical school or doing this? That's incredible.
Yeah. What do you think with her? And there's a lot of people that have done this, because you guys are like, and I don't want to say old school, but you guys are like in like true media, like Sports Illustrated, Orange County Register, your print journalism. What do you
podcasters
think?
Also
now podcasters
now podcasters.
You've branched out now.
Exactly.
This is kind of fun.
It is a lot of fun. You know what's funny? Just real quick before you guys say that. My bad. I just have to say this. I have to say this. When I first met Gilbert, he was so shy. And now I feel like he's kind of branched out. He's come out. Like, he's having a lot of fun.
He means that was normal, because that's a lot of energy.
Well, bro,
having this
I got it. Charger fans again on the thing. But honestly, Gilbert has had a lot of fun with this. I know he's had a lot of fun. He's kind of come out of his shell now and had a lot of fun doing this. And I've had fun doing it with him, because we've been literally, I didn't know podcasting could be this fun, honestly. And it's a blast. Like, Gilbert and I, like, the whole week is going by, and I'm like, when it's time for compas and the Zoom link comes on and we get our microphones on, man, I get so hyped.
Absolutely.
Little inside baseball here. What do you guys think is the difference between
Go Padres? What? They beat the Dodgers. What? Fernando Tatis. What?
I'm outside of this.
No, I'm kidding. No, I'm just giving everybody crap out there.
No, I love that. I love that they are real, legitimate rivals right now. It's so much fun to be in LA with this, with that.
They give my
rivalry.
little cousin a heart attack every single week, every single day. So I just start laughing.
They're so hateable, the fucking Padres. But what's the big difference between sitting down to write and doing the beat thing versus hopping on the mic and being able to riff? And I mean, is there anything that you guys?
I'll let my compa go first.
Well, I guess for me, I'm not like Fernando. I don't know when to jump in, when to jump out for these podcasts, these conversations. And for Fernando's like boom, boom, boom. So maybe for me, it's like, I gotta, kind of match that level and get into it. But I think it's kind of like reporting. We're out on the keyboard tweeting about who's injured, who's gonna play this week, who's gonna get signed. It's the same thing on the mic. It just set up using the keyboard. I'm on this microphone right here holding this. So I think it's been fun to kind of get the whole aspect. And I feel like in 2021 you kind of need a podcast now. So it's been normal. Yeah, so it's been fun having this Compas on the Beat pre-draft show, and we went live. We streamed for an hour and 30, and we did it. It was weird.
It doesn't even feel like an hour and 30, to be honest.
We're not stopping. We're
but oh no, yeah, 100%.
We're going into your show, Ryan.
No, it's all the same.
But the thing is that I worked at NBC San Diego, so I kind of understood. I did a podcast. They have a Padres podcast called On Fryer, like it's on fire, but on fryer. It's catchy. And sometimes the guys would let me jump on with them, and it was a lot of fun, but I obviously didn't know the ins and outs of it yet. I learned a little bit, but that's what I told Gilbert. I learned a lot of what I was doing there. I feel like Gilbert and I, like when we write, we're just writing the facts. Like whatever's happening, we don't put anything behind it. We're just doing our job. Yeah, we're just doing our job on here. We can have that juice. We can do different things.
Your own personality.
Yeah. So that, and I feel like some Charger fans don't know how Gilbert and I are because we don't show that personality when we ask questions, when we jump on radio talks with other shows, stuff like that. I don't feel like Gilbert and I show our personalities. It's kind of like we're the yin and the yang. I'm the energy, and Gilbert's the guy that tries to keep me calm, keep me in check a little bit. But I'm the one that like flies off the walls. I have fun. I like talking. I like doing all that stuff, and I feel like Gilbert's the one that kind of holds the show down, really. But I feel like we've really done a good job. We fed off of each other well. The first time we had a guest, we really just went ping, ping, pong, like back and forth. And I felt like we did it well. So that's when I knew, okay, this is going to work. Like we're working well off of each other. We feed off of each other. And I feel like, honestly, last episode, Gilbert, I mean, he had some, he wasn't feeling 100%. He wasn't the Gilberto that I know. But Austin and I are talking, and I go, I feel like there's only energy coming from two guys. And then Austin goes, yeah. And Austin fed off of that and goes, yeah, Gilbert, step it up. Let's go. And then Gilbert gets all hyped up and kind of wakes up.
I'm looking at the stream of Fernando getting hyped. We need like a GIF on that. Like just like, oh, let's go.
I get excited. I get hyped. I mean, no, exactly. But this is different. Like this is different than what Gilbert and I have to do later about writing and doing all that stuff. It's a lot different. So I just really get hyped doing something like this. And again, thank you, Ryan, for letting us come on, because this is a lot of fun. Doing this kind of stuff is what really hypes us up.
No, absolutely.
It's funny because when you're writing, you're thinking all of these things in your head.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay.
Yeah.
But then when you announce it into the ether and people can kind of hear it, then you go like, okay.
And I feel like people like I said, people know more of how Gilbert and I really are. I mean, literally, we're not changing anything about who we are. We're not WWE characters where this is my persona. No, this is how, when we're at Chargers, this is how Gilbert and I both are.
Yeah.
Love it. Yeah, I know when I first told you guys, I'm like, hey, let's do a live stream during the draft. And, we'll do like 4 hours. And I could tell you didn't say this, but I could tell you were like, shit, that's like a long time. We're just going to sit. But it's like, we're going to be sitting here talking about the draft anyway.
Yeah.
Why don't we just be live with microphones and just do whatever we want and have a good time?
No, and the thing is, I feel like Gilbert and I have never done that. We're used to sitting there at the Chargers facility and kind of
Chargers Park.
But honestly, shout out to the Chargers. They usually get us they get us bomb food. We're sitting there. Like literally, there was one draft where they got us bagels for breakfast, like bagel sandwiches. They got us In-N-Out for lunch, and then they got us like some barbecue spot for dinner. So it was like one of those things where you're like, oh my God, like you're leaving there full, but it was like they feed you well. But like we're just used to sitting there watching the TV and writing.
Yeah.
Like we're not used to doing all this out of the box kind of stuff. So it's honestly a lot of fun.
Oh yeah.
Guys, we're 15 minutes out before the draft. What's
Who's the band that's playing right
1407.
Don't know.
Is it the Foo Fighters?
I don't know
Sounds
who
like
it
I
is.
can't hear. I can turn the volume up.
But
Someone that's watching comment who the band's playing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we
watch
can't get
us
hit
talk
by
at the same
copyright.
time and drink. So-
well,
Yeah,
well, guys, I feel like maybe the first 3 picks are a little somewhat set. Maybe we're not sure on Mac Jones
Okay, let's
yet.
let's get into that.
Oh, 3 picks.
At
2
3,
picks,
is it
right?
Mac Jones? Is it Trey Lance? Is it Justin Fields?
It's Aaron Rodgers.
The
okay.
trade.
Actually, no. I meant to say this
No,
while
it's
you
good.
were talking.
I talk a lot.
According,
I could tell.
this is not, but according to Mark Schlereth, there is a deal done.
What? Wait, what?
With Aaron Rodgers and the
With Aaron
49ers?
Rodgers, no,
And
with
a
Aaron
team.
Rodgers and a team.
And a team.
According,
If it's Mark Schlereth, I think they're trying to
Would
they're
you-
trying to
I
throw
mean,
us off.
Schlereth is
you-
pretty much with the Broncos. I mean, he lives in.
I don't
Denver.
think it could be with the Broncos.
Wow.
I'm just
They're-
saying
they're
what
the kind of
I
team
what
that
I
goes
saw.
after an old quarterback, his arm's about to fall
Right.
off.
Do you
Get-
think
get
it
a
would
pay
be
for
like?
him.
Do you
Peyton
guys
Manning
feel
came when he was
like?
37 and they went to the Super Bowl twice? So
Do you guys feel like if
Okay.
he went back to the 49ers, do you think it's redemption a little bit for the 49ers for missing out on him back in 2005
when Alex Smith,
Yeah, with Alex Smith. Yeah, yeah,
what
yeah.
a timing.
and getting him? Do you guys? I
The
mean,
man who wore Aaron Rodgers Aaron Donald as a backpack this year.
I mean, I don't know. I'm honestly, where did he say it? Not on his Twitter.
No, I think he was doing radio. I saw someone else. So let me be very clear
Alright.
here. I saw
Fair
someone else tweet that Schlereth is reporting
be
that, but it
careful
could
with
be on
that.
his radio show. I don't know. I'm not saying anything factual, but just to get the juices flowing.
No Packers quarterback has ever played 17 seasons with a team. Aaron Rodgers has played 16. Brett Favre 16. Bart Starr 16.
Yeah.
All 3 of them. 16?
All 3 of them 16.
I mean, Bart
And it looks
Starr
like
at
it'll stay
16,
that
that's
way.
probably a record at the time.
Looks like it'll stay that way.
That's incredible. But going back to
So who's going at 3?
I think they're
I'll
gonna
let you guys
trade it.
go.
I think the 49ers are going to get Aaron Rodgers.
Wow, that's 2 people here are really believe that.
Do you think the Niners are?
I think so.
I don't think so. Here's why I don't think the Niners will.
Chad Johnson just tweeted out, Aaron Rodgers will end up in San Francisco is what I'm being told from my sources. Heard rumblings of the Steelers as well. Let's see how everything plays
Oh,
out.
shit, so, like,
No, you said like Ocho Cinco.
Ocho Cinco
No,
said
so
it.
he's just probably messing
No,
with
you're-
it.
Oh, yeah.
now
Oh, I
think
just saw what you
based
said.
on
Cecil Lammy is the one that said that on 1043
Oh,
The
yeah,
Fan
and
now
and Lammy's
says Broncos are not taking a quarterback because they are close to trading for Aaron Rodgers. Oh, wait. Something
wait.
just came out.
Now, I would
Morton,
say that, I would
the
say
Packers are now open to trading Aaron Rodgers.
That, I would say that
AFC team is more
This is
likely.
changing fast.
John Gruden is the one coach out there that.
Can you
is
imagine the
crazy
AFC
enough.
West? Can you imagine the AFC West? Mahomes, Herbert, and Aaron Rodgers.
I kept telling
Derek
Fernando
Carr. I
that.
don't want to.
Yeah,
Let's give a shout out to Derek Carr. I don't want to be rude.
You should.
I want to be rude.
Wow.
Here's why I don't think he would go to the Niners, because if the Packers do deal him, they want to go to an AFC team. They
Yeah.
could face the Niners in the playoffs. They don't want to face Rodgers in the playoffs. AFC
That
team would be the
makes
Super Bowl
sense.
or anything. That's it. They only place
They
they'd
got the
see in
number
the Super
3
Bowl.
pick. Do you think they would? Would that
But
be
9
nice?
is not like. But 9 is not like. If it was like the Broncos
Yeah.
had like in the 20s, then
They already
yes.
dressed.
But 3, 9,
They,
The Packers
they
are
drafted
sitting at-
Justin Love.
yeah. So they already have their
Jordan Love?
quarterback, Jordan Love.
Jordan Love. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
okay, yeah, yes, he's slamming. Mark Schlereth on 104.3 The Fan says Broncos are not taking what you just read, but it was Mark Schlereth said it. Cecil Lammy tweeted it. As close to a done deal as it can be.
Wow. It's gonna break at 5 o'clock.
Well,
huh?
that's some interesting news for the AFC West.
So they would
Quite
trade the 9th
surprised.
overall pick, and that would be for the Broncos.
yeah, do you think
Yeah.
they package Locke? I don't think they. I
Why-
don't think
why would they want
because-
Locke?
Because they have Jordan Love, but Locke I think is better than Jordan Love right now. At least you have both of them.
So they would.
Or do they package Teddy Bridgewater?
Yeah.
And you get Teddy and Jordan Love. Maybe Jordan Love still needs another year. Teddy can certainly start. And then you
I
have
don't like
Love
that. I don't like the
Rodgers.
Broncos offensive line though.
They
And
fin-
they're not going to have any draft picks to really. I mean, because I'm sure they're going to trade a lot of them away. I don't like that offensive line for Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers really had a good offensive line.
Does this prove the team that takes Aaron Rodgers? Does that make them instantly a Super Bowl contender?
The Broncos,
That's any team that picks them, whether
not the Broncos.
not the Broncos.
So what do you? Let me ask you this. And everyone that watches my show knows I'm actually a Bronco fan, even though I covered the Chargers and Rams. We don't have to be shy about it. What do you not like about the Broncos' offensive line? Because I think they're a very improved offensive line.
I think they still need some help.
Because I'll just say this, and I'll let you think.
Yeah,
for the
yeah.
answer. Garrett Bowles probably should have been an All-Pro, but he's like second team All-Pro at left tackle. Dalton Reisner, rising star, third year. He's been really good. They just drafted Cushenberry last year, first year center as a rookie. So he, had his struggles, but much improved. And they have, two valuable veterans on the right side.
That's that right side that I'm a little concerned about.
Yeah, and we don't know what James is going to bring because he sat out last year with COVID. So that's the question. If James is actually like what they paid him to be, then that's
that. And that's the thing that right. And then the other thing too that we need to realize is that he's not Drew Lock. He's not going to sit in the pocket because those guys are really good at sitting in the pocket. Yeah, that's what they were good at, sitting in the pocket. But when Drew would move, that's when the offensive line kind of struggled. I remember watching the Broncos last year, the 3 or 4 times that I watched them. So now it's going to be Aaron moves around a lot in the pocket.
Yeah.
So is he going to be able to would he be able to would the offensive line be able to hold those guys down and the defenders and let Aaron move around and be able to do that? Because I don't know. Aaron gets hurt every so often. I think I heard this is the year where, he gets hurt every second or third year. I think this is the third year that he's had 2 complete seasons. So it's going to be interesting to see
they
what.
Say that about Russell Wilson too. He's
yeah.
But,
Get off your phone.
Teams that are the Super Bowl champions, but or the Super Bowl contenders, but where does this leave Green Bay if
they're going to be selecting high in the draft next year.
Yeah, for the first time ever
since before Favre.
They've had 30 years of Hall of Fame quarterbacks, and they've had 3 Super Bowl appearances. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So let me ask you guys this, because I thought about this on my drive over here as soon as this news broke. I always like comparing GMs. I think it's fun to talk about GMs and how good, how we rank them, how we rank Tom Telesco, how we rank Les Snead and all this. GMs that find their quarterback early on seem to get a huge pass because they have the best position accounted for. The Packers GMs, Ted Thompson and now Brian, I think Gunkhurst, is that how you say it?
Yep.
Really have done nothing. We just said it. 30 years of Hall of Fame quarterbacks, and you have 3 Super Bowl appearances, 2 Super Bowl wins. In those 30 years, you should have a lot more than that, I think. Are they bad GMs? I guess I should say is the question. Because you see other GMs that have done a lot of good things, but just maybe didn't get the quarterback right, and they're viewed as a bottom tier GM. But then Ted Thompson was always viewed as a top 5. John Schneider, always viewed as a top 5 GM. Kind of got lucky with Russell Wilson in the 3rd round. Really hasn't done much to help him other than that.
Well, the thing with that is if you keep winning and keep going to the playoffs all the time, I feel like the Packers are always in the NFC title game, then I think they're a good GM. That means you have other holes. Other positions. You don't have holes. You have positions filled, and you obviously got the quarterback that's going to make you good. I feel like quarterbacks get a lot of credit and deservingly so, but it's not just Aaron Rodgers out there. You see guys like Aaron Jones and you see Alexander, the corner for the Packers. They have a good team, but I feel like you make the playoffs once every 4 years, you come in and out, then maybe your job should be on the line. But if you're consistent and you got the quarterback and maybe you're not getting to the championship game the Super Bowl all the time, then maybe you need to change. But I feel like if you're just kind of in the playoffs all the time, then it's okay.
Aaron Rodgers is going to be a Bronco according to Kelly in Vegas.
Oh, so it's legit happening. Huh?
I know Kelly.
Yeah, she just tweeted it out.
Really?
Wow.
Sources now. She works for Bleacher Report.
Oh, and
how much do you think Ryan Dyrud? How much do you think John Elway was beating the drum for this from about 1:00 Pacific time?
So he said as soon as George Payton was hired that he was hands off. George Payton was the GM. He wouldn't step in. But I can't. I would be very surprised if he wasn't at least in the room saying, George, we're gonna make a move on this. We gotta look what I did when I got Peyton Manning. We went to 2 Super Bowls in 3 years. This is the guy we go get, and we're in
John Elway, Peyton Manning, and Aaron Rodgers. That would be incredible.
Yeah. None of them drafted. None of them drafted by the Broncos.
None of them drafted by the Broncos.
The Baltimore Colts.
Yeah, none of them drafted.
Why Denver always does better that way. So now what happens to Teddy Bridgewater? Oh wait.
So I wonder if he's in that. If he'd be packaged.
Josina Anderson, at least regarding Denver, I'm told one of Aaron Rodgers' attractions to the Broncos has been the sense of freedom he'd feel in the offense with the way with Elway in the building per source. Packers clearly have many things to think over, give in or not. We'll see how things unfold.
Fill us in on the offensive coordinator side of the Broncos. What would they do with Rodgers? Do you feel like on the Denver Broncos, obviously Vic Fangio is a defensive guy.
Yeah. So Pat Shurmur's the offensive coordinator, and he's done he likes to run kind of a West Coast style offense, where I think Rodgers would fit in well. We saw him have some good years in Cleveland. We saw him have some good years as OC in Minnesota, obviously, when they went to the NFC Championship game with Case Keenum as their quarterback. That's what got him the head coaching job with the Giants. So, but yeah, I think it'd be a good fit. You see all the weapons the Broncos have. I do agree with you. There's questions of offensive line, but I think it's better than people give them credit for. It's better than I think what the Packers would be going into this year, just after losing Corey Linsley and losing other people along their offensive line, where the Broncos have kept everyone. So,
Kings of Leon.
That's who it is.
There it is.
Well, that's who our friend Daniel Popper tweeted out. He's like, "Not now, Kings of Leon."
Poor timing.
I saw them in concert once.
There you go. Draft night.
All right.
So Tim Tebow, Aaron Rodgers. What more surprises are in store for tonight?
Yeah, right. Who's training up? Is it
Bro, can I just point something out, bro?
Go ahead.
We would get to see both Tim Tebow as a tight end
Oh my God.
here at SoFi Stadium and Aaron Rodgers as a quarterback of the Denver Broncos.
Can Tim Tebow go away already?
Is Jacksonville at SoFi again?
At SoFi again this year.
Talking AFC
How did that happen?
West.
Was it the 17th game?
I think it was the third. They were the third or the third best
because they were
team.
bottom team.
Yeah.
2 years ago, and then now, okay.
Yeah.
That
So
was
does John Gruden feel any kind of if Aaron Rodgers in fact goes to Denver Broncos, what is John Gruden is a
He calls John Schneider.
for
All
Russ?
Okay. Can you imagine that? All four of them in the
Mahomes,
division.
Herbert, Rodgers, and
I think this puts a little bit of, and I'll say it.
John
It
Gruden's
puts
a live wire.
it puts a lot of pressure on the Chargers to perform this year.
yeah.
If they get Aaron Rodgers, I don't know how Gilbert feels, but I feel like it would put a lot of pressure on the Chargers for them to be rebuilding. They've rebuilt in a sense, and now the Aaron Rodgers comes into the division. It just makes it a lot tougher, especially in a division that already features Patrick Mahomes.
You know what would be interesting if the trade happens, like before the Chargers pick, and the Broncos have, Aaron Rodgers, or even the Raiders, but Ryan, I know you're rooting for the other way, but Aaron Rodgers in the AFC West, and you're there at 13. What do you do? Like, you just try to trade up and get whoever you want and you make it special, or you don't change the board?
I don't know. We got to talk to Tom later tonight. I'm interested if the trade does happen. I'm going to be interested. I mean, I know Tom will probably just and Brandon will probably shrug us off, but I feel like it'd be a good, question to ask both of them about.
Aaron, would be more likely to shrug you off, Brandon or Tom?
Tom.
I feel like Brandon. Very.
I don't think. Brandon. I mean, Brandon knows him because he played against him for 2 seasons when he was the Bears outside linebackers coach, or a year, I think it was, as the outside linebackers coach. But I don't think Brandon would have too much.
Fernando, you got 30 seconds. Who the Chargers taking at number 13 before this draft starts?
I'll go JC. If they say at 13, I go JC Horn, cornerback, South Carolina.
Wow, so you stepped back on the Penei Sewell trade.
No. I said, if they sit at 13,
okay.
I go. If they trade up, I think it's going to be Penei regardless.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
That's the only reason they
I think
trade up for anyone else, right?
I think he
That's
would
all
take.
the
I think he
agreement
would
there.
take out what Tom Telesco would take out the little piece of paper, and it would say Penei Sewell over anything,
Wow.
no matter what. My bad. Gilbert, what? Who? ¿Quién? Tú dime.
You know what? I started the offseason saying left tackle or bust, and then I got away. I got to edge rusher.
This isn't a soliloquy,
I got
bro.
cornerback, so I'm going back to left tackle, and I'm gonna say Chargers get lucky tonight. Slater falls.
Slater falls.
Thir-
Slater sauce.
13.
Early.
Yeah.
I don't think
I've been
Smalls-
negative for
I don't
weeks,
think
guys.
Steffi Smalls is going to like that.
I know, but yeah.
I don't
But
think
Ryan
Giants are
was
going
saying
down,
the
though,
Giants
yeah.
have taken a lot of tackles. So
Yeah.
after you told me that, you know what? It's gonna be a good day for the Chargers. I've
Wow,
been
look at
negative
that.
for the last couple of weeks. I'm like, they're not, no Slater, no
Negative since you
horns.
got
So
here.
let's
Yeah, no.
I know.
That's obviously so. If again, nothing's finalized for those listening, but if this trade happens with the Rodgers to the Broncos, you assume pick 9 goes to the Packers. Would the Packers take a tackle at 9? I mean, they might need, or they're not going center at 9.
No, you can't get.
They're not going that, but
Okay,
with
probably.
tackle at 9, you can't go. They
Maybe
can't get a corner in the first round.
Alabama
Can you
wide
imagine-
receiver. A wide receiver.
Can you imagine if they
Now
slapped-
they get a wide
yeah,
receiver.
that'd be funny.
Now they get a
That'd be
wide
funny.
receiver.
Ironic.
The
Yeah.
ultimate, like
Jordan Love gets an Alabama wide receiver.
Exactly.
Like, get a Waddle or something.
Waddle, yeah.
I want to see that now.
I would love to see that.
All right, real quick. I mean,
I think the Chargers are trading up. I'm just that. You
Okay.
didn't ask me, but I'm saying it.
no. I was going to ask you guys,
The
what
Ryans.
pick does the Aaron Rodgers trade come down to? If it is tonight, what right around what pick do you think he gets selected?
Wait, Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, if
When
it
he
does,
gets-
if Aaron Rodgers gets traded tonight, because I think that number 9 pick has to be included.
Oh yeah.
So maybe the Broncos trade, or maybe the Broncos select for
Oh, they picked
them.
their- and then-
But
yeah.
when do you guys think? I'm going to start with Leroy. When does this? If this trade happens tonight, when does it happen? What pick?
I mean, Shanahan is eager. He is aggressive. They got the number 3 pick already. I'm gonna say the 49ers traded it. When
Oh, you think the 49ers are going to get Aaron Rodgers?
I think they're going Rodgers because Shanahan wants to see.
Oh, so he's not going to the
non-
Broncos. There you go.
I think
Leroy has the 49ers coming in last second.
Packers aren't trading him to the
I think he
Niners.
wants to see.
Sources say
Yeah, exactly.
Packers aren't trading him to the 49ers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going all in now.
Gilbert,
Okay.
What was the question? Sorry, I'm already watching the draft
bro,
already.
I need you. Necesito tu atención acá.
Okay.
No.
Is-
When do you think the Aaron Rodgers trade goes down?
Mi mama over here.
When does the Aaron Rodgers trade go down? What pick if it happens today?
Okay, so you mean the team giving up for Aaron Rodgers?
No. What pick? Like, is it pick 15? Like before what pick?
Oh,
do you
the
think the
trade
trade
today. Oh, what
Yeah.
time?
While you're thinking, I think it happens before the 9th pick.
Well, it has to be.
Thank you,
I think
Ryan.
it'll happen
You were
before
quick
the
with
9th
it.
pick.
You know what? I'll say what happened today. I'm a killjoy.
There you
What
go.
happened today?
He really is.
Whatever.
He really
Just-
is.
Just for that, okay?
You are a killjoy.
Hey,
This chair is a
there
damn
might be
killjoy.
Charger fans watching this. They don't want to see Aaron Rodgers in the AFC West.
There's a certain Charger fan looking
Yeah,
right
you
at
wanna-
you.
Danny, you don't want to see the Aaron Rodgers in the AFC West, right?
Well, you gotta say it like it is, though.
I don't know why he's so shy. He's being shy today.
Yeah, he's
Gil,
our-
do you
he's
know?
he's
You
our-
know how Daniel is,
He's our
right?
bodyguard, yeah. So he's doing his job. You know, bodyguards don't talk.
That's
Just
true.
stand there buff.
Well, this compa is going to take a quick break. I need to get some water.
Go ahead.
I'm empty, so I'll be right back.
Oh yeah, I'll be
Yeah,
there
we'll
too.
still be here. So, another report that Broncos have impressive Rodgers offer. Buzz is definitely building for Broncos making a move for Aaron Rodgers from Pro Football Talk. Boy,
It's a whole lot of Rodgers tweets.
Such a
classic
diva.
Rodgers trying to steal the limelight from these kids getting drafted.
Such a diva.
That's not even classic Rodgers. That's like not him. He's like usually like off the limelight. I feel like, but
He's a low key diva, though.
yeah. Well,
He
one would
does.
one
He
would
does.
say his time in Green Bay is in jeopardy right now. One would say.
Well, guys, you know, I feel like at number 3, keep talking about number 3, but it's going to be a quarterback for sure. We can say that, but I'm curious about number 4, Atlanta Falcons. I don't know who they're going to take.
So I
Quarterback,
have okay.
tight end, wide receiver.
You did a mock, right?
I did.
So who did you have? Where can I find it? Let's get it up on the screen.
Orange County Register,
Oh, I don't know why I asked. Stupid.
on the website, or LADailyNews.com. So I'm all over the place.
Okay. So who did you have? Who did you have go? Oh my God, OrangeCounty.com. What am I doing? Register.
I had to print mine out.
Okay, who do you have? This is your mock, Leroy. I keep on.
Leroy.
I'm still not
Ryan,
fully.
number
You
4.
have Pitts. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I think they're going to roll with Ryan another year. Matt Ryan another year. I think that's smart. I think Arthur Smith is going to do a bang-up job performing that guy.
So
Happy with that.
fun story. I don't know if you knew this. I don't know why you guys would know this, but the Believe Podcast Network, the other network that our show airs on, our president is brother-in-law of Arthur Smith.
No kidding.
Really?
So his wife is Arthur Smith's sister.
I read something where Arthur Smith's like, his family owns FedEx or something like
His
that.
dad is the
yeah,
founder
yeah,
of FedEx.
Yeah.
Wow.
That guy's a maid, I guess.
Chris.
Yeah, they come from some money. I didn't know that, so and I'm not gonna portray too much, but so my he was always at Titans game. Obviously, I knew they had the connection. Like, okay, yeah, I know you're related. And he's always doing these like crazy things. We were down at the Super Bowl in Miami, and he ended up on like Dan Snyder's yacht when we were there. And I'm like, how the heck are you on Dan Snyder's yacht?
Why is Dan Snyder every yacht?
I mean, he still has money, regardless of how good he is as an owner.
Sure.
Come to find out, well, okay, yeah, his father-in-law is the founder and owner of FedEx. So, and FedEx Field is the Washington Football
There
Team's
you go.
field.
Makes a lot of sense.
There's the connection. But yeah, I had to put those tea leaves together. So I don't know why your Orange County Register site is not loading.
Huh?
Maybe
I
just
don't
typed it
know.
wrong.
Well, I'll just.
Crash it because everybody's checking out his.
Yeah, I know.
Everyone's looking at
Like
your blog.
Ryan, gave me the plug there, but
Why didn't you tell me I put the URL wrong?
oh, I didn't see that. Yeah, let's go to the sports.
I put in orangecountyregister.com, and you could have told me it was ocregister.com.
Oh,
I probably caught some of your ideas.
no, it's okay. That's why I put it on there. But I did not pick Kyle Pitts, tight end number 4. I went with a quarterback. I gave him Trey Lance.
All right, hang on. We're finally almost. Oh, now you say it. Okay.
Should be.
All right, hold. There we go. Are we back?
Why did you go?
Yeah.
Matt Ryan's got a couple years left.
Okay, this is it, right?
Yeah, but I don't know. I just feel like when you get these veteran quarterbacks around this age in this season, something like could fall off the cliff right away. You can't really predict.
Oh, this is just your Chargers mock draft.
Oh, that wasn't okay. Sorry. You go back or we said this one right here.
Okay.
But I just feel like the whole point in the NFL is to win games, and you don't want to be picking number 4 again. So if you're the Falcons, you're thinking, okay, when's the next time we're going to be top 5 to get a quarterback? Can it happen in 2 years? Maybe not, because we're probably winning with Matt Ryan. So I think they probably thought, we're number 4. It's time to get a quarterback. We saw what the Chargers did with Justin Herbert. They got a quarterback right there. They moved on from Phillip Rivers maybe 1 year sooner. Oh, you're not subscribing, Ryan?
I guess I need to sign in. They hit me with the paywall.
Oh, you do subscribe. Subscribe to the Orange County Register. Shout out to my newspaper there.
All right,
Worth the money.
let me stop sharing this.
Get behind
all
the
A lot of plugs. Well,
my login info.
I'm gonna shout out Compass on the Beat. I'm gonna shout out my newspapers before the Chargers make their pick, and I got to head out. But I do think the Falcons are gonna take a quarterback.
All right.
Yeah, you're gonna see it right now in a couple of minutes.
Come on. No.
I don't know what.
Who's number 5 now?
Apparently, I don't know my OC Register login.
Where
Jamar Chase. I already know that one. You already know that one. Number 6.
All right. I don't know what I signed up with OC Register, but okay. So
Yeah, it's okay. I memorized them.
So I wasn't listening, but who did you say it for? Sorry, I was trying to.
Trey Lance.
Trey Lance. Okay.
For the Falcons, getting a quarterback. Time to move on for Matt Ryan. Make him for a year, but again.
I know you guys probably mentioned it, but being the new face, the new coach, get his guy in there and implement his offense. I actually have, so I went a little wild. I have the Patriots trading all the way up to 4 to take Mac Jones, and then Falcons
Number
moving
4.
back to 15.
What's the trade? What's the package?
Nah, a couple ones.
Steve?
I think from 15 to 4. So when the Chiefs moved up from 21 to 10,
what do you have
to
the
take
Niners
Mahomes,
taking?
I haven't taken Trey Lance. So the Niners taking Trey Lance. When the Chiefs moved up from 21 to 10, they gave their current first, a future first, and a third. It wasn't as much as you would think. Times have changed nowadays. I think there's a little bit more, but I don't think it would cost as much as people maybe think. If they package to move from 15 to 4, obviously this year's first, a future first, and then maybe a 3 or a 2, I think could get it done.
Well, quarterbacks cost money. We saw what the Niners did with Mac Jones. You got to give up 2 future first-round picks. So, hey, I think last year, it's kind of funny when we spoke to Bill Belichick. When the Chargers got beat by the Patriots 45-0, we spoke to Bill Belichick on the phone, and Fernando actually. To get more out of Bill Belichick. Like, were you interested in him in the draft? And he's like, well, yeah, who wouldn't be? But we're picking at the end of the draft. We can't make a move. So I started thinking about this year now. Now that the Patriots are number 15, they're on striking distance to get a quarterback. And last year told me they really wanted a quarterback like Herbert. They might do it this year now.
Yeah, I think so. And Mac Jones to me seems like he seems like a Patriot. You see those videos of him like chewing players out, all fiery like Tom Brady. He's unathletic, ran a slow 40 times, shirt off, does not have the beach bod. Like, that's a Patriot quarterback to a T. Makes too much sense. Do they trip to 4 to do it? I might be too bold for that, but
that's bold.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what I have.
You're not alone in that, though. I think the PFF board has the user board picked the Patriots to pick up by a Big Ten.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that. So,
So what's going on over here? Like that the draft started, we're getting a concert. What's going on?
I guess so. I think we're
Oh, okay. We're on the clock
finally
now.
5:11. What? 11
right.
minutes late. Now they're on the clock. Or?
If you're gonna
or is to pick in.
if you're gonna pick a lead-in band, who would you have pick the? Who would you
like
pick
walk-up song?
Yeah. Like what song are you going into the draft with?
Like if you were being drafted?
No. If you were designing the draft, who are you gonna cast as the?
Well, for me, it's Bad Bunny. You know, I'm all about reggaeton, so that's my walk up. But hey, speaking of walk up, we see Roger Goodell coming up, so it's gonna.
Turn it up a little bit. Get the booze up.
No booze.
Welcome to the 2021 NFL Draft. Come on, Cleveland.
Yeah, those are pretty weak.
They're booing.
Come out of my basement for nothing. Let's go.
I'm bummed we don't get drunk Roger Goodell this year, though. That was so great last year. His basement with his like Reese's Pieces.
I have a few friends here with me. Let me introduce them.
Uncle
even though
Roger.
They don't need to be introduced to Brownie fans.
Denver Post, yeah, or 9 News, yeah.
Robert Landry.
While there are various sports out there on Aaron Rodgers and the Broncos, I'm told the Broncos are not engaged in talks with Green Bay at all.
Wow.
Wow.
Good, Ryan.
Bernie
Take a break or
Kosar.
two, okay?
Yeah,
I'll be back.
Big Joe Thomas.
Taking your seat.
That is something, because, yeah, Callista's very connected.
We all agree that over the past season, one thing that we missed the most was all our fans, all of you. And we can't wait.
Jay Glazer said on Fox Sports Rodgers is not going to San Francisco.
Well, shit.
And we can't wait.
It's going to be a wild couple hours.
First Energy Stadium and every stadium across the league this season. So tonight, to celebrate our fans, we're going to have an NFL fan from out here that's vaccinated come up to this stage for each draft pick tonight and sit in that chair. So I'm going to let Jarvis and Bernie pick the Jaguar fan who comes up first.
There's like a throne up there just to hang out on.
It's an old man chair. I hope they get an old man. There's no old man Jaguar fans though.
All right, we
Not
got a
many.
winner. We got a winner. Hang on 1 second, because I'm going to ask Joe Thomas to give his little pregame speech to get you a little fired up before we start tonight. So big show.
Yeah, I don't know why they're already starting late, too.
Is it?
Here we go. Here we go, Brownies. Here we go. How about this night, Cleveland? Let's get this draft started.
She's got Jaguars green in her hair. I like it.
I'm good. Yeah. All right. All right. What's the over-under? How long they take to get this pick in?
I'm going to say 7 minutes and 57 seconds.
2021 NFL draft is now.
Do it now.
If any of you guys have Wi-Fi on your phone, you want to just turn it off.
And so here we go. It's a celebration in this wonderful city and everywhere that they love the sport. They are ready in Jacksonville. They probably could have been expect the moment the season ended. But no night is more fun than the NFL draft, and that is how we are approaching this.
Yeah,
That's how they're
we're still. You
in
can.
Jacksonville. That is the state.
We're just hanging out.
In Jacksonville, where tonight they have not one, but 2 first-round picks. We know what the first will be. The second we shall see. They are picking first.
Right.
In franchise history, winning week 1 and
It might be at the top of Niners Reddit right now.
You? Oh, what'd you say? Oh,
Niners fan prospect trading for Aaron Rodgers.
is that John Mayer?
Yeah.
There it is. Love it.
3 votes.
It's a fascinating combination if you think about it. One of the most successful college coaches and one of the most successful college quarterbacks taking their talents together to the National Football League and trying to.
All right. So you think they go? You think they go down to 2 minutes basically to call this pick in finally?
Yeah, whatever that is. 2 minutes and change. I am nowhere near Reddit.
True freshman, never lost a regular season game either in college or in high school, so he has been spectacular. And Mel Kiper, you have been doing this draft for 40
Oh, they just got it. Okay.
I think my Reddit post might be the most obscure, but it's a good case.
Reddit's a wild, wild place.
It hangs with me. Somebody called one of my things a puff piece. Sticks in me. Can't shake
People are brutal on Reddit, dude. Brutal.
I realize that, dude.
Yeah, I stopped reading the comments because it just got.
Be nice on Reddit people. Or don't.
Historical high grade for Trevor Lawrence. Think about where he is right now. And is there the thing? Something a little cute. I'm not putting that nonsense that Zach Wilson over Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence, number 1 quarterback, historically great. He's done it all in Clemson. They won a national title as a true freshman in 2018. Played for it again this past year. Loses top 2 receivers. You think about, okay, Justin Ross is going to be the guy. He was injured once they were playing. T. Higgins is with the Bengals. 4 starters on the offensive line gone. And here's Trevor Lawrence making accurate strikes down the field to all levels. And the legs, the ability athletically to beat teams running the football. He did that throughout his career. Did it against Ohio State. Bring that back.
Getting projection as well.
Undeniable. Think about a guy who rushed for nearly 1,000 yards in his career, and 18 touchdowns. Never lose a regular season game at high school or in Clemson. And his 2 losses, one to Joe Burrow and then one to Alabama, is a team loss. You think about what happens there with Justin Fields.
And he shot
Jacksonville
shocked the world. Think someone else?
Think about what happened the year prior to that.
I mean,
Joe Burrow, LSU, federal
there's like
law.
maybe 1% chance to take Justin Fields because,
The team just wasn't good
you know,
And I think we look at Trevor moving
Yeah.
forward, he's going to be asked because Urban Meyer took this
he doesn't
job.
seem like
He
that
had-
kind of
he
punk
was
rocker
gonna be
though.
guaranteed to be a
No, I
Jaguar.
don't think so.
Jimmy Johnson, who was his quarterback right away, was Troy Aikman. Resulted in Super Bowls for both. I think we look
He
at
never
Trevor
cut his
Lawrence
hair.
and Urban Meyer together. That tandem, Jaguars.
You know, Herbert set a great precedent by getting a really bad haircut, and I think that should be continued.
What is the single most
What I want to know is how did Justin Herbert grow his hair back so fast?
He's got that. He's got that Tom Brady HGH going on.
Something. He cut it what? Like 5?
Use his strength. Get him outside the pocket. Play action pass. They better major in some RPOs. They better major in the run game. Don't allow this kid to try to throw the football 35, 40 times. But when you construct a team, you talk about a rookie quarterback.
Oh, yeah.
So their defense has to be better.
It's kind of
But I was in that Wednesday, he had something with his hair. We were like, what is going on with him? Like,
That was what?
yeah.
So he does that, and then it's now April, and he has like already flowing off. It's pretty long. It's impressive.
Tom Brady, HGH. It's a human growth.
Well, something. Look into it. I don't think I could definitely could grow it that fast.
A little out route. And you see it's a nice easy throw.
Where's Tyrod Taylor right now?
Houston.
It's exactly the same thing. He's just that he's just going to run.
Get him 10
Just kind
million.
of
How old is
semi
he?
on the outside
Yeah.
here.
It's not in such a phase.
And then he just takes off downfield. It's a
Backup
touchdown.
salary.
It's the perfect marriage.
Starter.
Then play action
Huh?
pass.
Maybe
Play
started.
action is a huge part of
With the mess going on down there.
what level you're talking about. Again, 2018 against Michigan, Ohio State. Here you have the play action read. You have number 3, the guy in the slot, number 3.
What are they doing over right now? Are they showing Dwayne Haskins?
Why are
they showing Dwayne Haskins?
It makes people stare at the quarterback. It opens up passing lanes. Just down the
Aaron, I
field.
guess.
Here's Trevor again at Clemson. The same route design, the same play action look. Look at the backside safety. He gets caught too short. He never sees this deep overall coming. And Trevor just lays it in there perfectly. These are the exact same formation, the exact same plays, the exact same ball handling. Urban Meyer's already done it. Trevor's done it. That's what you need.
3 minutes, 30 seconds left.
In there.
Minute and change.
You said 2 what?
I'm gonna say there's 2:25 left.
Yeah, and I checked in with him again just a little while ago. His feeling right now, he said, is overwhelming relief. After all, his love affair with Lawrence
more
started
hateable.
2 years ago. First time he saw him play in person, he was so impressed with his size.
Urban Meyer.
That was seared in his soul.
Left him disgraced a few
All that
places.
said,
Yeah.
they still did their
Yeah.
due diligence on 3 quarterbacks. But
Yeah,
once they
partially,
were sure Trevor was their guy, they went from
Not that I
indoctrination
hate more than
to
something.
actual installation. They have been installing the Jags offense
Oh,
with Trevor
come on,
Lawrence
guys. Let's
since
just,
February. Once they
should have been
got
called
through
in
the
right in.
5 Zooms, then everything has been on the phone, nothing in person, so it's all been by the book. Now, all that said, Meyer said it doesn't guarantee that Lawrence will be the day 1 starter. He doesn't believe in throwing a young quarterback to the Wolves. He watched what happened with Alex Smith, number 1 overall in 2005. Remember, he said that
I didn't
really
make it.
scarred him as a
2:10.
coach. Will never let that happen to a young quarterback again. Adam?
Well, Susie, Trevor Lawrence wore number 16 at Clemson to honor his mother's favorite college
Foggy out
player,
there.
Peyton Manning. And earlier this month at the Masters,
Nice to be in LA,
Peyton Manning
that's
had
for
a chance
sure.
to bump into Trevor Lawrence, and they had a conversation in which Peyton Manning told Trevor Lawrence that the Jaguars head coach Urban Meyer needed to play him every play
There's a
of
glitch.
every game so that he could break Peyton Manning's record.
Like, no, you can't start back over.
So Peyton Manning is pulling for Trevor Lawrence to break that record, and he told him that much at the Masters this month, Brady. It's such a funny story, and
Nice,
here,
so
take a look at those
Masters,
jerseys on
they
there
have
on UNC. Look at that. There he is. He's got the Tennessee jersey on there. But, Booger, you made a good point when you and I were talking yesterday, that there are similarities beyond this. All the expectations on Peyton, and he exceeded them. And Trevor Lawrence has done the same to this point. I can't think of a lot of people that have had the expectations.
Is that the best comp, Trevor Lawrence?
And they've met or exceeded all those expectations. There's no doubt.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, I don't think they're copies plays that. I think just the fact that he said he was number 16.
You can see on your screen.
I hope that's not their top. I don't think that's it. That's top at all.
For quite some time. Again, tonight is a night that is going to change dramatically after pick number 2. This is something of a coronation for Trevor Lawrence here. And we have quite a good idea where the New York Jets will go after that. And then once we get to San Francisco at 3 and Atlanta at 4, the tone of the night will change. But in Jacksonville, they are excited. Urban Meyer made this decision just to come back and
We rejuvenate with the Jets going, but jump back on here and near the Chargers pick.
One last question. You're a Jaguars fan. Where are you on top 10 Jaguars moments for this? Is this the top moment for Jaguars fans?
I think the first overall pick.
Yeah. Is this the hope of the future, the great white hope?
I don't
Of,
I don't sound disrespectful, but I feel like the Jaguars don't have too many like top moments.
No.
Back with Mark Brunell and Jim Harlow, and they made the playoffs in their early years.
Here we are.
Official pick finally.
With the first pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Trevor Lawrence.
All right. Pretty easy, no surprises.
Delayed reaction or just they don't. There you go. There you go.
Again, it was much more of a coronation than a competition for Trevor Lawrence. And still the moment.
So there's actually people that bet a lot of money on like how long the picks take.
Oh sure, yeah. I love
Someone
that.
took like the under, like okay, it's a sure thing. They took literally until the last minute.
Take their talents to the NFL together.
Well, Jets are on the clock now.
It's got to be Zach Wilson, right? This will be more interesting.
Yeah.
Once we get past these first two, really
All right,
start
next
talking
up is
speculation.
J.E. Before they had a decision to make, and by that, of course, I mean they had a quarterback they drafted just 3 years ago. They could have chosen to build around, and as you will know by now, they did not. Sam Darnold traded to Carolina. Mel, one last time, as we see what they got back for him. One last time. Was that the right decision the Jets made?
I didn't agree with it, Brady. I would have stuck with Sam Darnold. I had Josh Allen ahead of Sam Darnold when he came out into the draft out of the collegiate ranks. Sam obviously turnover board issue at USC. Did he fix that? Well,
I like probably younger than you.
I think I'm a little older than Matt Ryan.
Against 5 playoff teams. You think about Sam Darnold, like the best is yet to come. He's
The worst
23 years of age. He went through trials and tribulations with the Jets.
It's good that the life of the writer lasts a little bit longer than the life of the athlete.
Yeah. The worst is like hockey and basketball. These kids are 18 making millions of dollars. At least the NFL, they have to be like, they're like 20.
Yeah.
I would have stuck with Sam. They didn't. Joe Douglas fell in love with that arm talent. He said, hey, we're picking 3. We're keeping Sam. But he loved Zach Wilson. And I think that arm talent, that ability that people say is like Mahomes, like, I'm not buying. But the improvement he showed, guys, this year.
I think the big question now is Urban Meyer, right? Can he make the jump from college to the pros? And that's not like there's no guarantees there. And the Jaguars don't have that kind of infrastructure that's going to guarantee a quarterback is going to be successful in the first 1, 2, even 3 years.
Yeah, many college coaches have.
I realized this whole time I've had my mic turned off for this last little bit.
Oh no.
I think I meant to turn that one off. Technical diff. We're good. So we'll see if he's one of the ones that can change that. Harbaugh did pretty good for a few years.
I mean, arguably at this point, Harbaugh's a better pro coach than he was ever a college coach.
Yeah, he did some good things at Stanford, but they never like won anything really. They, he made that program into something.
Yeah.
That's a good question then. Who all right, let's let you hold this so I can hear you better.
All right.
Who
was the last college quarterback that?
No, who was the last? Or okay, off the top of your head, try to rank college coaches that have had success at the NFL level. I would think Pete Carroll's probably up. I'm not saying one, but up there.
I mean,
he had a bad first stint, but countered with the Super Bowl.
Sure. I think he landed on his feet. I mean, Jimmy Johnson comes to mind.
Dallas obviously won a Super Bowl there. So
I mean, I'm thinking of the premier coaches that are in the NFL now, and they've all come through they've all kind of worked their way up somewhat through an NFL kind of, whether it's Kyle Shanahan or Sean McVay, I would say. I mean, they both cut their teeth definitely in the NFL. I mean, I can't off the top of my head, I can't think of anybody that came from college football.
Yeah, because you had, Nick Saban had failed in
Sure.
the NFL. Or I don't even know if he really failed. He quit. Who else has been some that have made the jump and didn't quite pan out? I feel there's been quite a few, but the only ones I can think of that really success would be Pete Carroll, Jimmy Johnson.
I mean, and Jimmy Johnson's name rings big, right? Because he made that Herschel Walker trade that kind of set the standard for kind of how to build an NFL franchise from the bottom up. And that's interesting because that's kind of how you need to think when you're coming into the NFL. How do you take a franchise that's at the very bottom? If you're Urban Meyer, you got to be thinking about, how do I protect Trevor Lawrence from now on? Because, I mean, Joe Burrow just did not protect him, and it seems like that's the thing that derailed his rookie season and propelled Justin Herbert to that top, rookie of the year kind of level. I think maybe if Joe Burrow had hung in there and been a little bit more protected, he may have edged Herbert out.
Yeah, it would have definitely came down to it because they were neck and neck up into that, and it probably would have came down to which team had more wins, which I think is dumb. I don't think that should matter, or it would have come down to Justin Herbert being the number 1 overall pick versus number 6 overall pick. So
sure,
Fernando's not sitting here. I'm switching these chairs. This thing's been killing me all day.
Oh, here we are with the Jets. Pick is in. It's locked. 99%.
There it is. Official.
Robert Saleh is another interesting.
Yeah, you know a good amount about Saleh. What do you think of him now as a head coach for these Jets?
I mean, it's so hard to say. I mean, I think that is probably the question of this offseason. Urban Meyer has obviously had a track record. Saleh has not. He's kind of cut his teeth as a rah kind of guy.
Yeah,
and he's definitely that. But how much of a defensive mind is he actually? How much of a head coach is he at the end of the day? And that's the. I mean, I'm all.
Actually, turns into a great defensive mind, as you said, rah guy, but will that translate over to leading the entire team? But I think was highly sought after, and I think the Jets were obviously extremely excited to get him. So
yeah, and they need a culture person to.
They did, yeah.
Push
they to reset
to yeah. I mean, Adam Gase is not it was a bad hire, definitively.
Yeah, that guy shouldn't get another job ever again. I wouldn't think.
I mean, I hope not.
I wouldn't think. If a team gives him one, that'll be shocking.
That they're going to make a trade here somewhere for Aaron Rodgers. Highly disputed take on that. Is Mac Jones or is it one of the two up?
This is like the most unknown pick. It feels like it, even though
this is where the draft starts.
It should be the third most known pick, considering they traded it up and gave up so much to get there. I know Rams fans want it to be Mac Jones.
They do. They certainly do. I don't blame them. I don't blame them. I think Aaron Donald can get to Mac Jones. I don't know if they can beat that 4.4 speed of Justin Fields.
Yeah. Yeah, this is officially, I think, the draft starts right now.
Yeah.
We knew the first two, so here's where things will get interesting.
You know what? I wouldn't believe it until the day it happened, but this is exactly what I was hoping for. I'm so excited for the opportunity. I know we're going to have something special, and so I can't wait to get to work.
I'm going to stretch my legs before the so you're on your own. Talk to the people.
What's up, people? You got any questions? Ask me any Rams questions, any Niners questions, any NFC West questions, any late night radio questions. You want to ask me how to woo a lady? It all. I had it all.
I'll jump back on for a little bit. Here's where the draft really starts, in my opinion.
That's what we were just saying. Is
man, does everybody have good hair in Zach Wilson's family?
Mormons pride themselves on good hair. Dispute me on that, people. Bring it. Mormons, great hair. Except for
Jets' first round draft picks: Joe Namath, Richard Todd, Ken O'Brien, Chad Pennington, Mark Sanchez, Sam Darnold, Zach Wilson. I don't know, nice. Joe Namath was probably the last great one.
You don't think the butt fumble qualifies for a honorable mention? No, don't even answer that. Don't answer that. That's
49. Here we go.
Here we go, people. 3 minutes and change. 49ers. They're going to go from emerald green to 49ers red. Aaron Rodgers in play. Zach Fields is in play. 49ers fans, who do you want?
They're just hanging out. They're having fun.
Oh, they're clapping now. They've decided. Is this Joe Cool?
I'm going to work mode now.
Come on, bro.
All right.
Can a pro football team base
There's Mac Jones.
That's a good question. You mean you're referring to Trey Lance, obviously?
Yeah. I mean, he's kind of number two pick.
So Mac Jones
favorite.
and Justin Fields are not on the phone right now. Well, he's on his phone, but he's just texting.
I think it's to be Trey Lance.
Tell us, Mel Kiper, who they're going to take.
You know he doesn't know.
Booger McFarlane.
You know he don't know.
He doesn't know.
I actually liked him on his little
He's got the
card
CTE
thing on Monday
wrinkle.
Night Football.
That Booger Mobile or
Yeah,
whatever
the
it's
Booger
called?
Mobile.
Yeah. That'd be
No
fun.
good.
That'd be fun to do. Just be on that little thing.
Yeah, it
just
would.
Cruising up and down the sidelines.
I just know a lot of fans would be. A lot of fans were so angry.
Because he blocked the
He
view,
would
right?
block their view on Monday Night Football games.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's going to be Trey Lance.
It
too.
resets. The pick
Oh,
must
the
be
pick is in.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, here we go. Niners are in. This is when the draft starts.
So what are we saying? I say Trey Lance.
I'm
I
saying
say Trey
Justin
Lance.
Fields.
Trey
You
Lance.
say Fields. We got it in the gallery. Trey Lance.
He's taking Mac Jones.
So 3 Lances, 1 Fields, 1. I have no idea. So no Mac Jones. Okay.
That's what's in the
Trey Lance. There we go. Yep, Trey Lance. All right. I'm 3 for 3 so far in the mock. Well, how do you feel, Trey Lance? How do you feel about that?
I mean, that I feel better about that than Mac Jones.
Better
I
than
think.
Mac Jones, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the Kyle Shanahan offense with a boring quarterback several times. I would love to see. I've heard several people chime in. I'd love to see this player. I'd love to see this player. I'd love to see this player in the Shanahan offense. And it's time that we get that the 49ers fans get somebody interesting, somebody fun, somebody not boring. And Mac Jones is utterly boring.
Yeah. Trey Lance makes sense for him. Gives him something. And it makes sense, too, because they said they said that Jimmy Garoppolo was in their plans. So this gives Trey Lance a full year
to
chill and hang out.
And they took Solomon Thomas over Patrick Mahomes, and you can't.
And Deshaun Watson, yeah.
That's
Wait, okay.
difficult. Here we go.
Okay, we'll let the pick officially, but it's Trey Lance.
San Francisco 49ers select Trey Lance, quarterback, North Dakota State.
Not a huge eruption from the San Francisco fans, but it's not Garoppolo. It's not Mac Jones.
Now we're officially 10 picks away.
I'm 3 for 3 on my mock, guys. Now is New England going to trade up to pick 4? That's how I have it. I don't know if it's getting that crazy.
In the for the case
showing
of
my mock on the screen there for you guys watching.
For the case of Atlanta moving down, they have a really bad financial situation.
Yes, they do. They're like hundreds of thousands clear. Like that's it, barely.
Yeah, just by the skin of their teeth. So there's a chance that a trade down is imminent.
Let me ask you this: since do you follow the Niners?
Sure.
To me, Kyle Shanahan is seen as like great coach in the NFL, which he's a great offensive mind. John Lynch is seen as a very good GM so far in his early tenure. 3 years ago, you mentioned it. They had the opportunity for Patrick Mahomes or Deshaun Watson. They took Solomon Thomas, but it wasn't even the pick of that. It was the fact that they said to everyone that Brian Hoyer was the quarterback to lead them to the future, and then they took someone in the 3rd round. Should Kyle Shanahan get a little more heat, or
he should
just because they went to the Super Bowl? That's why he's kind of free and clear and considered like a top 5 coach.
Well,
you can weigh in too.
Yeah.
I agree on both counts. I think that Shanahan getting them to the Super Bowl is should give him a little
usually
bit.
Buys you time, yeah.
It should buy him time, but like, I like to let's admire some. I'm an admiring field Trey Lance here.
Let me ask you guys. Oh, my bad.
No, say it.
I have a question that I just saw posted on Twitter. Where in the hell does Mac Jones go now?
No, it's the Patriots. It's just a matter of where the Patriots pick him. If they trade up or if he falls all the way to 15.
Is there another landing spot for him before? Do you see Denver?
The only other team I could see would be Washington.
Yeah, I can see Washington.
But
Washington loves the Alabama system. They have a lot of defensive Alabama players on their team.
But they also took Dwayne Haskins from the Alabama system, and that did not work out. So,
because it was
Dwayne Haskins.
Who's the coach of
Ron Rivera?
No. Who's the coach of Ohio State now? Day?
Yeah,
Ryan Day.
Yeah. But I think Washington, speaking of Ryan Day, is much more interested in Justin Fields. So I think they'll be able to play.
Dwayne Haskins is with Pittsburgh now, huh?
Yeah, backing up Ben Roethlisberger. So
backing up Mason Rudolph, who's backing up Ben Roethlisberger.
There we go. Yeah. 3rd string, yeah. So I think Mac Jones, I think New England's the spot.
There's no other landing spot for him before that.
There's not the Broncos.
They're not going to go to he's not going to the Lions.
Yeah, not Carolina.
Carolina?
No.
Can you imagine if the Lions
if they traded Teddy Bridgewater because they felt good enough about Sam Darnold, they're not going to use their 1st round.
Anthony Lynn molded a quarterback last year.
What's our girl's name from the Giants? What's the lady?
Touche.
Stephanie Smalls.
Shout
out.
Mac Jones, you saying?
Mac Jones to the Giants?
That'd be classic. That would be one of the ones she'd probably cry about.
I don't want,
that she was talking about.
Vikings, no. So, yeah.
Trey Lance told Melissa Stark, I just found out 2 minutes ago. So it didn't even, not even he knew.
They kept it close. Apparently I knew. Kudos, guys. Anyone want to be like, Ryan, good job. 3 for 3.
Brady.
Oh, you know what? I had New England jumping up and grabbing Justin Fields now. Who's on the phone? Oh, it's him.
So you had New England jumping to 4
to get
I
Justin
did too,
Fields.
but you haven't taken Fields. I haven't taken Mac Jones.
Taken Fields.
Okay.
To me, the reason
see.
why is because I think the Patriots are trying to get into the new age, and the new age kind of is that quarterback that can run, that can move, that can do all that stuff. And I thought, because they already did it with Cam Newton, so I thought New England would do it with Justin Fields and really get a leg up on it. But I mean, if they go another route, I can understand it too. But to me, because I thought Jimmy G was going to go there, and I thought it was because at one extent, Bill Belichick is already, I mean, let's face it, he's 69 or 70 years old.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't want to restart with another quarterback and do this again. He wants somebody who's already ready. Jimmy G's been in his system. He likes him. He literally put the keys to the team on Robert Kraft's desk and said, I'm done, because he wanted to keep Tom Brady and get rid of
Jimmy G.
Jimmy G. Quarterback selected in the first, second, third.
Does
Jim Plunkett, Archie Manning, Dan Pastore.
That was I learned this from the Jeopardy game with the Desai guys. That was the last quarterback.
Achilles Smith was my brother's quarterbacks coach at St. Augustine High School a couple of years ago.
Oh, 1, 2, 3. I thought you were saying rounds. I'm like, why is that?
Remember all
why
the
is that
crap
cool
that
fact?
Donovan McNabb got in that draft? I remember they were booing him out of the damn stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Trey Lance on Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm excited to learn from him.
Yeah, because Lance is not starting day one. Unless there's that report that's saying the Patriots are, like you said, trying to get Jimmy.
Do you think they're going to trade for Jimmy Garoppolo? I mean, what are they?
The thing is that pick is in for Atlanta.
I
think
wow.
Cam Newton's good. The only thing is that I think his arm is shot a little bit. Like, I don't think he has that same arm velocity he had a couple of years ago. But I mean, they were 7-9 last year. They didn't do that bad. So I mean, I don't know. I think it would be a smart move to get Jimmy Garoppolo if you get him for cheap and you get him to restructure his contract. But that's a big if. So this is gonna get. I think the pick right now is Kyle Pitts.
If they didn't trade, it's Kyle Pitts. Yeah.
Can you imagine if they get Justin Fields? Are you saying Fields? Ooh, Gilbert Manzano.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Alberto taking. Gilbert's in the peanut gallery, still hanging out. They need me. Easy guy.
Man, this show's changed so much. I remember, the only simple factor is that Mel Kiper's still there, but Ryan Reynolds cut out. I remember when it was John Gruden and all these other guys, and now it's just completely changed.
Do you want me to say what the pick is? I got it on Twitter.
I already got it too.
Okay, so do we want to announce it or? I got it right? No, you got it wrong.
No, you got it wrong.
You look good doing it though.
Kyle Pitts is the pick. For watching our stream, gets it quicker. Is that a good pick for them?
I think so.
I mean, Kyle Pitts is a generational player, but they need so much defensive help. Is the plan just score more points?
I think their offense is going to score a crap ton of points next year. I think if they don't trade Julio Jones, it's him, Julio Jones. Calvin Ridley's the guy that I don't think anybody's talking enough about.
So good.
We saw him last year, and Gilbert and I couldn't believe when he threw that. Was it him? No, Justin Gage threw him that pass. Remember Justin Gage, the receiver, threw that long pass, and he was torching the Chargers secondary all game long. And honestly, so I think Calvin Ridley's very. Todd Gurley hasn't signed anywhere, has he?
No, still a free agent, which is crazy.
So,
and Arthur Smith had Derrick Henry. Like he needs his Derrick Henry.
Oh, look,
so that's why I had the Falcons trading back, and then they could trade back and take Najee Harris, who could be their Derrick Henry. They're not going to take him at 4.
Yeah, so I definitely think this is a good pick. The only thing is how much does Matt Ryan have left? Can Matt Ryan still lead these guys?
Is he 35?
He's 35, 36.
He's got a lot left.
No, well, yeah, but I'm just saying, can he put aside all the, not the dumb stuff that he's done, but some of the stuff that he's done that you're Yeah. So I'm interested to see. I'm interested to see how he's able to perform with this team. But if Julio Jones can stay healthy and the defense does a good job, if they're decent, I feel like the Falcons might be able to sneak back into the playoffs, especially because the Saints might fall off a little bit because of Drew Brees is now gone, and I don't know how good Carolina is going to be next year.
Yeah, the NFC South is an interesting division.
It is,
sure.
and I always want to say the New England Patriots, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They were able to re-sign all 20. They were able to re-sign all 22 starters.
Yeah, how the hell does that happen?
And they got Antonio Brown back.
How the hell does that happen?
It's incredible. I mean, it is just incredible. But
first time in 2 years. Not to cut you off.
No, you're good.
Because when the Chiefs won, they like barely lost.
They had 21. Yeah, 21 of the 22.
Like one guy.
Yeah.
And the Bucs lose no one. I remember when the Broncos won in 2015, they lost like half the roster.
I know. No, and honestly, everybody needs to watch out because I don't see anybody in the NFC really that can go up against Tampa. That defense, the team, and then if Aaron Rodgers is having beef and possibly out of there, who can really compete against Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? So,
when everyone talks about Brady, but yeah, their defense is
legit. No, their defense is legit. But now my question is, what if they skate all the way to the Super Bowl? And because the AFC is. It's literally a Royal Rumble, WWE Royal Rumble match.
Yeah.
There's a lot of young quarterbacks. You got Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Zach Wilson now is added to the AFC. You got Trevor Lawrence. Yeah. Man, you're adding a lot of really young and there's some that Deshaun Watson still in. I know I forgot some names, but the AFC is loaded with a lot of young quarterbacks, and they're going to be good for a while. The NFC really doesn't have all that much. I mean. What Arizona challenges, but that their defense is okay.
Yeah,
their offense will be high powered.
Yeah,
but I just don't see anybody really competing against Tampa, to be honest, just because of how good they are.
That's such an interesting point. If Green Bay moves on from Aaron Rodgers, which is expected, like who is the powerhouse then? I mean, the Niners are kind of
they're lurking. If it's is
Rams
it Jimmy G or
are
Trey
always
Lance?
right there.
Rams will be there.
But
Rams beat Buck. So the interesting with Tampa, and it's hard to say anything bad because they won the Super Bowl, but they beat going into the playoffs. Yeah. They had one win against a team that was over 500. So I'm not saying their team isn't good, but then even in the playoffs, their first round matchup was against Washington. It was a team under 500.
Yeah,
and then they got
and Washington took them to the limit almost.
And
like
Washington played them well.
They won, but Washington held their own.
Washington played them well, and then they played a Saints team where Drew Brees played awful. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Drew Brees played terrible. 3 picks that were like handoffs to them.
Yeah, but that Green Bay game really impressed me.
Green Bay, they look good. So if you include those 2 games, they had 2 really solid wins going to Super Bowl, and then obviously they absolutely dominated the Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah, we can talk about the Chiefs offense line, all that, but still, they beat the Kansas City Chiefs. The Kansas City Chiefs didn't lose. Tampa Bay won. But I'm just saying that because now as we go into a new season, yes, they're getting one back, but I think there are teams that can compete. I get what you're saying, but I think there are teams that are more competitive than I think we are leading on to at that point right now. Yeah.
Give me 2.
The Rams. The Rams beat the Bucs last year. They were one of their wins.
Yeah, but that was before the Bucs snapped out of it. That was before
that was like week 12.
No, I know, but the Bucs then went on their bye week, and that's when they really snapped out of it. They got serious, and then they ended up winning the rest. They never lost a game after losing to the Rams. So that's what really when they snapped out. That's what a Brady team does. They always
that's fair.
Remember when they got the crap beat out of them by Kansas City, and they said the end of an era, and this is over.
When he was with New England.
When he was with New England, they snap out of it, and boom, they come back and they end up winning. So that's the thing to me. That's what really separates Brady from a lot of different quarterbacks. And I know the defense got torched both games against New Orleans. The defense got completely just smacked around. Then they go and they play.
Chargers, the Chargers knocked them around.
The Chargers knocked them around.
Justin Herbert,
I don't think that
4 touchdowns.
I don't think that would have happened. I don't think that would have happened the second time. Like if they would have played again, maybe in the Super Bowl, I don't think that would have happened. But honestly, it's been a very interesting path for I want to say New England for Tampa Bay, and I really think that they're going to be even better next year. They have some draft picks. I think they're going to get good play. Last year they got Antoine Winfield Jr. and he was key, stud. So honestly, I like what Tampa Bay is doing. Mm-hmm. I get the Rams are going to try and compete and everything, but I think what Tampa's done is just incredible. I think the job that all those guys have done, and then last year they did it without without an offseason, really. Remember, Tom Brady was supposed to be at Byron Leftwich's house, and he walks into a stranger's house, opens the door, and the guy's like, Brady like sits his bag down, sits on the couch, and this guy comes in. He's like, "What are you doing in here?" He's like, "Oh, my bad. I was supposed to be at Byron Leftwich's house." He's like, "Oh no, he lives next door. Here, I'll take you over there."
Yeah.
I mean, that's
That'd
just
be a nice,
incredible. It's
breaks
incredible.
into
And
your
then
house.
I remember, I think I saw a police helicopter. They were practicing at a field. All the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and a police copter comes over, says, "You guys need to leave now." They knew it was the Tampa Bay guys, but they took off running.
I want to continue on this because I have some questions for you, but real quick, Chargers fans be excited because P9 Sewell is still on the board. Jamar Chase goes to the Bengals.
Yeah,
just
that'll be very. That's a very
official on TV, but
our
Chase,
guy,
the Dragon,
at
the Dragon, Jamar Chase. Chargers are moving up to
Bro.
7, right?
Bro,
Are the Chargers moving up to
you
7?
gotta believe in me. Ocho, the Ocho. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. If they would trade up 7, it'd be in 2 picks.
Yeah, I think they got it. I think they moved to 7. Lions want to move back. New coach, new GM, allocate some more picks. 13 is not like a huge drop.
Wow, Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and Thaddeus Moss are all back together in Cincinnati. They were all together at LSU. Now they're all together in Cincinnati.
Yep, there you go. Get the band back. Same thing.
Bro, the reuniting. It's like D-Generation X, bro.
Oh, Bengals pick is in.
Yeah, it's Jamar Chase.
Oh.
Sorry. I didn't mean to say like in a rude way. And you were all excited, and I just brought you down right there. Now I feel bad.
I rely on the TV. I'm old school. Can't help it.
Let me just put this in the universe here.
Stephen Hagelin says, I knew Kyle Shanahan wasn't a dumbass.
Hey, he said sources tell me. It wasn't just, he wasn't just coach.
Would you sit on the couch?
There.
I wouldn't be invited up to him. See, I know if they got someone I didn't like, it'd be pissed.
Here it is, officially.
Wow, that is there is no.
I mean, he might win.
Wow,
sartorial
man,
champion.
He's got swag though. Look at that.
Woo-hoo. All white. I like that.
I like that. I like that suit.
That's driven.
It's like Deion Sanders a little bit from far away. Big shades.
He looks like Jalen Ramsey a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
This guy's good though.
He's so good.
So good.
Here's a fun question.
There you go, bro. Reunited. They just got reunited. You reunite Penei Sewell and Justin Herbert.
Union Thursday.
Bro.
Reunion Thursday. That's not a thing, but we can make one.
Now here's the interesting part. If Penei goes to Miami, that's going to be the interesting one. Okay, my bad. You were going to ask me something.
Yeah, I think Miami goes skill player too. Because I think they have pick 18 and they can get a really good tackle at 18. Not at the caliber of Penei, but they won't be able to get a receiver the caliber they can get right now in Waddle or Devontae Smith. Question I was going to ask you. Obviously, Jamar Chase is the better prospect.
Yeah.
But who do you think has an actual better career? Justin Jefferson, who took the league by storm last year, or Jamar Chase?
Well, the problem with that is, and this is when people ask me, who would you rather have, Justin Herbert or Trevor Lawrence? I'm going to go with who I've seen already. I've already seen Justin Jefferson. I think Justin Jefferson's incredible.
Exactly.
Right now, if you ask me, would I rather have Justin Herbert or Trevor Lawrence? I'm taking Justin Herbert.
Pretty horrible.
Imagine if like guys that they've kind of gotten right now. Filer, I'm still like Filer should be good. O'Day, okay, but Corey Linsley really is gonna. I think he's gonna benefit a lot from. Or Justin's gonna benefit with being with him now. If they get Penei Sewell,
when they do,
you've solidified. You've solidified the offensive line, and you've really put it together. Now it's gonna be interesting to see the way the Chargers are able to. Now to see Justin Herbert with an offensive line. By the way, the Bengals jerseys, I actually like their jerseys. They redid them. I liked them.
Yeah. I had as a kid, I think
so. I think the Dolphins could take him. I think they're going to want to try and protect Tua. I think it'd be dumb to just pass on him.
Here's a probably silly question because in today's NFL, everyone plays both sides. But Penei Sewell's left tackle.
No, they would probably move him. They would move him to a right tackle. Yeah.
Do you think? But can he play right tackle?
I'm sure. I mean, he's an athlete. He's a crazy
I'm not saying
athlete.
he can't, but I've talked to offensive linemen that it's like they're like picture wiping your ass with your right hand and then having to wipe with your left hand. Like it's
somebody
it's
said
different.
that the other day.
It's actually
was
different.
that you? You had somebody that said that, didn't you?
Waddle?
Jalen Waddle.
It's coming, baby. I keep getting it from him too.
Jalen Waddle, dude.
Wow.
So like, do the Chargers still have Anthony Lynn on speed dial?
Who is Connor Hughes? Oh, with the Athletic.
Damn it, dude. I low key wanted to see Waddle thought of the Chargers.
Jets.
People are going for flash instead of going for security. No, they're going Devontae Smith. No, I just saw Devontae Smith.
I saw Waddle. Is it?
I just saw Devontae Smith. This guy's been right the last like 3 years.
Ooh, do we have either way, it's a receiver. Either way, it's not Penei Sewell.
Somebody's gonna be wrong.
Either way, it's not Penei Sewell.
Dove Kleiman.
Oh, Dove's pretty good too.
Yeah. Here we go.
He says Devontae?
He said Devontae. Oh, he said Jalen. He just changed it. Jalen.
He deleted
so there you go.
Well, I have the Dolphins taking receiver.
Did you see Jalen saying, no, Devontae said that if Jalen would have played the whole season, he wouldn't have won the Heisman. And then Jalen said, stop with that stuff. Yes, you would have. Man, to me, Jalen was a better, in a sense, receiver.
Well, coming into the year,
yeah. The next guy. The next guy. Yeah.
And then he got hurt.
Because to me, like, so Gilbert and I have had discussions before. I like Henry Ruggs. I do. Okay. I just think that the Raiders do not have. He said type 2 quickly. The reason why I don't think he's worked with the Raiders because he did. He had a huge game against Kansas City in Kansas City last year. I think the reason why he hasn't worked is because you don't have anything around him. Like Henry Ruggs on the Chargers, I feel like would kill it.
Because Ruggs he's not a number 1 receiver.
He's not. He's a number 3. He's a speed guy that can take off, that can do different things for you. And I feel like
dynamic,
he would. Yeah, I think he would kill it on a team like the Chargers. The thing is, the Raiders thought they were going to have Tyrell Williams, and I can't remember who the other receiver was. They didn't end up having him, so I mean, I don't know. It's just
Travis
one of those.
Benjamin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now Detroit is on the clock. Oh shoot!
I switched chairs.
Bro, it's not revenge. Okay, then you do take Jalen Waddle if he's your number 1 guy.
Yeah, anything.
If that's Mel Kiper's number 1 guy.
Yeah, I do love Devontae. I think Devontae.
I actually like Devontae.
It's so funny that last year it was Henry Ruggs and
Jerry Jeudy.
And this year Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith, and they're very similar. Ruggs is the burner. Waddle is the burner. Jerry Jeudy was the tactician route runner. Devontae Smith is the tactician route runner. So it's like, really, what do you actually want? They're both made great.
Yeah.
Utilize them correctly.
Gilbert,
if I'm being honest,
if the Chargers,
I like Devontae Smith.
I like Devontae Smith.
I played receiver. I'm a route runner, tactician. I hate these guys that can't run routes. I'm not saying
Zach Taylor's already talking to reporters.
There you go. Waddle official.
He's like, wait, what?
Does not look pumped.
They probably didn't call him.
He's going Devontae. They're hanging out.
Who's taller?
Devontae.
What is his? I want to know what his chain says.
I think it's just straight diamonds.
Oh, it does say Waddle.
All
right, bro. 5 minutes. No, you know what? The Chargers are not trading up. They're 5 minutes in.
Okay.
This would be this or 8, like you said.
Everybody was thinking there was going to be a trade in the top 5.
Things are good.
Where are you at for the Broncos? Where are you at for the Chargers?
Where are we at? What?
Oh wait, they just
Like, what do you
reset it.
want?
The pick is
Oh
in.
no, the pick is in.
Oh, so no trade. All right.
Fuck.
He's biting knees, biting ankles.
Oh yeah, kneecaps. Bruh. Honestly, I can't answer that right now with the Chargers pick. This is crazy.
Yeah, they're not going to 7. It looks like.
Nope.
Unless they announce it.
Here we. Oh, the pick is in.
But
What do you say? I say Devontae Smith. You say Panay? I say Rashawn Slater. There you go. I'll say Rashawn Slater.
That would be good.
I'm gonna go Devontae Smith. Just because I'm an optimist. They need weapons. They lost all the receivers.
I have nobody.
They lost everyone.
They're gonna pick. Yeah.
I know they have Jared Goff now, but they have.
I had Waddle.
That's a curveball. Gilbert Manzano in the peanut gallery saying Justin Fields with the Lions, maybe. Well, yeah, I'm gonna say him.
Now don't throw him a microphone. You can say something if you.
They're gonna be on camera.
You got the peanut gallery talking anyway.
I'll be the producer on the booth who can't see me, but I'll make side comments and side jokes, okay? But
Oh, he's 5'9".
It's little.
the pick is in, guys. What are we guessing for the Lions? Number 7.
I'll say Rashawn Slater. Panay Sewell.
Oh, I told you.
They held off.
BPA.
Yeah, there he is. See, I knew it. Chargers need to move to 7 if they wanted him.
Anthony and Lynn's revenge, by the way.
Chargers need to move to 7. Panay Sewell. There you go. All right. Well,
Sources say.
Well, now the Chargers aren't. They're
Sources
not trading
say.
up, right? They're staying at 13.
I think they need to be a little bit more aggressive
Broncos trying to trade back.
because they got Rodgers.
That's devastating for the
Ahí va este
Chargers.
cabrón.
Anthony and Lynn, man, taking the tackle. Everybody wants to see what the Chargers.
Yeah, the only way the Chargers were getting him if they moved to that spot or above them. And I think everyone knew Telesco wasn't going to give up too much to move up.
Well,
I'm
Fernando,
honestly though surprised we haven't seen a trade up yet. But this would be the spot after this pick, 8 and 9. Those are the 2 spots.
Slater, is he worth moving up?
What? Okay, let me ask you. You guys have been doing this for the Chargers. Gilbert, you got a mic now.
I do.
So how much more do you value Slater over Darisaw? Or Elijah Vera Tucker or Tevin Jenkins or
I think Slater's on a different level. I think if Slater's hanging around like our number 10 is going to cost you a 2nd round pick, I say do it. Get a left tackle. Slater is above those guys for sure.
Okay.
I think there's a very fat distance. There's a huge distance between Slater and Vera Tucker and Darisaw.
Yeah.
I think there's a huge gap between those guys.
So how? Because I'm in the camp. I love Elijah Vera Tucker. I think he's super versatile. But depending on how the board keeps playing out, which is other than P&I going,
I think Carolina. If the Chargers don't jump up to Carolina, I think Carolina is going to take Rashawn Slater.
Exactly. So, but other than those two, you got J.C. Horn. You got because all 3 receivers already have gone. Oh, no, Devontae Smith is still there. But
is he back there? Is that him? No. In the suit.
Lynn?
Yeah.
I don't.
No,
see
that's not him.
No, he's not there.
Look at Campbell. Hey, I don't think we're talking enough about what the moves that the Lions have made. I think they've made some good moves.
Looking good. Jared Goff looking okay.
I don't know about him, but I'm talking about some of the other moves that they made.
Well, the supporting
all right, let me
cast.
say this. I think Jared Goff will be decent in Detroit.
Oh, decent, yeah.
In Lynn's, Jared Goff fits in Lynn's system. Run the ball, sit in the pocket. You have your 1 and 2 out routes. Jared Goff's going to fit great in Lynn's system. Did not fit in McVay's system. I'm not saying he's going to be a phenomenal quarterback. I think he'd be good. I think he'd be better than people think.
You got a good line over there too.
Not a bad quarterback.
Yeah, they got a decent line. Especially with P.I. Sewell now. They get a receiver in the 2nd round. They need to get a receiver in the 2nd round.
Ahí va tu amigo.
Hola, amigo.
Leones tomaron a Penny-Sewell. Detroit se los ganó a los Chargers fans.
Nice voice there, Fernando.
Yeah.
That's how he-
Say with that.
We've entered the trade up for a QB territory from Zam Fortier, our guy.
Oh yeah.
Looking at Chicago, Washington, and New England.
Number 8 is the Panthers, right? They already got their quarterback.
Hey, shout out Brad Holmes though. First pick as a general manager.
Nice.
Former Ram. Yeah, it's a good.
If you can
Pick.
get excited about a tackle, you're a good fan.
Look at him. What a kid.
Wow.
Happy for him. Good kid. So. All right, so back to what we were talking about the Chargers.
What were we talking about?
Could Justin Fields go here?
You got Sam Darnold.
But Sam Darnold's on his 5th year.
So you have Fields and Mac Jones both on the board.
How about your Broncos, Justin Fields?
If Fields fall to 9 and they haven't this trade
We're right there. We're
Rodgers,
close.
yeah, I think they'll take him at 9.
But there's a deal for Rodgers, supposedly.
Supposedly, but if it's not,
back.
Yeah, but Mike Liss, I trust what he's.
yeah, Mike Liss is
what he
pretty.
says.
Mike Liss, he said he said they're not talking. He didn't say it's not happening.
Nobody's engaged.
He gets it right with Denver.
Yeah.
Yeah, I met Mike Liss in Miami when we were down there. First time I ever meet him, I was like, oh yeah. He's kind of a bad rat. He's kind of like a old school guy, but he has great sources.
Yeah, I know.
He has really good sources. So if Carolina doesn't take Fields though, and Denver doesn't
They
get
got
trade
3
back,
minutes left. Wow.
they definitely might take. Okay, so what's Carolina doing here? I was going to talk more Chargers.
I
but
say
you
we're
guys
Sean. Oh, look what they have.
Yeah.
I say they go Rashawn Slater.
Oh, that's gonna burn the Chargers.
Well, let's assume we got to assume.
You never want to.
What about
No,
because then you make an ass out of you and me.
They need
Thank you.
defense too,
Thank
you know.
Fourth grade teacher or high school teacher. The Chargers are, unless they trade up, they're not getting Rashawn Slater.
And I don't
It's
think
not happening.
No, but they're not trading up here.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
they're not getting Rashawn Slater.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
There you go, Brad Holmes. Love it.
I'm surprised Campbell's not the one jumping around.
Right? Brad Holmes looks fired up.
I guess there were some trade talks with other teams, but Detroit decided to stay.
Good for them.
Well, that's pretty cool.
However, for the Chargers, good for them.
Wow, he has a lot of family members in the service.
So let's say the next 2 picks are Slater and Fields.
It's good. It's good for the Chargers.
So yeah, so
'Cause
then
you
we're at 10. You still have J.C. Horn, Patrick Surtain on the board. I don't think Giants are going corner. Would they take one of those 2 corners?
They would take one of those 2 corners.
I
The
think-
Chargers would definitely.
I think the Eagles are taking a corner. They need some help in secondary.
They do. They absolutely
They have
do.
Darius Slay.
Just
That's it.
one though.
No. I meant they have one corner.
That's it.
But they also get a wide receiver. Devontae Smith's
Why would
out
you
there.
leave now when there's a minute 35 left?
I could see the Giants taking Devontae Smith.
So we're
Especially
going
if
into the
Slater's
territory
got it.
we're talking about, Fernando, where everybody's taking, and then you take an edge rusher, number 1 edge rusher.
Yeah. Or do you?
I
trade
think
back
Dallas
then,
is going
which
to do.
I know. Tulsa
I
is
don't.
not trading
Everybody's
back.
saying Patrick Surtain. I think Dallas is going to do something that nobody expects. Micah Parsons, Quiddy Pay.
They need alignment too, actually.
Yeah, I think they're going to do something different,
I can see Quiddy Pay.
and that's going to make either Patrick Surtain or J.C. Horn fall into the Chargers' lap.
What about Vera Tucker back on the train? Vera Tucker,
I'm not on that train.
Chargers number
I'm not on
13.
that train.
Why are you
No?
not on that train? I love me some Vera Tucker.
I do too. He might be there. I say
Little
take him,
I'd rather
I'll go the
take
first
J.C.
round.
Horn.
but I think he's gonna be taken.
Yeah, I think Horn might be gone.
I don't think so.
I could see Dallas.
Okay,
I could
say-
see Dallas taking Vera Tucker though too.
That's the thing. I think Dallas is going to be what controls this. I think the Giants are going to
Yeah.
go Devontae. If nobody takes Devontae Smith next,
Giants are going to Devontae.
Giants are going to go Devontae Smith, and then it leaves it up for the Eagles to see what they're going to do.
So what if it's Quiddy Pay and
What
Vera-
if it's Patrick Surtain and J.C. Horn that fall to the Eagles? The Eagles take one of them, then it'd be the Chargers.
I
get
think
the
they're
other one.
both gonna take him.
I don't know.
But yeah, no, if one is available, you grab one for sure.
Yeah. I don't know. I just don't see. Damn. So can you imagine? No, I think Justin Fields and Mac Jones are going to be taken before the Chargers pick.
Mac Jones too.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna take a
In the next
slide.
5 picks.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Mac Jones goes to Washington. 19 slide, little slide.
I don't think he makes it past New England.
Oh,
I think
Yeah,
New
he
England might
won't.
come up. I think Washington and New England are really trying to come up.
all right.
Mac Jones is going to New England.
But I
Just
mean, this
depends
shit's a
where.
guessing
Does
game.
New
Or
England
this
make
is a
trade
guessing
for
game.
Garoppolo? Does that change that?
For their, yeah. Well, yeah, I think it would, obviously.
But I don't think if you're the 49ers, you don't want Jimmy G to leave. You can't
At
have
this
Trey
point.
Lance start.
Yeah. Trey Lance can't start day one with their roster. It's got to be a Patrick
That would be
Mahomes
your
situation.
Anthony,
I think New England gets Mac Jones. It just depends where. Do they trade up or does he slide to 50?
I think they're going to trade up. This Carolina pick really is intriguing me a lot.
Yeah, this is it because literally if they don't take
The
quarterback or trade up,
Yeah.
I think the Broncos do take Justin Fields if he's sitting there.
I think
They don't
so
have to.
too.
They didn't have to trade anything. Yeah, they take Justin Fields.
Yeah.
what is that?
J.C. Horn,
Oh,
Panthers.
Fields is available at 9.
they're starting to come off, Fernando.
I was about to say, like,
These are
And
good
I can't-
players
Panthers
coming
taking
off of the
J.C. Horn.
Chargers.
No trades. This is shocking.
damn, I really wanted to see J.C.
Who
Horn.
said that? Who reported that?
What, Connor?
Same guy. He has
I
everything.
got a Dev Kleiman too.
I can't wait for the Euros. I'm so hyped.
Hey, tell me about you guys were gonna have on Compas about the Super League and that thing blew up.
Oh, I know. No. I mean,
Remember you told me like we're having someone
so-
on to talk
yeah,
Super,
yeah.
and then literally 24 hours later.
Oh, no.
the whole
We're
thing
just having him
exploded.
on to talk about soccer and about how journalism is in Europe and stuff. But yeah, in the next couple of weeks, we're going to be having a journalist from Spain join us on Compas to talk about how different journalism is out there. I think journalism in Spain is a little bit like journalism in New York. Like
Yeah.
they go at the organizations, they question everything that they do or don't do. So definitely, it's going to be an interesting conversation. And he covers Real Madrid, so we're interested in if hopefully Real Madrid make it to. Here we go.
Here it is officially.
The Carolina Panthers select J.C. Horn.
J.C. Horn,
Man,
first
I'm
corner off the
shocked.
bat.
Yeah, first corner
Yeah.
over Sertan. That's crazy.
That's incredible.
So
I
Slater and
thought because Matt
Sertan.
Rule was
Matt Rule has yet to draft an offensive player.
yeah.
Took not a single offensive player last year, and now takes a defensive in his first one. Yet to take.
I
an
think he
offensive
knows
player.
that his defense is struggled.
Yeah. What did everybody get wrong about Sertain?
Nothing. I don't think anybody got anything wrong about him. I
Hmm.
just think JC he's from the Carolinas.
I think
He's gonna go to Carolina, so he stays home.
That is
basically.
true. He is from
Well,
Sertan.
and Sir Horn's a much more physical corner.
Yeah.
Very good at man-to-man, which might be the defense they want to run. I don't know a ton about Carolina's
Sertan
defense,
can do
but,
both, man to
Sertan
man
can do
and
both.
yeah.
but Horn
So
is like
Sertan
a
could fit-
physical specimen.
Sertan fits what the Chargers are trying to do, but I just don't
Yeah.
see
Horn
him
would
falling
fit
to the
better,
Chargers.
All right.
Your team is on the.
Yeah,
the clock.
Dyrud. Well, what's gonna happen here?
I think they might go Fields since he's just
This
sitting
is
there.
a really wild card because
Yeah.
for Rodgers, right?
What happened to Drew Lock then?
You want
Ship
Fields
him?
or you want Fields or you want Rodgers?
Nobody cares
I mean, you
about Drew
take the
Lock.
sure thing. I think you want Rodgers is the sure thing, but we'll
I
see.
was a big fan of Horn. I really liked him.
I was
He would have
too.
been a good fit for the Chargers.
I would have loved to
I
have seen
think-
him.
if they don't trade back, it's either Fields or Rashawn Slater right here.
Mm.
That'll be the pick, which sucks for the Chargers. I know either one of them would be happy. If the Broncos in their division get Fields, it's a good quarterback. If the Broncos take Rashawn Slater, that's who the
Now,
Chargers.
here's my question: if Sertan falls to the Giants, would the Chargers pop up and grab? And say that Slater goes to Dallas, would the Chargers try and trade with the Giants and
Make-
get
make-
Sertan?
Make that fake trade happen.
Bro.
That'd be awesome.
Won't happen.
Get him in trades down. Telesco goes up.
I cannot see Telesco trading up for a corner.
I could.
Could you?
It's only
Especially
two-
if they don't have
it's
one.
only
They don't
two
have another.
spots.
They don't have a corner.
For 2 spots ahead, it won't cost that much.
It won't cost.
I mean,
It'll cost you 1/3 round pick.
No. I'm not disagreeing with what it will
Maybe a
cost.
second
I just
round or
can't see him
second.
doing it. I don't see him doing it.
I do because I think Brandon Staley said, okay, we went offensive line during the free agency period.
If it,
Now get me some help on defense.
but
They
Brandon,
need help.
But Brandon Staley, look what he did with Troy Hill and Darius Williams, who were nobodies.
I know, but
Nobodies
two-
before last year.
2 slots to just you're literally only hopping Philadelphia to get them.
So why? Okay, let me ask you this: why not stick at 13 and then from their pick 47, use that second round that you're going to trade to move up, move back into the first, and take Asante Samuel Jr.
No, and I mean they can do that, but I like Patrick. I think Patrick Surtain that was my number 1 rated cornerback this year.
I have Asante Samuel above them, so I guess that's
above Patrick Surtain.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
Not
I just think what Alabama does is different. I think Alabama really knows secondary. If you get a secondary from Alabama, I just think that those guys are special. They do really good. They do really well, and I feel like it translates to the NFL. It translates to the NFL. So I'm honestly really interested to see what what they do. But I just like Patrick Surtain. I think he'd do well in the system. But yeah, Asante Samuel Jr. can do well. I just like he says Vera Tucker. I think Vera Tucker's a guard. I don't see him as a left tackle in the NFL.
They still need one though.
Yeah.
You need a guard.
You're being very disrespectful. And I hope next press conference he calls you out.
Who are you talking about?
Me out.
Who are you talking about?
You know who I'm talking about.
No,
who calls you out?
Huh? O'Day. Abougier.
Yeah.
He was like, Fernando, you're not going to ask me any questions.
Abushi.
He's like, you're not going to ask me any questions? And I was like, oh, crap. I was in Vegas still.
I had O'Day on my podcast. He's an awesome dude.
He's an awesome guy.
Awesome
guy.
Brandon Staley said the job is open. It's not his job.
Yeah, he said,
and
he's only on a 1-year deal regardless.
Yeah, he's got to compete. So
everybody's job is open except for number 10.
But that's what I'm saying. People knock Vera Tucker for being a guard, but he could play left tackle as well.
Vera Tucker can play tackle.
Him.
It sounds like
Vera Tucker.
I just like other players more than I do Vera Tucker.
Okay.
Vera Tucker would be a better tackle than Trey Pipkins.
I like him. I like him better than I do Darisaw.
I was gonna ask you that right now.
Like to me, it's Slater. It's Slater. It's Vera Tucker, and then it's.
Well, I was gonna ask you because we're looking at a possibility. It's gonna be Vera Tucker or Kwity Paye.
Yeah.
Who are you taking from those two?
Who am I taking?
Yeah, from those two.
Vera Tucker, 100%. Like I don't even think about
Kwity Paye. So I'm thinking.
I like Kwity Paye.
I like Kwity Paye, but I don't even think about
really
it.
Good.
I don't even like.
So I'm thinking Slater's going to be coming off the board soon.
Devontae
Smith's going to come off the board soon. Surtain's coming off soon. So you got to brace yourself for this scenario.
Bro,
the one I've been telling people for the months that those 4 guys, Horn, Surtain, and Slater, and Sewell are not going to be there.
Bro, I've been the one telling everybody, and everybody hates on me because they think, you take away with you.
You and the voices.
Bro,
there we go. Is it top
Waddle
5 available?
No, I had Devontae Smith in our SI one.
That could still be the pick.
I'm really intrigued for this pick.
This is big. This is a big pick right here at 9. What do the Broncos do here? At this point, I don't see a trade. Bleeding it to a minute. Brewery X, guys, you haven't tried a painkiller. Have you tried this one yet? This
Carolina threw me off.
This is pretty good.
Had the roulette.
Oh, damn.
Roulette and the
bro, what if the Broncos don't make the pick and Dallas jumps them because they didn't make the pick?
Let it expire.
Yeah.
That'd be a good thing as your
He's
first
not on the phone.
GM.
He's not on the phone.
He doesn't look happy. Might not be him, Ryan.
I think it's me, Rashawn Slater or Fields.
What percentage do you give Fields being the next Mahomes? 10%, 20%?
7%.
7%?
3%.
3%? Okay.
Just because I don't think there is like a next Mahomes, like the guy.
I appreciate that.
The closest thing to Mahomes.
Can he be very good though? Yeah.
No, and it's not even him.
Mahomes is also, we're getting out, like, not that everyone wants to hear this, but Mahomes is in like the absolute perfect system. Like, I'm not saying Mahomes wouldn't be good elsewhere, but he is in the most perfect system.
Twitter has it yet?
For what he wants to do.
No, nothing.
All right, this bodes heavily on what the Chargers are going to do at 13. This is a big pick for the Chargers. I'm shocked though, no update yet.
Why are the Rams tweeting out?
Nobody has this one.
Yeah, I'm getting no updates on this, so this is.
You got it, Fernando?
No, I just saw Tampa retweeting Kyle Shanahan. Always. Kyle Shanahan just said, if Jimmy isn't here on Sunday, I would be disappointed. It would be a tough situation if Jimmy wasn't here. Kyle Shanahan.
All right, what's it going to be?
Nobody knows.
Justin Fields.
Fields,
really?
Yeah.
The sources over here.
Take Fields.
Okay, so no Aaron Rodgers. Look at my brother over there.
No
Everybody needs to see my
A-Rod.
brother right
No
now.
Rodgers in the AFC West.
Expanded himself like a lady in church.
Why you like that pick? You want to take Fields?
I just didn't want Aaron Rodgers.
He doesn't want Aaron Rodgers, and he remembers when that guy was in there.
Yeah.
Mahomes, Fields,
My
Herbert.
We couldn't even beat a broken Peyton Manning 2 times.
Bro, give him the microphone.
Yeah, let him
Wait.
talk.
The
I was
Broncos
just-
have selected Patrick Surtain.
Oh,
Wait, what?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's Patrick Surtain.
all right.
Oh shit.
What are you checking
Yeah.
in, Fernando?
Bro, Dove literally watch.
Mike
Yeah, no,
Cliss.
I got it too.
Yeah,
You gotta stop tweeting that out. He's done that twice now.
I know.
Wow.
Are you kidding? Their defense is their secondary is
Man,
nuts.
that secondary is stacked.
I
man.
know that's
Two
that.
top 5 quarterbacks still on the board.
So are they getting Aaron Rodgers or
I
are they
don't know.
that trustworthy in Drew Lock? Dude, that's the second time Dove has tweeted out
know.
and deleted it and retweeted. Oh.
All right, Slater, last one from the Big Four for the Chargers.
So you got Kendall Fuller,
Cowboys supposed to get
Kyle
this
Fuller.
to 10.
You have Kyle Fuller, and you have
Ronald Darby, you have
Ronald Darby, and you have this dude, Patrick Surtain Jr. Man,
I think Cowboys trade back now. Is this the first trade?
I think they're taking Slater right here. I think
Yeah.
they need, after the corners are gone, they need a tackle.
No crazy Jerry Jones moves right now.
What do you think the Broncos would have left to trade for Rodgers if they?
well, unless they send Patrick Surtain to, unless
no.
they drafted Patrick Surtain for the Packers, then the Packers would have Alexander, and they'd have him to lock him down. But see, this is another thing too. What's his name is a free agent next year. He would leave the Packers. The
Joe?
wide receiver.
Oh, Devontae Adams.
Devontae Adams.
Yeah.
Devontae Adams is a free agent.
Slater right here. Let's move on to
Maybe
the
the
next.
Chargers move up and get Slater.
It's doable. Pick 7.
But
And
if
pick
it gets down
10.
to 5 minutes, I don't see them trading up. Kyle Fuller, Bryce Callahan's contracts are set to expire in 2021. Denver drafts Alabama Patrick Surtain at 9.
Fernando, we got to talk about Darisaw might be an option, man. Joe Reedy said it earlier.
Yeah, but we don't know.
After this, if it's Slater, I'm going to start thinking Darisaw. Darisaw, Vera Tucker, or Pay?
I don't know. I pre-made a tweet, then forgot to edit it. Mistakes of live action.
Who said that?
Dove.
The one that tweeted
Broncos
out.
secondary is stacked.
You don't think they could trade future first for Rodgers?
No, they could, but they're gonna want Patrick Surtain thrown in it. But I don't know.
If Locke can be a top 20
If they
quarterback,
give up Patrick
they're in
Surtain,
the playoffs.
then the Broncos are like the Broncos secondary would really take a hit.
Well, I mean, it would. You still have Darby, Kyle Fuller, and Bryce Callahan, and Michael Ojemudia.
Who's playing nickel there for the Broncos?
Bryce Callahan.
He's the one that intercepted Mike Williams in the end zone. The one Mike had caught that pass, and then he just dragged it into his
They're
hands.
just stacked with outside corners, then.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Michael
They're
Ojemudia
not
was a
trading
good
up.
rookie last year.
Look at this pick. It's already at 445.
If it's not Slater, then I'm gonna be very intrigued.
When they make the pick, they're gonna let us know when.
Probably, yeah, I'm gonna email.
Okay. Dallas likely to trade out at number 10.
Ooh, who can it be?
It's got to be someone for Fields or Jones, right?
New England.
Can it be the Chargers? Slater?
Or the Chargers.
This is a range for him. The Telesco. This is a range.
Eagles are trading up with the Cowboys.
So who do they want?
Moving up 2 spots.
Devontae
Devontae
Smith?
Smith.
Because the Giants might get him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Eagle. Yeah.
I'm surprised the Eagles would trade up with.
Wow. They need a tackle, Eagles?
Yeah.
Wait, did they just traded with the Cowboys?
Yeah.
What? An NFC East trade swap?
Yeah, that's rare, right? That doesn't happen very often.
Give him a tackle.
Do you think they're gonna boo because Eagles traded with Cowboys? So now the Cowboys select before the Chargers. The Eagles gave the Cowboys 12 and 84. Hey, that's not bad.
What was it?
84?
That's a third rounder.
Yeah. No, that's a third rounder.
Oh.
Look,
Did I say second rounder?
are they on the yacht?
No,
Yeah.
I meant third rounder.
Are they on the yacht, I wonder?
No, I think that's the star or whatever it's called.
I'm gonna say Devontae. Corners are gone. Devontae Smith for the Eagles. They're gonna then the Cowboys take Slater at 12.
11. Wait, what?
Or Slater would be taken between the Giants or Cowboys.
If it's Darius or Quiddy Page, I'm going Quiddy Page.
For the Eagles, or you're talking for the Chargers?
Chargers. My bad. I'm like on Charger stock right now.
Yeah. No. I am too. I'm just trying to think. Why would the Eagles move up?
Devontae Smith.
Fields. Good chance.
I mean, they've said they're all in on Jalen Hurts, so it'd be interesting if they took Fields here, but
It's an interesting move.
Here's a spot where that fake tweet came out. 11. I'll be next to Gilbert for the microphone.
There you go. Start getting ready.
okay. All right, you can step away.
No, I'm good. Oh, wait. This is going to be really interesting.
Micah
This
Parsons?
is where it gets big.
Another one.
He doesn't look happy.
For some reason, I feel like since we got to the corner, I think they are going to get robbed.
Your word over here.
Something fell.
The Broncos.
Yeah. I mean, sacrifice your future or whatever to win right now.
Yeah. Definitely could.
30 seconds.
That's what I do. I give them all the first in the next few years.
Yeah.
Imagine if Slater falls into these
Yeah, the Cowboys must have won us for Tan or Horn. That's why they traded down.
Yeah, look, that's almost nothing.
Yeah. This is the extra third. That's it.
The pick is in.
Are you kidding? I want to make the Eagles trade me everything now.
All right, who's Philly taking?
Devontae Smith, number 6. I mean,
they should.
12.
Their best receiver is what? Jalen Reagor, who was basically non-existent last year, and he's just a deep threat.
No excuses for Jalen Hurts.
Try to give him no excuses. They got Miles Sanders at running back. I feel like we should get someone on before the Chargers. We can all hang out. Should we get someone on for the Chargers? Should I try to get someone on?
We're getting it on.
I don't know. Just like someone else that covers the Chargers.
Go ahead.
Will you come hang out over here in front of the camera?
I have to head out soon for this number 13 pick. I'm going to be on the laptop. I'll come back after the pick, though.
Well, okay, that's what I was asking. So you can't
Yeah.
be here during the pick.
No, I can't. So go ahead.
Why? What do you got to do during the pick?
Huh?
What do you have to do during the pick? I'm not.
I got to Be on the laptop. Send the story, man. It's quick.
Okay. All right. All right. So you already have like multiple stories like written.
Just in case.
None of them are going to be it.
I know. I had stories written for Horn, Sertan,
Bye.
Sewell, or
Bye.
who else? Slater, Pay. Quiddy Pay might be the guy.
Oh man, the life of a journalist.
You got to think ahead.
Yeah, I get it.
Absolutely.
Everyone always wonders like, how do these news outlets get these
Yeah,
out?
the stories come out quick.
Devontae Smith. How do they get
Devontae?
these stories out so fast? But yeah, you pre-write them.
You just gotta
and then
guess
just
a lot.
hope it works out.
It's like when you go to the press box to cover a game, you write a losing story and a winning story, and usually for the Chargers they come out the other way.
That's funny that people don't know that though. Devontae Smith. It's a good pick for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a good pick for him.
Giants are talking trade at number 11.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
All right, here we go.
These are getting crazy now.
Mac Jones or New England trading up to 11.
If the Chargers really want.
How far do these top 5 quarterbacks drop?
Yeah,
I mean,
someone. Well, okay, so we're at what, 11 now?
Yeah.
Patriots at 11. You have to think the Patriots are taking one of them, whether it's Mac Jones or Fields.
Yeah.
Do they need to even trade up? The Giants aren't taking one. 12 is Dallas is not taking one. The Chargers aren't taking one. Who's at 14?
Minnesota. They're not.
Minnesota.
I mean, they could, but
Could, but I doubt it. So they don't even need to trade up. Unless someone else, though, trades up. Unless you're thinking like, okay, I'm going to –
well, who else?
That,
Oakland or Las Vegas?
Vegas.
Are they trading up?
Washington.
Washington.
So unless someone's going to jump in front of you, that's all you got to worry about. Chicago. So, yeah, there's teams that could move up in front of them. But, yeah, if you're the Patriots at this point.
They got a choice between Fields or
– yeah, you don't need to move anything.
Or Mac Jones.
But, yeah, unless
Chicago's
you're –
trading up to number 11.
there you go. And they're taking a quarterback, 100%. Bears are on the clock.
That means that Slater's still there.
Are they taking Jones or Fields?
Taking Fields.
Dude, the Chargers might get freaking Rashawn Slater at 13.
It says, well, what's her name from Jane Slater just said that
Cowboys want Slater.
Rashawn Slater.
Oh, what a freaking knife in the heart right there.
Nice story.
You guys are leaving me here all alone on camera. All right. And hear your ghost voices. Damn, that would be Jerry Jones and the Cowboys taking. Because, yeah, it's got to be quarterback now for the Bears, right? Has to be.
If I'm the Chargers,
The Giants are taking.
If you really want Rashawn Slater, you trade with the Cowboys.
They're not going to do that, though.
They would.
I don't think they want it that bad.
To the Chargers?
Yeah.
I'm starting to go with him then. I'm starting to go with what Gilbert said.
What do you say?
What his original pick.
Grab that mic. What do you say? Who's your original pick?
Rashawn Slater.
No, you got Quiddy P.
Oh, that's it. I've changed it.
Michigan.
Oh,
I like Quiddy Pay.
Wow, the Giants got a future first-round draft pick from that. Well, because you're jumping up from 20 to.
Yeah. So are the Bears taking Fields or Jones? What are we thinking? It's got to be Fields, right?
Who's the one that said that quarterbacks go to die there?
To Chicago?
Oh, Stephanie Smalls did call it. She said she would love for them to trade down and get more picks.
Jim McMahon, the best Bears quarterback, said quarterbacks go to die there. Wow.
22nd, the 164th, the first and a fourth next year.
So Dallas looks pretty stupid.
The Bears are coming up. It looks like quarterback time again in Chicago. The reaction in Chicago is going to be remarkable at draft parties in and around the city there, because this is something that the Bears fans and the Bears team desperately needs. You see Mac Jones, he's available for them. Justin Fields is available for them. Booger, what are you thinking? I'm going Mac Jones. They're put on the same road as Mr.
Boy.
The dual threat guy with the athletic ability. They've seen that in Justin Fields.
What? The terrible. Oh, yeah.
No, I'm gonna have to go there.
You got a call in there?
Huh?
You got a call in there?
What?
You got a call in there?
Yeah. Yeah, right now with whoever the hell. These full select. Justin Fields.
Yeah, that's what I would have thought.
Yeah.
Chicago likes his runners.
Nagy was one that he loses.
Bears love moving up from the quarterback. We'll see if this one works out.
You know how brutal those things are.
Yeah. All right, so now Fields gone. Dallas, we think, is taking Slater. Chargers still take Darius out then, or I like Veritaker.
But to me, I guess Justin Fields, Allen Robinson. We only have Allen Robinson. So Mac Jones, is there going to be a Patriot or Washington football team?
Yeah. I feel this happens all the time. There's hype on a player, but we all knew it. Like Mac Jones was not going to pick that early.
Shane Slater said that. They like Slater.
Here's the pick.
Health disparities and the digital divide. Throughout the pandemic, health disparities widen in communities of color, indigenous. As part of a draft-a-thon to meet the basic needs like nutrition, safety, and health. Carlos Nelson was behind the eight doing just that. Facing the greater offer pressure of the development corporation.
Michael Parsons will not get picked by the Chargers.
Nobody needs an inside.
Brandon Staley will not take a linebacker. Edge, yes. Linebacker, no. Huh?
He had like 7 sacks last year.
He could play edge.
How exciting is this? With the 11th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft,
There's Justin Fields.
my Chicago Bears select Justin Fields, quarterback, Ohio State.
Hey, that's a good pick for the Bears, though. Does not seem pumped
He
at
doesn't
all.
seem psyched about that at all.
Right? Like, does not seem pumped at all. Like, give me some emotion there.
It's got to play it cool, I guess, but
Give me some, like, excitement. I don't know. I like when I see the guys cry. Or,
well, I mean, How many picks do you got to get to a place where you feel like you're in a good landing spot for a quarterback?
I don't know. He doesn't even look happy.
I don't think if the Ramsey Smith would have been there, I'll be the Giants straight now.
I said I said all along. I think Devontae Smith is your guy. So, but yeah,
I think we've had a lot of those.
yeah.
Who would have picked Fields, do you think?
Giants.
Giants?
Oh, no, not Fields. No.
Devontae Smith.
Oh, okay.
So Dallas taking Slater. Man the mic. You're on.
All over it.
You're solo.
So everybody in the room is talking about Cowboys taking Slater. Leaves the Chargers in a precarious position.
In 2 years at Ohio State, is that enough to push it down this far? I didn't think so. The Bears are taking a quarterback similar to the ones they passed to not that long ago, and Mahomes and Watson. You know what you look at? You're getting the Super Bowl glory. You're getting that. They get the 70% of the ball on the box, but he also ran 4-40. But it's going to be up to Matt Nagy and Ryan Pace to get this young man ready. Because they're drafting him to save their job. And if you're going to save their job, you've got to be on the field. So you've got to get him ready to play. Get ready for it. This is not a project that we're saying, hey, this is going to be Alex Smith, Patrick Mahomes.
He is not the kind of defense. It's kind of falling off, especially with that Kyle over there. Somebody was like, "Oh, the Bears get a redo now." No, I think they'll redo too. It's still made, right? Yeah. But Deshaun Watson,
I think.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Make sure you're drinking from the right hole.
All right. Who's up next here?
So
Cowboys.
Who's the other option you think they take besides Slater? Is there any other player they take besides? They shock the world. Or I think Kwity Paye.
That would shock.
They need a pass rush.
All right.
I would not be, or even Jalen Phillips. I think they need pass rush too. I think no one's really talking about that. But they
Jerry Jones lost some offensive
Alden Smith left in the offseason. He was like there. Wow, so Rashawn Slater to the Chargers. Micah Parsons going to the Cowboys, which is a good pick for the Cowboys.
I love that pick.
Now you can hit and you can jump back on. Perfect. Hit send, you're good. I know.
That's professional.
It's Connor Hughes.
Rashawn Slater.
I told you, bro, they weren't going to go. Like, I know. But I didn't.
Wow. I mean, that's a good pick for the Cowboys, though, but works out beautifully. Is there any way in hell the Chargers don't take Slater?
I think Micah Parsons might be the most overrated player so far taken in the draft.
Yeah?
I think so.
Why do you think that? You're not wrong. I'm just wondering where you said that.
I mean, he's off-ball linebacker generally. He's got some sacks, but I mean, he's got more sacks than Kwity Paye. But
yeah,
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, he's an interesting prospect because he's got a lot of physical tools. He can kind of play anywhere on the field, depending on the system. Doesn't have a ton of production. But, I mean, the talent's there. But he has the off-the-field stuff, which obviously Dallas doesn't care about. You know, there's stories of, you know, a lot of hazing stuff and different things like that took way too far. Here's the pick live, but Micah Parsons to the Cowboys.
Anxiety and depression after returning from Iraq. She turned her struggle into triumph and is now a licensed social worker who provides mental health counseling. Kanikia, we thank you for your service and all you do to continue to help others during this challenging time. Please do us the honor of bringing the Cowboys pick.
Feiler, right? Feiler. Yeah, that's a good one there, man. That story in the phone? No. Oh, you're right in the starting lineup, huh?
Yeah.
No day.
Abushi.
Bro, I fucking love you. Well, I'm doing fact checking right now for the story. Yeah.
There it is, official. Micah Parsons to the Cowboys. Rashawn Slater falls on the Cowboys. Fellas, is there a better scenario other than P.N.I. Sewell?
Number 2.
Rashawn Slater somehow falls to the Chargers at 13. Is there any world where the Chargers do not take him? Gamble, grab that microphone. You're the diehard here. I want to hear from you.
The real fan.
I'm talking to Fernando Ramirez's brother.
Come on over.
Yeah,
I'm just real shy. I'd rather not be on anything.
Okay, all right.
I'll
how you feeling? Is this okay? They haven't officially picked him, but there's no way they don't pick him, right?
I think my only thing is I think they're gonna try and master this to some genius from the front office. But half of the time, I mean, honestly, they just get lucky with these picks falling to them. Like any one of these teams ahead of them, yeah, Justin Herbert fell to them. It's not like they're actually, well, I mean, obviously, if it's supposedly best available according to their draft board, right?
Yeah.
But it's not like they're really making moves. Like sometimes you got to take a risk with some of these guys. Like we still need a pass rusher. Melvin Ingram's gone. We don't know what we're gonna do there. Like who's gonna step up? Yeah. Nwosu, I mean, looks good, but he gets hurt. Sometimes he disappears. I mean, it just really depends. You know what's gonna happen.
Is there anybody left on the big board that you would rather have than Rashawn Slater?
I mean, I would rather get my boy protection, to be honest. Justin Herbert is like my golden child that I need right now. I've been a Charger fan all my life. 25 years. I'm 25 years old. Hated Rivers the whole time. This is the first time in my life I can say I'm excited for my Charger quarterback.
Why did you hate Rivers? I want to know. Let's get into it. No, we want to get into it. Let's get into it.
That's a long conversation. I'm sure you're going to get a lot of hate mail for that one, Charger fans.
The pick's not in yet. Let's get into it. Why are you?
Honestly, I've never liked Rivers. First off, because I think everyone always made excuses for the guy. They try and like I just that's what really bothered me personally. They try and make excuses for the guy. They try and make it seem like the organization was either always against him or never try to get him talent. When it's like I remember growing up, when would that have been? Like 06, 05, or what was it? Like
the golden years.
When my boy Schottenheimer was there, they had stacked teams, and you still had him either making mistakes, getting hurt, or whatever. And it's like the last few years that he was with us, he played terrible. And it's like they still put him out there. I don't know why. I don't know if they were trying to take on purpose with him or what was going on. But like in 2018, no, it wasn't 2018. It was 2019. I think his last year with us.
Yeah.
I've been a diehard fan, by the way, my whole life. So it's like I've seen all the pain. Like, don't come at me now. I've been there for 4-12 and everything else. So like 2019, like Rivers' last year, right?
The dig, yeah.
He against the Lions. I remember this clear as day, and it just angers me just when I think about it today.
I know exactly where you're going with this too.
Yeah, exactly. He had like Keenan. No, it wasn't Keenan. It was Mike Williams on like maybe 10-yard dig to get him right in field goal range to either win the game or tie the game. I don't remember which. And he throws it to a double or triple covered Keenan Allen and gets it picked off. I mean, mind you, I don't trust my kicker Michael Badgley to save my life, but but at least do the high IQ smart football play.
Sure.
And the worst part is quote after the game, he's like, "Oh shoot, well, I was trying to go and win it right then, right now." It's like, what do you have to do? Like, I get you have 12 kids and everything, man, but you're here to work, you're here to win. Like, if you're not committed to winning and doing the smart plays and everything like that, like, why are you on my team? Period. Like,
no, I respect the hell of that opinion because I think Phillip Rivers will go down as one of the greats. Obviously, is one of the great Chargers quarterbacks of all time.
But that's a low bar. I mean, who have we really had?
Yeah, it's him and Dan Faust. That's it.
Yeah,
but he's done a lot, and I've been one of the more critical ones too. That's got a lot of hate. That he's cost the Chargers a lot of games. I mean, you look at that Mexico City game with the Chiefs and Chargers.
Exactly.
Threw 4 picks. The last pick was on a game-winning potential game-winning drive.
And that's
threw a
what
pick
I'm
at
saying.
the 3-yard line.
That's
the Houston Texans game in that 2018 season when they went to the playoffs, or was that 2019 season? Threw an interception on the last drive. Like I love that he was a gunslinger, but he also the gunslinger mentality is like fun and cool, but at the same time, like it costs wins.
It's like you got to be smart with it. Yeah. And it's like they can say whatever they want about other gunslingers, but it's like Favre was a gunslinger. He at least has one, for God's sake, at least in 2 appearances or 3. Who also Breeze is supposedly a gunslinger. He has one. I haven't even made mind you, I would rather not even go to the show and watch him lose because that would break my heart so bad. But
and that 06 Chargers team maybe the best team ever to not make it even to the Super Bowl.
Oh yeah,
that 06 team was so good.
I was talking about that with Eric Williams. I think he said like, why does everyone love that team so much? Like they underperformed this and that and that. And I literally told him, hey, I don't have that much to go off of. My history is like literally not that good. Yeah. But I mean, like I was getting a lot of hate too because when they moved to LA, people would see me in Charger gear. They're like, how can you be a fan? How can you be a fan? I'm like, and actually at one training camp, that's actually kind of funny. At one training camp, this reporter asked me, they're like, where'd you come from? I said, San Diego. They're like, why would you follow the team to LA or whatever? And I respectfully told her, I was like, ma'am, I don't care. I would follow them to Mars if it means they won a Super Bowl. Like, I don't care where they are.
Love that.
I really don't care. I told her, I was like, it's like if your family member or your wife has to go somewhere else for a better opportunity, like you're not going to hate them for it. You're not going to stop loving them.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate them or stop loving them at times because they make me angry with who they get or how what they're producing on the field. I don't care about their zip code. That makes no difference to me.
Respect that. Yeah. I agree with that. That's kind of how I felt. And the fact that when they were in San Diego, like it was this 16-year fight, if you will, with the city. It's like, all right, something was going to happen.
Exactly.
Like if you're in a relationship and your girlfriend or boyfriend is saying, hey, unless you do this, I'm going to leave.
Yeah, exactly.
After 16 years, they're probably going to leave if you don't.
Exactly. And it makes complete sense. Either way, like you're really telling me you'd rather still be at Qualcomm than SoFi or something like that, for his tenure. I mean, I just think he was in sort of a tough situation where he didn't maybe necessarily have the freedoms that Brandon Staley has had with like letting him hire his own coaches and all that stuff. But I mean, we'll see. Like, I'm always hopeful because I mean, my God, I'm Super Bowl or bust every year because like I'm just tired of just either with the Rivers mentality of just making it to the wild card winning, and then the division is where like, all right, I'm gonna check out. It's like I'm done.
I feel that
because I still think 2018 was one of our best times to win, even though we didn't have any linebackers. And
that was a good year though.
Yeah, exactly. You win on the road. You win on the road in Seattle, in Kansas City, in Pittsburgh, for God's sake,
in the playoffs in Baltimore.
Exactly. Some of the hardest teams, some of the best franchises.
That was a good team.
And like I get it, you lose against Brady, but I mean to lay an egg like you did, where it was like mental errors and stuff like that.
I honestly where the pick is in, so we're gonna get into this in a second. But that game against New England, I thought they had a real shot at winning. So when they got
100%
smoked, I was
100%.
It was and
it just bothers me because I think
have their number. I guess
I think either I can't remember if it was Wisenhunt. I think Wisenhunt was still the OC, but I think either he was seeing ghosts and calling the wrong things. Then on top of that, Rivers likes to see ghosts in these big games.
Yeah,
like you guys know, like when he faces divisional teams, that's where he's just handing, checks to DB so they hit their incentives with their picks and everything else. And I just don't know what it is. Like you see these guys 2 times a year. You're telling me you can't like win. Like what was, I think last year, one of those years before we beat the Chiefs, we had lost to them like 5 or 6 seasons in a row, like both games.
Mhm.
And it's like, I don't know how you don't take like some, I don't know if it's personal pride or what it is and like wanting to win and wanting to be the best. But I just hope now, hopefully people in the front office and the whole team feels the heat, because they can say whatever they want about the Rams, but the Rams at least made it to the show. People are excited to the Super Bowl and everything.
Yeah, I think the Chargers have done a good job, at least with now. I don't want to say it's in a disrespectful way, but they've put Phillip Rivers in the rearview mirror.
Yeah.
In a very quick light. Like
Oh,
they're
yeah.
being respectful about it.
Yeah.
But they're like, Justin Herbert, I think there's more hype about Herbert now than there's been about Phillip Rivers for the last like 7 years.
Oh yeah, because I mean, on like Rivers never worked on his speed.
Yeah.
Never, like, I don't even know how he was as a teammate personally. The only thing I can tell you is what I would see at training camps was that.
And I know the guys loved him, but
Yeah, exactly. But it's like, yeah, because I don't know, because I've never been in there. But the only thing I can say is at training camp, I always saw him as like the last guy out on the field and the first guy to run back into. As if either. Oh, look, Justin Herbert's in the room in the war. Is that Justin Herbert right there?
Oh, that
Maybe
sure
not.
does look like him. All right.
It
Here's the
looks like
Chargers
him.
pick. There it is. The obvious selection,
Thank
as
God.
it should be.
That's a good choice.
Rashawn Slater
Got a nice suit on too.
fell to the Chargers.
He looks happy to go too.
Well, yeah, he's in LA.
That's a steal for them, man.
He's in LA. It's
Yeah, it really
like
is.
if you look at it on paper, not like a team that's far off. They're just missing a few here and there, and for everybody to
Right.
just click.
Wow. Yeah, should not have fallen that far, but hey.
As a Chargers fan, what's your confidence level in this pick?
Well, I was telling them I'm not too knowledgeable about the draft and all that. Personally, I think the draft to me is always a coin. He has good feet, strike, and look right there. He's going up against Chase Young, right? Was his name? The guy who went to the Redskins, or sorry, the Washington football team.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that one always gets.
Yeah.
But
WFT.
Exactly.
Sounds like a Bitcoin thing now or something.
Exactly. But I'm hopeful just because I mean that's what we need. But I mean we'll see what happens because I mean we've drafted I think later more than anything. Well, I guess the only one we've drafted early was DJ Fluker, and that one obviously didn't pan out.
You would say there's no other position that was more important.
I would have said between that or pass rusher, to be honest.
Okay.
Because I mean, Joey Bosa isn't going to be able to get 10 sacks if he's triple teamed the whole time. Like sometimes he has some crazy plays where he can get past triple teams or double teams, but it's like you can't expect the guy to do that every single down the whole season.
Sure.
So I mean, hopefully they figure it out.
No, this is a great pick. They solidified their offensive line in free agency, and now they get their tackle of the future. They can still develop Trey Pipkins too, which I think that's people like hate on Trey Pipkins.
Yeah.
They can still develop, and hey, Brian Balaga's in a contract year next year. Like Pipkins maybe moves to right tackle, or maybe Pipkins pans out as left tackle. Rashawn Slater moves to right tackle. So it's not like Trey Pipkins all of a sudden is like, wow, what a wasted pick in the third round 2 years ago.
Well, I mean, you could never have too many good offensive linemen, I guess. Especially
they carried 10 last year.
Exactly. Especially with my team, the way we go with injuries and everything. Like it's something they put in the water. I don't know what it is, but hopefully this year everyone can be healthy and actually make a run at it.
Yeah, but yeah, I think that was the biggest hole for the Chargers. They addressed it.
Yeah.
Now we'll see what they do in the second round. If they go corner. Do you like corner in the second?
That sounds good to me. I mean, we need corners too. Casey Hayward hadn't played that well last season. They cut him, so he was good at the beginning, but I mean, he just kind of later fell off.
I felt bad for Casey because I feel like Gus Bradley just hung him out to dry a lot.
Oh, yeah.
His play calling. I think Casey Hayward in Brandon Staley's scheme, I think would have been done very well. But at the same time, his contract was very
that
high,
was
very bloated.
especially because I think the cap was hit, right? Because of COVID and the pandemic and all that stuff.
And the Chargers were in a good spot. Like Telesco and his team did a good job. planning for the future. But yeah, I think
What
Casey was just
has
kind of
he
a
signed
cap
anywhere or
casualty.
no, Casey?
Not that I know of. No.
Maybe if they can get him cheap. I mean,
Maybe
I'm
they bring
down
him
to
back.
sign some
Let me
cheap
ask you
veterans.
this: So is Melvin Ingram? He's still a free agent. Any
Yeah.
shot he comes back? I don't see it.
I don't think so either. Yeah, I think either he's gonna want too money.
No, he's still a free agent.
Yeah, because I think he had supposedly talked to the Broncos, but the Broncos didn't want to pay him as much as he wanted or something like that.
Yeah, I think this is nothing against him. Seems like an awesome guy, but I
Yeah.
think he wants like double-digit millions.
Yeah, and it's like no.
After having 0 sacks last year and playing like 5 games,
No,
he's not going to get that.
exactly. But like, I think sometimes a lot of the success, at least on the pass rushing on our team, is just the Joey Bosa effect.
Yeah, totally.
He has a really nice suit though. Like, I just want to shout out this guy for that suit.
I mean, you got to think about
Love
Joe
it.
Burrow right now with that big old scar on his knee right now.
Yeah, they took Jamar Chase.
They
and
took Jamar
Justin
Chase.
Herbert gets the second best tackle in the draft.
Yeah,
Exactly.
You know, I'll pray for him.
Yeah, seriously, we're all gonna pray for him.
I
Well,
like
you
good
saw
football.
he was supposedly going to be the rookie of the year last year until he got hurt, and
Sure.
my boy
Yeah.
obviously came in and did his thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, they were pretty neck for neck. He would have got that's the stupid politics. He would have got the nod just because.
Oh yeah, he was LSU champ, first overall. Yeah,
but they were
Makes
like
sense.
neck for neck. Like
Yeah.
every stat was like you could argue either one was better.
Mhm.
So it would have been silly if they actually gave it to him, but they would have because
Yeah.
it was number one.
I mean, that's fine. I don't mind my boy coming in hungry because he didn't get that rookie of the year, but he got it, so I'm happy for him.
Yeah. What'd you think of when they took Herbert last year?
I
got a buddy who I think should be jumping on here soon.
Yeah.
It was live last year when they took Herbert, and he was so disappointed.
Oh really? Who did he want?
I mean, everyone. I feel like the majority of Chargers fans wanted Tua, and then when Tua went to
No.
Miami,
Not this Charger fan. That's
okay,
for sure.
good. All right, you go ahead.
I didn't want to at all. Like I don't know. Like he had his whole hip thing. I think the last year in Alabama, he didn't even play 'cause he was hurt all season.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like the last thing I need is more players who are hurt or injury prone. So that's why, like in the draft, like I think, Fran was there with me. We were watching the draft, obviously at home because of the pandemic and all that stuff. And I was like, how you guys saw me sweating with Denver right now, just in case they got Rodgers. I was sweating at number 5 with the Miami Dolphins because I said if they get Herbert and we get Tua, I'm gonna like that would have upset me. And when they took Tua, I said, thank God you took him out of the front view of my general manager in the front office. Like, don't go for some shiny coin that might not pan out. Like, mind you, like I said, the draft anyway is a 50-50 chance if these players are going to be good or not. But when we took Herbert, I was excited, man. Like, I was like, okay, Oregon, like, especially because they were pulling out the stats, how he had X amount of like offensive coordinators, head coaches, in like the few years that he was there. And I'm like, oh, if he's still producing at a high level, no matter who's coming in, like that to me is a good sign at least. And I was real excited. I was real excited when they got Herbert.
Coming out of Hard Knocks, did you watch Hard Knocks?
Oh yeah, of course I did.
Sure,
Yeah.
of course. Did you? I mean, I came out of watching that going like, yeah, Herbert's might be a good quarterback eventually, but like he didn't like the way they played it. It was so.
He wasn't even the focal point.
He was never the focal point. It was like he's a pimply kid. He's you know, like
he was sunshine from Remember the Titans with the locks and everything.
Yeah, exactly. Did that change your opinion at all?
To me, honestly, like first off, I didn't want them in Hard Knocks at all. I was like, I don't need these cameras distracting these people or doing anything. But on top of that, I always think Hard Knocks, like that's not really what you're seeing because they edit out the hell out of those things and everything. Like you guys remember the year the Raiders were on Hard Knocks, we didn't see anything of the AB drama that was supposedly going on at the time.
Yeah.
Because like he was having supposed verbal arguments with, I think it was Raider staff or something happened with the Raiders.
Yeah.
And it's like the only thing they really show is either, I think the GM is Mike Mayock, right?
Yeah.
The only thing Mike Mayock comes out and says, yeah, we released Antonio Brown. It's like, that's it. So it's like, I think half of it is really edited. And on top of that, like in my mind, I was like, you know what? I'd rather have the kid go out there and try and fail because it's like kind of like a rebuild year anyway. 'Cause Rivers is gone or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Then because I knew what Tyrod was going to bring, or Tyrod Taylor. I wasn't really excited for Tyrod to be at the quarterback position. The only thing that excited me about him was like, okay, I don't have to watch these stupid picks like I did under Rivers and everything, where he's throwing to double and triple team. But I mean, I was excited for Herbert.
Do you remember that game where it was like Tyrod is not in?
Oh, are you kidding? Of course I did. I remember that like it was yesterday.
Terrified or were you excited?
I was excited. I'm not even gonna lie. I said, okay, finally, either someone, got brave in the front office or whatever. Because I mean, our offense didn't look good against Cincinnati. They did not look good.
All right, here's the Jets pick, and then I got Dan Wade with Locked On Chargers to jump on with us to talk about your Chargers pick.
Come on, camera.
Yeah, right after. Elijah Bear Tucker. All right, it's a good pick for the Jets. Yeah. Let's get Dan in here. What's up, my man? Can you hear us?
What's up, guys?
What's up, man?
What's up, brother? How you doing? Let's turn this down a little bit.
Yeah.
We got everything going. Or just mute it. Whatever. What's going on, man? How you doing? Can you hear us? We heard you earlier.
I don't think we got him.
Can you hear us? Check. Hello.
Over there? Dan Wade?
He heard us earlier. Try to add him back here in a second. Dan, can you hear us? Bark twice if you're in Milwaukee.
He's in Milwaukee?
He's not, but
okay, good.
If he wants to bark twice, that'll work. At least that'll let us know. Soon we can put this thing up, I think. I think our sun's going down, so. All right. Well, Dan's going to join us eventually.
All right. So USC pick going to the Jets. I mean, protecting Zach Wilson now.
Yeah. Well, I think that's a great pick for the Jets. Elijah Vera Tucker he was my number 3 offensive lineman, period, behind P9 Sewell and Rashawn Slater.
Yep.
So I think he's a great pick. I hope he doesn't go to there to die like Sam Darnold did.
I mean, it's tough to say with the Jets because it's the Jets. But they're starting anew. They got a new coach, new quarterback, starting left tackle.
Yeah, they're pretty much a whole new outfit. So I think they should be. So here's New England on the clock. Are they taking Mac Jones? I mean, Mac Jones fell this far. It seems like the pick, right?
He looks like he comes out of 1957. Looks like he's about to step right into Johnny Unitas's cleats.
Yeah, seems too obvious that this is the pick. The pick is in.
That was quick. I mean, and for first round standards, pre 5 minutes.
All right. I always find it interesting. There's 50,000 fans there, but they have a guy on the stage with a mask on. That makes that huge of a difference. Always found that interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I'm almost gonna say that we should go back to everybody just stays in the basement.
It's
I
kind of
like
one or the
seeing-
other, right? Like either you take your mask off and hey, we're good, or
Yeah.
all right. So I had the pick right. It's not trading up. Just makes too much sense. Mac Jones make too much sense to them. They didn't even have to trade up to get him. So I'm not a big Mac Jones guy, but that's impressive. They did not have to even trade up to get him. So, but at the same time, Ryan, think about this, or Leroy, excuse me.
You can call me Ryan. Everyone knows who you are.
In January or February of last year,
Mm-hmm.
Mac Jones going number 15 would have been like, wow, that's kind of early.
Blowing everybody's mind.
That would have been like, oh, Mac Jones is like a mid 20s to even second round pick. So 15 seems early. And now here we are in April saying like, wow, what a steal. Didn't have to trade up and they get him at 15. So
Yeah.
it's funny how the draft process works.
I mean, I saw a lot of people picking him to trade up to. They were the Patriots going to trade up to 4 to get him, and they would have. And Belichick is not going to give up that much stuff. He's just not going to, despite what the free agency has to say. He's still Bill Belichick, and the proof is here. He waited, and then he got what he wanted. The fate of Garoppolo is still in the balance.
I would assume that with this pick, they would not be trading for Garoppolo.
I don't think there's
because they can run Cam 1 year, or just have a QB competition, and if Mac beats him out, then
Yeah,
you're
I
good
don't
to
think
go.
there's a trade partner for.
Let's try to get Dan back in here. Dan,
I
can
can
you
hear you.
hear us?
Yes, I can hear
We
you.
can
guys
hear you.
now.
What's up, brother?
What's up? And surprise, surprise.
What's up, man?
I did not see that one coming, man. Oh yeah, I mean, when
Hey,
it
first
got
off,
to
before
pick
you get-
13,
Before we even get into it, bro, how you feeling? I don't want to spew everything all over, but you,
I'm
you got a little COVID test,
good.
a little COVID scare. How you feeling?
Got a rapid test today. I'm all good. So as long as CVS has their stuff up to snuff, we should be all right. Good news though.
Good stuff. We had Chargers beat writers with us, and they're furiously in the room next door writing. So we're left alone. But
yeah.
Though, before I even ask you about Slater, last year we did a live draft thing, and
I remember
you're live with us. Justin Herbert gets picked. I will have it forever saved in my computer. You were not happy. You were not.
I was not. No, I was
you
not.
cussed at your then girlfriend, now fiance. Now obviously we know how good he is. So how was your reaction when Rashawn Slater fell to the Chargers to 13?
I mean, excited. I think that's the first thing, just because it was so unexpected. Obviously, I wrote, an article just predicting who the first round pick would be for the LA Football Network. I was 2 years running, picking the right pick, and I'm glad to be wrong this year. So I think that was a really exciting, just because he was the obvious tackle 2 in this draft class behind Penei Sewell. And if you ask Daniel Jeremiah, he was the number 1 offensive tackle prospect in this draft class. So for the Chargers to not mortgage the future and try to trade up to 7 to potentially get Sewell, for them to stay put, let the draft process play out in front of them, watch teams like Chicago go up and get a quarterback from a team who could have potentially taken Rashawn Slater. I mean, everything ended up working out for them. The Lions kind of went off the board getting Sewell, so I think that freaked out a lot of the Chargers fan base, just basically like, there's so many teams in between 7 and 13 that could help their offensive line. And when that didn't come to fruition, he got there. My biggest thing was like, please don't take, Christian Darrisaw, who's the obvious offensive tackle 3, instead of taking Rashawn Slater just because he has like short arms or something, right? This guy was the obvious pick. You've seen him go up against Chase Young, a man who in his first year was already a menace in the NFL. He has all the tape to back it up. He didn't really need to play this year, and because he didn't play this year, it probably helped the Chargers out because he falls to 13.
All right, you back?
Oh, I'm here.
Okay.
So
where did I leave you?
Did you have Sewell rated above Slater?
I did. Yeah. I thought that. I mean, I went back and double checked it just because, so a couple of people got on that bandwagon, but especially just considering the upside, so to speak, to Penei Sewell doing what he did 2 years ago now at the age he was at, and really just, obviously with him and Justin Herbert being former teammates and stuff too, that was the dream scenario, but that was something that was never going to happen. The Chargers got the next big thing in Rashawn Slater.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is such a good pick for the team. I know at the point of the draft, I was like, maybe a trade back seems like something they could do. But the way the board fell, like, there's no way you can pass on a guy like Rashawn Slater. And they've already done a lot with their 13. Like, it kind of shock you, stuff that went down.
I mean, yeah, a little bit. I mean, I think we all knew that the Bears would potentially try to trade up for somebody. I don't know if we thought that Fields would slip past the Broncos. I mean, I'm sure you were wondering when they came up at 9 if they were going to end up taking Justin Fields or even potentially to a lesser degree Mac Jones. But I think the way it played out for them was perfect. And I think it allowed them to get Rashawn Slater, but it still has been surprising to see how much action we've seen. And then from some of the big picks, pivotal picks before the Chargers that we thought could have trade scenarios, like the 7th pick, like the 8th pick, those guys stay put. The Chargers end up, not, like I said, they didn't leverage anything. They didn't move up and spend 2 players potentially to get 1 player. They stayed put. And I mean, this is best case scenario. He wasn't even on my list of guys that I would even predict to the Chargers because I just didn't think there was any way he was going to get there. With so many different teams needing offensive line help, I just thought there was no way he makes it down to the Chargers. And it's nice to see the Chargers not just falling in love with physical attributes, having the size and length and all of those things, and just going with the most technically refined player, the best player available. And I think that's the crazy thing. They ended up getting the best player available for me unequivocally. I mean, he was a top 10 pick in my eyes for sure. So to have the need match up with also getting a best player available, I mean, what more could you ask for from that pick? Obviously, it has to still work out, but since Brandon Staley has taken over, a defensive-minded head coach, the entire focus has been on the offensive line, which I think is just crazy, and it's so refreshing. And I think it also shows you how much a coaching staff has to do with this draft process, because that's not the commitment we saw to the offensive line when Phillip Rivers was the quarterback, or when Anthony Lynn was the head coach, or when Ken Wisenhunt, was still here with the offensive side. And then even before that, I mean, it's always been offensive weapons, big-time defensive skill position players. Now they seem finally committed to it, and now we'll have 4 new starting offensive linemen coming off of a year where they had the worst offensive line in the league by some metrics.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what's so exciting about this Chargers team now moving forward is, what they've built, but what they're committed to. And, in years past, everyone gave crap, and rightfully so, but they didn't build things to protect Phillip Rivers and whatnot. Now they're in one offseason doing that for Justin Herbert. So, Dan, let me ask you this. Officially Ryan Anderson.
Never met.
No, we haven't met.
When our
nice to meet you.
That's really
what a way to meet.
I know
What a
we talked
blessed
in the
night.
Slack chat, the group meet chat. So now you guys officially met.
Yeah, no, I'm just upset that I can't be there with you guys. I mean, I love the setup you have going on. I wish I was hanging out and listening to Gilbert Manzano and Fernando Ramirez over there furiously typing away in the other room.
Yeah, I don't know what
they
they're
closed
doing.
the door. I don't know what's happening over there.
Who knows what they're doing? So they're
is there
probably
a little bit of
really.
Is there some Rams FOMO going on over there at all? No Rams first round pick right now, or?
Oh, of course there is. Yeah,
absolutely.
Of course there is. And
I'd love to see something happening in the first round.
But I think Rams fans are happy because they've been in the playoffs 3 of the last 4 years, so they're not too bad. But the draft night is so exciting, and I wish you could. Maybe before you get off the call, I'll have Ryan put up our screen. So basically, bro, we set this up, and the light was so bright that we were just like washed out like shadows. So I had to put down the screen.
The California sun is just
I
too
know.
bright
But
for
the
even LAFB.
whole point though of doing it here was like, oh, we'll have a great view of the Hollywood sign and we'll have fun. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, we can't even like freaking see anything.
I can guarantee you, we're in the middle of Koreatown right now.
Yeah. So before you go, I'll have Ryan put it up. But
yeah.
Let me ask you this. So at 47 now, the Chargers' next pick. Do you like them? Now that we got our tackle that everyone wanted. Corner. I mean, what do you think? Obviously, we have so much to go through, so much to see what actually happens. Zaven Collins just went like super early to the Cardinals, which I was kind of surprised by. Linebacker. But yeah, you think corner for the Chargers at 47, or what are you kind of seeing there?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you still have to see who's there, but given the needs that they have, corner is absolutely number one. You let go of Casey Hayward. You haven't brought in an obvious replacement. The guy behind him is Brandon Faison, who's unproven, and when he has been in, has gotten picked on, by the opposing offenses. So there's no clear option right now for the Chargers at outside corner when Chris Harris Jr. plays in the slot. He can do that. He can play outside as well, but with Brandon Staley being 80% of the time in sub packages, you need a good outside corner, right? So it'll be interesting to see here if there's a run on corners towards the end of the first round, if a Caleb Farley goes soon, if there's a Greg Newsome sighting. There's a few different guys that'll be interesting to see if they end up getting taken before the end of the first round, because there are going to be some guys there at corner in the second round they could be intrigued by. I mean, my guy has been Asante Samuel Jr. I don't know if he's going to fall to the Chargers at 47, but I think that it's easily the next biggest need, and you'll just have to see if the value matches up there. But the one thing that happens tonight is you didn't trade up. You still have all your draft picks. You have 2 third-round picks. You have 2 sixth-round picks. If you want to move up and get the corner of your choosing before he gets potentially taken, you still have, the amount of draft capital to go do that because you stayed put and got your guy at 13.
Yeah, exactly. It gives them a lot of options, I think, with what they did. So, any other questions for my man Dan? Or?
All right, the one big question remains is who did you think should have been the Chargers' first pick last year?
Yeah, if you weren't happy with Justin Herbert, who was it?
I mean, it was a Tua guy, but the funny thing is I had spent so much time watching the offensive tackles because it was such a good offensive tackle class. The Chargers haven't had a good left tackle in quite a while. They had one season from Russell Okung, but I mean, look at the guys who went: Tristan Wirfs, Mekhi Becton. I mean, so many good tackles went at the top of that draft. Jedrick Wills is another one. I like those guys a lot, but for the Chargers who had, a 1-year Band-Aid and Tyrod Taylor, and I mean, thank God they didn't go tackle at that point and, rolled out there with Tyrod Taylor and Easton Stick with how it ended up playing out. But I was a Tua guy. I thought that they should go for Tua. Obviously, I was way off on that, and they seem like they made the absolute right pick right now. And I remember being visibly upset here. And part of that was just I didn't believe in the Chargers coaching staff to be able to develop the guy, given, the offense he was on at Oregon and then coming into the NFL. They brought in Pep Hamilton. They did a lot of things to kind of supplement the fact that maybe they weren't ready to transition a quarterback to the NFL. Well, everyone was wrong about that. The Chargers did it. They got Justin Herbert, and now they follow that up with the next draft class of getting him a blindside protector. I think they hit it out of the park.
Let me ask you this before we let you go. So last year, sitting at 6, if they would have gone tackle, this year at 6, they would have had the option of Justin Fields or Mac Jones. Just looking at college tape, I know it's hard because we know what Justin Herbert did with the Chargers, but just looking at Justin Fields' college tape and Justin Herbert's college, yeah, they both are Justin. I was like, wait, am I saying that right? And Justin Herbert's college tape, who would you have rather had?
It's hard, and I mean, I'm not going to sit here and pretend I didn't watch
out
a ton.
of it. What?
Yeah, no. I mean, it's more just for me specifically. I didn't watch a ton of Justin Fields tape this year. I watched some of his games. I watched a lot of his offensive linemen.
Yeah, why would
I
you?
watched a lot of those things, but not going into this was the nice thing about it. I didn't really have to worry about the Chargers taking a quarterback. So especially, I mean, with the slide that we saw from Justin Fields, it would be hard to believe that they would be the team that bites on it. But I think it worked out okay. It's hard for me to kind of rank those guys at this point. But I also do think it's funny, when people want to go back and re-rank the 2020 and the 2021 draft class, and then have Justin Herbert, the only guy with actual NFL production, ranked fifth on that list, right? So PFF with a little bit more clickbait to click on. But I mean, I think that right now, if the Jaguars and Trevor Lawrence had the season that Justin Herbert and the Chargers did, I think they'd be ecstatic. So to think that he wouldn't be one of the number 1 or 2 picks, given what the NFL teams have seen already, maybe you can make the case for Trevor Lawrence. Even knowing what Justin Herbert did, I don't think you can make that case about any of the other quarterbacks.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And I'm always taking the proven guy. And even before the NFL, Justin Herbert was the proven guy in college. The production speaks for itself. So
he might have been the number 1 quarterback in the 2019 class, right? I mean, he was one of those guys that he waited an extra year, and that potentially hurt him. Yeah, hey, he might have been a Bronco. But I mean, hey, I have to ask you, how are you feeling right now? What are you feeling like right now? Teddy Bridgewater, Drew Lock situation over there.
Does he feel like he got Aaron Rodgers? Is a big question.
Dude, I don't know. Don't take him. So I don't know. It's a weird spot. I think that the team is in a good roster spot to at least make them competitive, and I guess they believe in Locke, and we'll see if Rodgers ends up being an actual trade. But did you see the Alex Leatherwood pick for the Raiders?
Yeah, 17.
Classic
Not
Raiders,
where he was
right?
on my board. He was one of the guys I was scared the Chargers would want to settle on, honestly. I mean, I liked him. I didn't have a great Senior Bowl, and I got to go thanks to the LA Football Network, so I got to see it, up close and personal and see behind the scenes there. But no, I mean, the Raiders, Cleveland Farrell, you go 4th overall. I mean, there's so many different guys that you're just kind of scratching your head about. The Raiders go offensive lineman. It is a little bit surprising. I mean, I'm a little bit surprised by that, considering where most people had Leatherwood on their, list of top tackles. I don't think he was very high on many of those.
No. I mean, where did you have Cosme above him?
I did. Yeah. I had Cosme above him. I had him very close with Dylan Radins. Yeah. Yeah, I had both of those guys very close, but I would have probably leaned Radins, honestly. So very Raiders-like pick. But I'm glad we got to do this. Thanks for having me join in. I appreciate you guys, calling me in, even though I couldn't be there in person. I'm missing out on all the free beer and hard seltzers.
Yeah, dude.
Shout out to the sponsors.
Yeah, a lot of beer and seltzers are missing. Go, if you don't mind, brother, pull up the screen for my man before he takes off. If we can show the view here. I'm not trying to be like a dick and just like show off, but
no, it's doing this for me. I have to see what I'm missing out on.
There you go. Maybe actually.
Oh my gosh, the reveal.
Yeah, maybe the lighting won't be as bad now. See that we just get very like shadowy, but you get that.
That's Los Angeles.
LA, like the Hollywood sign.
You're a couple of shadow people.
Yeah, but now we're just shadowed. So.
You know what? Like, if we could keep this and screenshot it or something like that, you guys could be my anonymous sources. Be like, all right, I have some anonymous Rams sources in here right now that think that the Rams might be able to trade back in to the first round and have their only first round pick in 10 years.
Here, I'll do this screenshot. Go ahead. Tell me when you're good.
What? Boom.
Are you
all right, I got it. I got it. No, I got it.
You got it. All right. All right, brother. Hey, I appreciate you, man. You're feeling good though. I hope you and your fiance are good and enjoy the rest of the draft. We'll
it's been a very memorable draft. It was nice meeting you, Ryan. Have fun, guys. If you need me for anything, I'll be around.
All right, brother. We'll talk soon.
Right.
Thanks, man.
Later.
All right, dude. Late. All right. Yeah, I guess we need that down for a little bit longer. This word, man, that just feels so much better.
It does.
With that behind us.
Yeah, man.
Well, yeah. All right. Well, we're getting. Oh, you just did the shear.
I just did the shear. I thought maybe that would do it. That does not do it.
No, we're still. That's okay. Okay, I'm gonna get another beer anyway. So.
Okay.
You need something while I'm up?
I am good to go. Might have to order those chicken sandwiches soon.
Yes.
Feeling toasty on these Brewery X. Good. It's a surprise, though. I mean, some of these picks that are going, I did not expect. I don't have that Raiders pick anywhere on my top 32.
Yeah, Leatherwood.
Leatherwood, yeah. Yeah, I thought Micah Parsons was a big early pick too, and I thought Christian Jericho would be the last tackle taken in the first round. But curious as Rashad Bateman, where he's going to go. I'm picking him for the football team. I thought J.C. Horn was going to go a lot further down. I had him going at 17 to the Oakland Raiders, Las Vegas Raiders. Curious to think what who's left on the top 32 for you guys. Humble brag. Raiders forever. I love the Gruden love. Gruden love is fantastic. Don't stop there. Keep that Gruden love coming. Gruden's always got a place in the NFL. Don't you worry about that. Head coach, commentator, GM. Keep that Gruden love.
All right. How we doing?
Where are we at? Washington. Washington pick is in.
All right. Brewery X, Mosaic. Shout out. What are you rocking on? Same thing. The tennis ball, the whacker.
Yeah.
The pint whacker.
Pint whacker.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. Not on my top 32, I don't believe.
That's a good pick. He's a good linebacker. You know, I guess they feel comfortable with their quarterbacks, or they're going to take like a Kellen Mond or something in round 2 or 3 and go from there.
Sorry for my ridiculous question here. Is Justin Fields still on the board?
No. So he went to the Bears. At 11.
Happy with their quarterback. I don't know.
Yeah, interesting.
Staley has soured me on off-ball linebackers.
I'm the same way. Like, I feel like you don't really. I feel bad because they're guys that work their asses off in college,
Sure.
but I feel like you don't really need them in today's NFL. Like, you just run with 5 defensive backs.
Yep.
You have some good,
You got a
fast
hybrid-
defensive linemen.
Hybrid safety.
You don't need a true linebacker.
Yeah.
That's why Rams fans, like, the Rams don't need a drafted true linebacker. I know we've been needing that forever, but you don't really need it.
I mean, I think they need to add competition in that room.
100%.
I think they need, I think improving, but I mean, it's funny to look at maybe the San Francisco 49ers and you think they have Fred Warner, who is maybe one of the premier best middle linebackers in the game, and maybe they're already overpaying him into his first contract. I don't know. Like, does a team need to draft? I mean, how good does the guy have to be at this? Can you get a guy like this in round 3 or 4?
Yeah, which is what I think. I think you take a guy.
Chaz Surratt, maybe?
Dude, I love Chaz Surratt.
I love Chaz.
Chaz Surratt to the Rams would be like a slam dunk for me. And I think they could get him in the 2nd or 3rd. Well, I mean, obviously they're drafting the 2nd, but I love Chaz Surratt out of North Carolina. I love that he played quarterback before, so he'd be your quarterback of the defense because they lost that when John when John Johnson
Yeah.
obviously left in free agency, he was the quarterback of the defense. So
Yep.
he would be the guy that would become the quarterback of the defense if he obviously won the starting job. But I just think in today's NFL and with these modern coordinators, there's not as big as an onus on like a Ray Lewis or like these old school linebackers, smash mouth, Junior Seau, which I have one of his cards here, like 140 tackles in a season. Like, you don't need that anymore from a linebacker.
Not at all.
If you get it, it's nice, but you don't need to use a first-round pick on it.
And I think Joe Judge is the kind of guy that's I'm sorry, no, who just picked him? I just looked up and saw the New York Giants.
Who are we talking about? The Zaven Collins?
Yeah.
Oh, he went to Arizona.
Arizona.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so-
That just shows how Isaiah Simmons will be underutilized by that team.
Right.
I think he would be such an entertaining player to be in the Chargers defense, the Rams defense. Anybody that knows what a kind of a hybrid safety linebacker could do.
Mm-hmm.
And Arizona has once again shown that they're not that defense.
Yeah, I don't know if it's
If they're drafting this guy in the first round.
it's very interesting because they took Isaiah Simmons 6 overall last year to be their, you would assume, future linebacker, sideline to sideline guy. Last year they couldn't really figure out how to use him. They kind of put him all over the place. I don't know if that's Vance Joseph's defense just really didn't know how to utilize him, but they couldn't find a way. So then taking another linebacker as their first pick, it is interesting. And
would you say that Zaven Collins is a traditional middle linebacker? Is he the?
From what I saw, and I didn't watch a ton of tape on him, I'm going to be honest. I don't want to sit here and preach that I like am an expert on Zaven, but from what I saw, he's more your traditional off-ball middle linebacker. And so maybe they're seeing like Isaiah Simmons as a more hybrid safety linebacker that they can actually drop back a little more, or they use in pass rush. And Zaven is more of a roaming, in that 3-4 scheme that they're doing. So I don't know. Interesting pick. I'll just say that. I think the Cardinals needed to do defense. I just didn't think linebacker was probably what they did. And that's why I think the Chargers, when there were teams saying, or not teams, when there were people saying like, oh, they should go like Micah Parsons or someone, the fact they took Kenneth Murray last year and the fact that now Brandon Staley is their coach who does not value linebackers, and it sounds so horrible to say, but doesn't need linebackers. There's no need for them to use a first round high draft pick on a linebacker. There just isn't.
Yeah, absolutely. I mocked Christian Barmore to the Cardinals defensive lineman.
Let me see who I actually had mocked to them. You had D-tackle, right?
Yeah. I went with them because I knew defense is obviously their soft spot because they got DeAndre Hopkins. Kyler Murray has shown some flashes of some great offensive talent.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Cliff Kingsbury is the coach to make and I don't feel like their defensive coordinator is the guy to make that happen. To move. It's kind of the Wade Phillips of the Rams a few years ago.
Yeah, that has a decent scheme, but not going to like move the needle per se.
Not going to move them into the top 5 defenses of the league.
Yeah.
Nor do they have the talent, obviously.
Yeah, so we'll see. All right, here's the Giants pick. The Giants traded back. Receiver. There we go.
Wow.
Felt they were going receiver.
Another guy I don't have.
Oh, he's in LA. Where you at, Cadonius? Where you at? Where you at, Kadarius?
That gal's happy to be there.
Yeah, I'm guessing mom, maybe. Mom, sister, aunt.
I'm gonna go with mom.
Yeah, it's a very tight outfit, but hey, do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Kadarius has driven up a lot of draft boards. I think he's a very good receiver. I had the Giants taking Devontae Smith with their original pick, so I think this, fits what they need. And they traded back and got some picks, so I don't have anything against it. I think they maybe could have got, if you're going strictly off positional value, I think Kadarius could have gone farther, but they hit their need and they got more picks.
Is he the best wide receiver on the board right now, would you say?
I would have. I'm trying to think of who is left, but I think I would have him within like 1, 2, and 3. Like it's not like he's like a guy obscure way back there. He's 1, 2, or 3 that it's like he's at this point we've taken a receiver. He's what you're going for. So he can do it all. He can do a lot.
I had Terrence Marshall and Rashad Bateman.
Yeah, I still have Rashad Bateman ahead of him out of Minnesota. But I think because they have Kenny Galladay, who does so much on the outside, this guy fits more.
They're drafting more for team need, you would say?
Yeah, drafting more for, versatility, can kind of do it all, Swiss Army knife kind of thing.
I mean, definitely I think they should draft offense for the Giants.
Yeah, makes sense. So Colts here. Colts have like no needs, I feel like. Who do you have the Colts taking in yours? I think I haven't taken an edge rusher.
I think I do too.
We haven't seen an edge rusher get drafted yet, have we? If I'm not mistaken.
We have not.
So when I did my
I missed this. Elijah Moore from Mississippi. I have drafted for the Colts.
Okay.
Did they trade up? No.
No, we're sitting here at 21.
21.
Their pick, but no edge has gone off the board, right?
Nope.
So when I was doing my mock, I had my first edge going off the board right here to the Colts, and I was like, I would honestly be shocked if this happens because an edge not going in the first 20 picks in an NFL draft is shocking because that's like the second most important position behind quarterback or the second most sought after pick behind quarterback. But here we are, and no edge player has yet to be taken.
I mean, you got Chase Young, and then you got my Bosa, my Bosa, was taken.
And Myles Garrett, number 1 overall years before that.
Yep.
So I think I have Kwity. I think I have Kwity Paye.
I have Kwity Paye taken
going
first.
right here.
I had him taken by the Jets at 23.
Okay, I have Paye going right here to the Colts at 21. First edge off the board.
It's amazing. When I first started getting locked into the draft, Greg Rousseau was 100% everybody's across the board.
Yes.
Edge rusher pick to go first, and then all of a sudden he was dropping.
And I don't know why.
I don't either.
He was like the top guy back in February.
Did he take all of last year off or just
pretty much? Yeah.
Pretty much all of last year off. And I think it's interesting because there have been several GMs that have come out and said, I appreciate a guy that persevered. He decided to play that year despite the risks.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a very interesting position to take.
Yeah.
Because
it's costing them, a couple $1 million probably.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows if he played how he would have performed, but we know his talent, we know his skill level, we know his bend is. He's a phenomenal pass rusher. It's crazy Miami had the potential of having Jalen Phillips and Gregory Rousseau together, and they didn't really.
If Kwity Paye goes off the board, I don't know the numbers specifically, but like, what's the last guy that has as small of production as he has had? I don't know if he had a sack in his previous year.
That's good. Yeah, Kwity Paye, very poor production if you're looking at just straight numbers.
Yeah, but I don't know.
That's interesting.
I mean,
we'd have to look that up.
You'd have to go way back, I think. because in previous drafts, it's always been very, very obvious, and the edge rushing draft has always been very. It's always been a lot more deep than this one.
Mm-hmm.
And originally, I had written that this draft was deep, but it's not. It's not deep.
I feel like you have like 3 to 6 guys that are like they could all be in the first, all be in the second, and then after that, it's like sparse.
Right.
Am I saying? Does that sound right? Because you have
Quiddipe, Greg Rousseau, you got
Quincy Roche.
Yep.
The kid out of Houston.
What's up, Basham?
Basham is another one. So you have these guys that are in that fringe. Yeah, I don't know if I said Jalen Phillips, but obviously Jalen Phillips. But it's like they can go anywhere. And here we are sitting at 21, and not a single edge guy has been taken.
And that's, I mean, apart from quarterback, I would say that is generally rated as the next.
Yeah, that's like you take, even if you have like 3 good edge rushers, if you're sitting there in the best edge rushers,
which is 5, which is more than usual, and it shows how deep we are in offensive line, which is, I think that we still have a couple of really good edge rushers to be drafted in the first round.
Yeah, and I think they're going to surprise people for sure.
Yeah. And in terms of the Rams, I mean, is there anybody above 57 that you would move forward for at this point for the Rams specifically, their needs or best player available?
You know, that's a good question because the Rams are in a spot. All in to go for the Super Bowl.
They keep making moves to show that they are.
Yeah. So if that's the case, why would you not prove that by, hey, if this is a player at 45, 42, 33, that this is the one player that we're like missing, why would we not go all in and trade for that player? I don't think they're going to do that, but it wouldn't shock me. But no, if I am saying what I think the Rams are doing, I think if they either stay put or they trade back and get more picks because they only have 6 picks I think total.
6 picks total. Yeah.
So I think for them and just what we've seen with Les Snead, they would trade back and get more picks. Here's the Colts pick going right now. Quiddipe. There you go.
Called it.
Chalk that one up.
Is that the best pick for the Colts?
I think it is because I think the Colts are a very they don't have a lot of needs. I mean, you saw last year they get to the playoffs. Honestly, and I hate to sound like a hater, but their biggest hurt was Phillip Rivers. I mean, their biggest pain was their quarterback position because they had the running back, they have the receivers, they have probably the best offensive line in the NFL. Their defense is growing and doing good.
Sure. Frank Reich is who Frank Reich is,
yeah.
and we saw what Carson Wentz could do when he was the offensive coordinator.
Yeah,
is that what we should expect from Carson Wentz?
I mean, that's obviously a good point. Yeah,
and they're banking. They're obviously banking.
They're going all in on that. Carson Wentz is going to be Carson Wentz of 15 or whatever it was, 2018.
Yeah. Whatever year.
But even if
not of last year, though.
Do you think? I want your real opinion here. This is hard, like in a vacuum. We have to step back here, especially when we're talking about quarterbacks, and you have to compare intangibles, offensive line, weapons. So it's really hard to do.
Yeah.
But in a vacuum, Carson Wentz. What he did last year, which from what the media told us was horrendous, was it really that much worse than what Phillip Rivers did with the Colts, with that superb offensive line, with those great weapons, with that phenomenal running game, with a good defense?
Yeah. I mean, so my very, very honest opinion is I was never in on Carson Wentz.
Okay.
He was drafted high.
That's where we'll have fun debate, because I kind of was.
I question every quarterback going in the top 10.
As you should.
You know, it's a 50-50 shot, you know, and you know, it's more fun to be right than wrong, and it's more fun to be pessimistic than optimistic. But for specifically Carson Wentz, I felt he was hurt that year they went to the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't show the floor that I was looking for in a quarterback. He showed a high ceiling, but he didn't reach that as much as I wanted him to. Do I think that Carson Wentz is going to be as good as or better than Phillip Rivers? I don't think. I don't think he's going to be.
Okay. That's fair.
Do I think that Carson Wentz is going to be better than he was in Philadelphia last year? Absolutely, because he's going to have some healthy receivers. He's going to have a better offensive line. Hard to be any worse than his receivers, and hard to be any worse than his offensive line. So I think they're going to go. Are we doing 17 games now this year?
Oh, sure. Yeah. If you want to do a
10,
prediction, yeah.
I think they're going to go 10-7.
10-7?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And does that make them a playoff team in the NFC East? I think so. They might win the NFC East in that.
The Colts?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I was thinking
AFC South.
AFC South. I think
we've combined a lot of teams. Yeah.
I think they're going to. I think they're going to make the playoffs in the NFC South.
Yeah.
I think a big setback because they lost Arthur Smith, and regression.
Johnny
with,
Smith and Corey Davis.
Corey Davis, and I think, and just kind of a bit of regression.
Mm-hmm.
I think that one, so.
Yeah, I think the AFC South is a very, Jacksonville is obviously going to. Houston is just a disaster. So who knows? Houston could be one of those teams that makes the playoffs next year. Who knows?
I mean,
or they could win one game.
They got a youth pastor running their.
They're just an interesting team. Yeah. So I think the Colts are the favorite to, if not win the division, them and Tennessee at least compete for like 1 and 2 and be both playoff contenders.
Yeah.
With the extra game and with the extra team. So. Yeah, I think. After you said that, I
don't think the Colts are the Super Bowl contender in the AFC with the Bills, with the Chiefs. I think it's I still think this.
Yeah,
they're going to make the playoffs, but
yeah, we got to see first what Carson Wentz does in that offense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let me ask you this: if Carson Wentz, how do I phrase this? Because obviously, if he's a top 2 quarterback, that changes it, but. If Carson Wentz throws for over 4,000 yards, over 30 touchdowns, less than 10 interceptions. So you don't know how he ranks with the other quarterbacks. But if he goes 4, 30, 10, does that push the Colts to being they're an actual legit AFC contender?
To go to the Super Bowl.
To go to in the AFC. They can maybe knock off the Chiefs or the Bills.
I don't think so.
Even with that,
I don't think so. I think that the Bills' defense is only going to get better. The Chiefs aren't going to regress much. I don't think. I mean, AFC Championship game. Do I think they can knock off the Bills? Maybe. Chiefs. I mean, they're good. They're good run on defense, but
yeah,
they had in this draft.
Exactly.
You know.
Yeah.
And
I hear you.
I mean, I don't love. I'm still on the fence about the Bills QB, but you know, he made a big jump.
Yeah, Josh Allen is interesting. If he maintains what he did, or if he regresses a little bit. I'm the same way. I'm not one. I think last year he was a top 5 quarterback.
Yeah.
Have we seen enough where that's going to be now the norm?
Oh, and we've seen.
I don't think so yet.
We've seen other instances.
One MVP, and last year
and
wasn't great.
And people were like, they I mean, these defensive coordinators are no schlubs, and they figured out Lamar Jackson. Can they figure out Josh Allen?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I think, and we saw that specifically with the Rams and the Bills game, where it seemed like Josh Allen was running all over that defense, and Brandon Staley was able to make that switch. And
after the first drive in the second half, things changed a lot.
Yeah, they had him on the run.
There's a Titans pick. Caleb
Okay.
Farley. All right. A lot of people had him maybe dropping out of the first round, but
I had him at 22.
If he remains healthy, this is probably the steal of the draft, because I think I had him before all the injury concerns as my number 1 corner. I think he's a phenomenal corner, and so if he is truly healthy, they get a steal. But if his medical history catches up with him, that's the risk.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna try to lift this. Let me know how the lighting goes. Let's try this out. Now that it's dark out. How's it looking?
We're good.
Does it wash us out?
No, we gotta. Looking like California boys.
I want to see it. All right, this is what I'm waiting for. There we go. Now we have a true.
I have to say, I've been in LA for just almost 3 years. Love LA.
It's great, right?
Yeah.
It's a great city. It's there's a lot to hate about it. There's also a lot to love about it.
Yeah, and you know what? I think people come to me. They tell me about how much they hate LA. Go, we don't need you.
Yeah. Where'd you come from? Where'd you come from again?
Well, directly San Francisco.
Okay.
Yeah. Nebraska, which I mean.
Part of Nebraska?
Kearney, Nebraska.
Kearney, Nebraska. Okay.
It's basically right smack dab in the middle.
How far is that from like Lincoln or?
It's hour 45-minute drive from. On I-80.
I've been to Omaha, obviously.
If you've been on I-80, you've gone through Kearney.
Okay, that I probably have. There's a city that it's a long name. Not a long name, but like a weird name. We stopped for Subway every time we would drive through to go to Minnesota. I feel like it started with an O, not Omaha. Ogallala. Yes.
Sure. That's further west.
Okay. How far is that from Kearney?
Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea. It's such a small town.
Okay. It's very small. Literally, it's a subway.
Yeah.
I'm impressed you knew what town I was talking about.
I don't know. I can't remember why I know Ogallala.
Okay. And it's on the way to Omaha. I guess that's the only reason.
Yeah.
Because we stopped there because it was like from
a bunch of cornfields.
Yeah.
And then you get like, when was the last time you drove I-80 through Nebraska?
Me personally, probably 10, 12 years ago.
Okay.
We used to go every year.
So,
but now
Kearney, Nebraska, there, as of 10 or 12 years ago, there is a there's a museum overpass that spans the freeway.
Okay. A museum overpass.
Yeah, and I mean the joke is that it's basically about the museum is all about all of the people that have gone through Nebraska to get to other places.
Fair enough.
Not to shit on Nebraska at all, but a lot of people have gone through Nebraska to get west.
Yeah, most people.
Yeah.
You gotta. It's a flyover state. Like you gotta go through it.
It's a flyover state. You know. Come up.
Okay, minus your parents.
Okay.
The actual state. What are you like? This is a cool thing to do in Kearney, Nebraska, or wherever nearby. Which by that reaction, I'm guessing there's not much. But hey,
You know, I didn't leave Nebraska because I wasn't torn to leave Nebraska. I'm sorry to say.
Yeah.
There's a lot of great people there. And
that's about it. Okay, there we go.
It's windy. It's windy and cold in the winter.
That's
It's windy and goddamn hot in the summer.
Yeah, very muggy.
Yeah.
Well,
You can't ski. You can't surf.
yeah, you can't do what you can do here. So Vikings take Christian Darrisaw, by the way. right now.
Okay. All right. And I'm taking a little bit higher on my.
So they trade down from 14 to 13 and still get Christian Darrisaw. So that's a good pick for the Vikings, I think.
It's interesting because head coach there said he was sick and tired of having a bad defense.
That is very true. He said last year, Mike Zimmer said last year was the worst defense he's ever coached. It's quite the call out of your defense.
Yeah. Maybe that's enough to get them to perk up their ears a little bit.
Yeah, but they take a tackle here, which they need also.
They do. Would you rate Jared Goff or the Minnesota quarterback?
Kirk Cousins?
Kirk Cousins, thank you. I was blanking on that name. Just a general quarterback name. Who do you rate higher there?
I personally would rate. I would rate Kirk Cousins higher.
Yeah.
I've said that for years.
Sure.
I've gotten a lot of hate for it. I think Kirk's more consistent. He usually plays within his offense very well, which I know Jared does too. But I think Kirk's better at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
That's why I like Kirk Cousins. So I've been a big Kirk Cousins guy though, probably more so than most. There was I think a few years ago, back when he was a free agent and he was like the big fish in free agency before the Vikings got him. I had him as like a top 5 QB in the NFL, which I still stand behind, but I know a lot of people disagree. But at the time, I think he was.
Yeah. It's hard because he's not a bad quarterback.
Yeah, not at all. He's not Rodgers. He's not Mahomes. He's not a guy that's going to elevate your team to a huge level, but he's going to make your team a little better. And then if you give him the tools that he's good at, he's going to, he's a top 15 quarterback, I think.
Yeah.
I think he's a top 15 quarterback with a bad team. He's a top 10 with a good team.
I mean, you're a Elway fan from the young years.
I am, of
I'm
course.
a Montana fan, Steve Young fan from my young years.
Yeah.
Would either of those quarterbacks won Super Bowl had they not had a few really good pass catchers?
No, 100%, because Montana, and this is not downgrading Montana, but he always had a solid team around him.
Yep.
Elway is the most obvious case. In my opinion, and I know it's so biased, but Elway to me is a top 2 quarterback of all time. Just the intangibles. Wow. But Elway went to 3 Super Bowls that he carried the team there.
Sure.
Could not win because his teams were pretty awful. They were pretty bad. If you look at those teams, pretty bad. And then he went to 2 more, won 2 more because all of a sudden now he had Ed McCaffrey, Rod Smith, Terrell Davis, had a defense that could compete. So all these quarterbacks now, it's like, yes, you need those pieces. Like, look at Aaron Rodgers. What was an all-pro MVP last year, and he lost in the divisional playoff or lost in the conference championship, and now is on the verge of being traded. Aaron Rodgers was arguably the best quarterback last year, and didn't even go to the Super Bowl because the Packers didn't do enough to build around him.
Yeah, the big conversation I feel like going into the 1920 season, I would say somewhere in that region is
we're going way back.
Way back. Are there system quarterbacks that are good because of the system, or are there just natural talents? Oh, Steelers going running back here?
Najee Harris. Yeah, it's such a Steelers pick. There was either going Najee or Creed Humphrey. It had to be center or running back.
Well, at least the running back went in the first round for good or for bad.
Yeah. I always feel bad because I'm happy for him, but I just think position-wise, you don't need to take a running back in the first round. Happy for the actual person because, hey, you worked your ass off, but from a business standpoint, to me, there's no reason to take a running back that early. But anyway, continue on your point before that.
Well, which was so system quarterback, your Garoppolos, your Cousins, Goff would fall in that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even Brady would fall in that. Who else am I thinking of? Cousins. A lot of these guys are fall into that idea. They're a system quarterback. They're able to deliver a floor that was high enough that the team would be awful, that maybe they would be in playoff contention. Or you go for the high ceiling quarterback, which was your Mahomes, Lamar Jackson probably thrown into that. Aaron Rodgers would be thrown into that.
Yeah, Deshaun Jackson.
And I feel like Aaron Rodgers was kind of that linchpin in between, like, where does he fall in that region? And we saw him in the LaFleur system do really, really well.
Yeah. Yeah, he
Better
did.
than he did with Mike McCarthy, who we've seen Mike McCarthy operate with a replacement level quarterback. It's it's not good.
Yeah, no, not at all. Yeah.
But are we similarly to what we were just talking about with running backs? How close are we to moving on from the discussion of, like, just a couple of years ago, teams were selecting running backs at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, thinking that they would change the franchise, and we're finding that that's just not happening. Is that going to happen with a quarterback like Mac Jones?
I don't think so, but could. Do you okay with New England? Does Mac Jones start this year, or is it Cam Newton?
I mean, Cam Newton has shown nothing in terms of having any arm strength over the last.
It was kind of sad. Like,
it was,
like zero arm strength.
I know this Patriots fan who's a Pats fan, and I was like 3 weeks in when I can't remember which week it. What do you think about Cam Newton now? Because he was kind of down on Cam Newton, and I had to eat, I really had to eat my words on that challenge there, because his arm just fell off, and once it happens with a quarterback, whether it's Peyton Manning or Ben Roethlisberger or Cam Newton, who is not past his prime, it seems like, in terms of his age anyway.
Yeah.
But the quarterback, at the end of the day, still has to deliver the ball. He still has to make that connection down the field. And you go back to the Super Bowl 2 years ago, and Garoppolo couldn't make that pass to Emmanuel Sanders, and that's what that's kind of the linchpin of the game.
Yeah, pretty much. But
that's the linchpin of Breeze decided to retire this year, but this season Breeze could not hit a pass.
I honestly think if the Saints would have started either Jameis Winston or their other quarterback, I think they had a better shot at beating the Bucs than with Drew Brees.
I think so too.
As sad as that is to say, but Drew Brees he's probably top 5 all time, Hall of Famer, but he was awful in that game. He was awful down the stretch. He really was not. The Saints were good because the Saints had a good roster, not because of Drew Brees. And when you get to that point, it's really hard for coaches to say, hey, I know the face of us, but we need to go with better for the team. They didn't do that, and that's why they didn't go to the Super Bowl. Because I truly think they absolutely were a better team than the Bucs in that game. Being at home, with the defense they had. I know everyone talks about the Bucs right now. We were talking earlier when we were all sitting here. The Saints were a much better team than the Buccaneers, but Drew Brees threw 3 picks in the red zone.
Yeah.
3 picks in the red zone. That's huge.
Yeah. And to give the Bucs secondary credit.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
You look at the Super Bowl. Anytime Patrick Mahomes was looking downfield, he was not taking his first read.
Yeah.
And you could see that he wasn't used to doing that.
Yeah.
Moving to a second, third reads or whatever.
That's another good point.
The Bucs pass rush gets a lot of credit for that, but you see Mahomes trying to go to he knew who he needed to go to, and he couldn't go to them. And but going back to quarterbacks anyway, it's just they're getting a bit older and older, but we saw.
Well, okay, you made a good point there. So I said when Mahomes first came out, and I want to preface this by I'm not talking bad about Mahomes at all. Mahomes is probably, not even probably, he is the best quarterback in the game right now.
Sure.
I don't think we disagree on that. But I saw when I watched him at Texas Tech, and then when I watched him in his first season at Kansas City, that he was the way the offense was run is it was very, we run so much diversion that your first read is going to be open no matter what. Mm-hmm. That's the offense. And so the media and all this and Twitter, we see these no-look passes, which, it's amazing. I'm not discrediting it, but those were that wasn't the norm of Mahomes. Let's say a game, Mahomes has 30 attempts. 18 to 20 of those attempts are snap. I literally snap, look, boom. That's my target every single time, no matter what.
Yeah.
And it was usually always open. The way the Andy Reid schemed it, the way they have guys, crossing the backfield or crossing once they actually run the ball. So it made it very easy on Mahomes, his transition into that. And that, again, I'm not saying Mahomes is not where he should be, but I don't think many people saw that because they just look at the stat line or they just see these no-look passes that he would do 3 times in a matter of 5 weeks, which Matthew Stafford does, Aaron Rodgers does. A lot of these great quarterbacks do those. Mahomes, all of a sudden, everyone just kind of drools over and talks about it all the time. So I'm not really getting at anything. I'm just kind of rambling, but I just think the fact that Mahomes has been crowned at this and the scheme is so important And in these quarterbacks instances, we saw 5 go in the first. Mahomes didn't come into a spot that was all of a sudden he saved this team. He came to a playoff team.
Yeah, and I think it's we got the Jags pick coming in here.
Oh, we got another running back.
Okay.
That's an interesting pick. After what they, what they got of their undrafted free agent running back last year, that's kind of surprising to use their second first rounder on a running back.
Yeah.
And they have a lot of other needs. So I don't like that pick for the Jags at all.
No.
Travis Etienne's a great player. He's gonna be good somewhere, but yeah, I don't like that for the
I'm very
Jags.
interested in Urban Meyer. But I like I'm excited about who the Browns are going to take. I think they're next up on the clock.
Yeah, I think Browns go edge.
Yeah. At them taking the Notre Dame linebacker Jeremiah Wusu-Koramoah.
That'd be a good pick too. Yeah.
But going back to Mahomes, I think what's interesting about where the quarterback position is right now, what came out after the Super Bowl, and this may be a comment more on the defense of the Bucs, but you saw how Mahomes, the spray chart of how Mahomes, after he dropped back, his trajectory, his running, he ran all over the place.
Yeah.
Basically what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
And what won the game was Brady dropping back. Like just looking at the comparison between the two.
Yeah.
Obviously, they're very hard to compare, but like Brady just dropped back to. That's compelling.
Yeah.
That's compelling because what didn't win the Super Bowl was Mahomes trying to make plays with his legs when things were covered. And,
well, I think it speaks to what has made so Mahomes, I think, would be good regardless. The arm talent obviously is off the charts. The athletic ability, all this is off the charts. But what has made him from, a guy that sat the first year behind Alex Smith to all of a sudden winning the MVP his second year to being like, and within 1.5 seconds, he's delivering it to his receiver or tight end, who happens to be an all-pro tight end. That's not saying he's not doing anything, but the offense is so tailored in a way that has allowed him to use his skill set, and then I think the offense just puts that on a pedestal. So,
yeah,
I don't know. I'm just saying I think a lot of these quarterbacks get a bad rap when in reality it's more – is your coach willing to build a system to put you to where your skill level? Because at this point in the NFL, when you're getting drafted, especially in the first round, all 5 of these quarterbacks, all 3 last year, all 5 the year before, they're all freaking talented as hell. Like, these are all guys that can sling the rock, can do things. Now it's a matter of if your team fits with you, meshes with you, your coach puts you in a situation to win. Because when you see guys bust out, unless they have like off the field issues or they're like bad leaders, usually it's because the team doesn't do justice by forces them to do something they're not good at.
Yeah, you can see that with Sam Darnold. You can almost see that with Josh Allen.
Yep.
But they put the right people around him to kind of rescue him from falling into QB obscurity. And I'm curious, we got the Browns pick coming in here in Cleveland, which is exciting for Cleveland. They have a fun team. But my question after this is, Herbert, what does Justin Herbert do that makes him a top 5, 7, 10 quarterback in the league?
It's a great question. We'll get to it right after this pick, which I have Aziz Ojulari going from Georgia is my mocked pick to them. Chewing gum.
Yeah, ready for this. Wow.
That's a good pick. I mean, the Browns don't have a lot of holes, so I feel like anyone they picked was going to be a good pick, except for quarterback.
Yeah. They had Greg Newsom picked to 20.
Yeah.
Fell a couple picks down, so.
Yeah, so I think it's a solid solid addition of it. It's crazy seeing the Browns are like a top-heavy team. Like they don't really have a lot of needs. They're a playoff contending team.
Yeah.
They were in the playoffs. They should have beat the Chiefs.
He's happy about it.
Yeah,
and he should be. I think that's a good defense to go on.
Where's he at? Man.
Good team to go on.
It's quite the family hanging out with.
Last year it was funny to see, like, hey, you got 12 people hanging out at your house? That's not, you can't do that.
Sister, brother. Yeah. They don't live there.
Yeah.
That's crazy where we were a year ago. Now
we're
still like in a weird, especially out here in California, but
yep.
There are 50,000 people there live at the draft. It's great.
And I'm here.
Yeah. And
Without
we're here
a mask,
hanging out.
I would not have done this last year.
Yeah. Better spot.
Yep, for sure. A couple hundred cases in LA every day. That's much better.
Yeah, things are way down. So I think we're on the better side of things getting back to normal, hopefully. Hopefully.
So what do you think? What makes Herbert? What puts Herbert in the top 10? First of all, where would you put him in terms of?
Just rank him in terms of quarterbacks?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I mean, he won Rookie of the Year. He had a really good first showing. What do you think?
Oh, man. I mean, I think just off watching from last year, it's hard not to put him in the top 10. It's hard not to. What he's able to do with behind that offensive line, how he's able to elevate like other receivers, Tyron Johnson, Jalen Guyton, guys no one ever heard of, and all of a sudden they were like on Sports Center catching these like 60-yard bombs. Quarterbacks, but I feel like you've got to be top 10, right? I mean, would you have him anything lower than top 10? I don't.
It's hard to rank him.
All right, let's go like this: AFC West, Mahomes, and then Herbert's next.
Yep.
NFC West, I'd probably put Russ ahead of him. I'd put Herbert above Kyler.
Yep.
Would you put Herbert above Matthew Stafford?
Oh wow.
LA, baby. Debate.
I mean, that's tough. to
Okay,
say
debate there,
because-
but
I
he's
mean,
he's certainly above Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yep.
Okay, so we'll come back to the LA debate. Let's just move down.
Trubisky, yeah.
Yeah, definitely above whoever the Bears have. Now Justin Fields, but he's proven.
It's unknown, yeah.
Proven. And who are we forgetting on the Bears, Vikings, Packers, Jared Goff.
Jared Goff.
Yeah,
I put him above Goff.
Put him above Goff. Okay, so NFC South, put him above Winston. I put him above Sam Darnold.
Wentz.
Well, Wentz is in the AFC
Oh,
South.
AFC, yeah. Sorry.
So I'd put him above. I'd put him above Matt Ryan. I know that's a debate there for sure. I'd put him above Matt Ryan though.
Okay.
But definitely
that would be.
It's very close.
Cuspy.
Yeah, definitely
Yeah.
could debate that. And then what's the one team we didn't mention? So we said Falcons, Carolina,
Tampa Bay. I
Tampa
mean,
Bay, Brady. That's like
you can't put him above Brady because Brady hasn't dropped off.
You just I would, if it's just like pound for pound, quarterback for quarterback, I would. But it's hard to it's Brady until he retires or until he has a horrible outing.
I'm not a WWE fan at all, but it's like that wrestler that is he's like the Undertaker.
Yeah.
You can't count him out in the WrestleMania until
you can't count him out. Yeah.
That's
fair. I would still take today. I would take Herbert over Brady.
If I was a GM, and I had a choice, just to pick them one or the other.
Not for the future. 1 year.
For 1 year.
This year to win a Super Bowl. That makes it more interesting because obviously you're taking a young gun. You take Brady. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I would actually take Herbert.
Okay.
Depending on my team, but I think Brady's just in a perfect situation. But anyway, besides the point. So
sure.
Okay, so we had him above everyone but Brady in this division, right?
Russell was.
So we had Russ above. So now NFC, what do we left? East. So Jalen Hurts, yeah, for sure. Justin Herbert, Dak Prescott.
I would put Dak Prescott over.
You put Dak. I would put Justin Herbert. Washington doesn't even have a quarterback, so let's move on. And Daniel Jones, Justin Herbert. Okay, so now the AFC West. Obviously, Justin Herbert, Patrick Mahomes. We probably take Patrick Mahomes.
Yep.
Drew Lock. We take Justin Herbert.
Yep.
Derek Carr. We take Justin Herbert. Yep. AFC North. Bears. No, not the Bears. AFC North is the Colts. So Carson Wentz.
We got.
I'd take Justin Herbert.
No, they're in the South, right?
Yes.
So we got
Thank you.
Cleveland, Pittsburgh.
Thank you. It's been a long night.
Burrow. We got Burrow in Cincinnati.
So Cincy, Burrow. That's probably the biggest one. Burrow or Herbert? Where are you going? I think they're so close. I'm going Herbert, hometown kid.
All right. I'll just for the sake of argument, I'll take Burrow.
Okay.
Mayfield.
Baltimore. Okay. Let's go Cleveland first. Mayfield.
I'm gonna take Herbert.
Yeah, it's tight though. That's close. I know there's not a lot of love for Baker, but Baker's actually a really good quarterback.
And
he's done it now for 4 years.
Yeah.
You got to prove it for a longer period of time. I would take Herbert though.
Just because there's some untapped ceiling potential in there, and I think we've seen what Baker can do. We've seen his ceiling.
Yeah.
And it's good.
Yeah.
I don't want to upset any of the Browns fans, and I would say depending on the week, Ben Roethlisberger. I mean, week 1, I might take him.
Yeah.
Week 16, I'm going to take Herbert.
Yeah. So overall, I think Herbert, and then Baltimore, Lamar Jackson.
I gotta take the Jackson.
After seeing Jackson the end of last year, I'm going Herbert.
Okay.
I obviously Jackson won MVP, but he just looked very exposed without elite receiver help last year. not bad. He's still going to be a top 10 quarterback, but Herbert, with what he was given, I think shined a lot brighter than what Jackson had.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So now what? AFC South are we on? Do we not get there yet?
We'll do the South.
So
yeah.
Carson Wentz, the Colts,
Tannehill.
Colts, Titans. It's been a long day.
Jacksonville
and Houston, Texans.
Houston Texans.
So if Deshaun Watson is playing and with no distractions,
not in prison,
I'd probably say Deshaun Watson is better at this point.
Yep.
Jacksonville, I'm taking Herbert. Trevor Lawrence hasn't played it down yet in the NFL.
Yep.
Carson Wentz, I'm taking Justin Herbert.
Yep.
I think Carson Wentz can reinvigorate his career, but at this point, Herbert. And Ryan Tannehill, he's been a fun player, but I'm taking Herbert.
With Arthur Smith, I'll take Herbert.
Yeah, so what we have the AFC East, last division.
Mac Jones.
Can anyone over Herbert, but maybe Josh Allen?
I'll take Josh. I will definitely take Josh Allen over Herbert.
Okay.
At this point.
So there you go, Josh Allen. So of all that, and I wasn't like calling, but I think we took what 7 quarterbacks over Herbert off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Give or take under 10.
At the very least, he falls in top 10.
Yeah, so I think he's top 10.
So the question is, what is the skill set that sets him? What is it that puts him over the rest?
So I think
for you, because I didn't watch a ton of the Chargers, but obviously he put up some really good numbers, and what's the skill set for that he has that puts him above Kirk Cousins?
So I think the athleticism first and foremost, like super athletic. He's mobile, can get outside the pocket, can extend plays with his legs. The arm talent is huge. We saw throws that he made, some touchdown throws last year to Keenan Allen where he's just scrambling to his right or left, hits a, perfect little pocket to hit the touchdown. I think that's huge. But then I think it's just consistency. He didn't, which so many quarterbacks lack. And we see guys that have, I talked to you earlier off air about Drew Lock, who I think has the intangibles, but lacks the consistency, where Justin Herbert in 1 year showed consistency. He was able to drop back, make the easy throws. He could go off his first read, make the hard throws. He was fun, exciting. So I think that's what makes him in that top tier, top 10 quarterback realm. Now, could he regress a little bit this year? Yeah, he definitely could. And it wouldn't be shocking. Breaking every single record, he's probably going to regress, and fans shouldn't freak out about that.
Yeah. And what are his pitfalls? Where does he need to hone that game a bit?
I think sometimes he is leaves the pocket too soon, and part of that was just the offensive line was so bad last year. But as a quarterback, when you have your play develop, in order for it to develop, you have to really sit in the pocket and hit your 1, 2, 3 read. And sometimes he would, escape immediately, and that was probably mainly just because the offensive line was so bad. Other than that, force some things sometimes, but rookie quarterback's always going to do that.
Yep.
So there really wasn't a lot of major pitfalls. There was just rookie mistakes that you expect. There wasn't anything that says ooh, okay, this is concerning. I didn't see anything concerning with Justin Herbert at all, which is shocking considering what everyone said coming out of college.
It is, yeah. I mean,
but we'll see if he.
I mean, the word on him was that he could not lead a team. He's too quiet, too.
Yeah.
I don't know.
His negatives were.
But all of his negatives were kind of
dumb.
Dumb's a good word, but also you can't really quantify.
Yeah, they weren't this kid has been in hazing issues or like off field trouble or this. It was like all of like, oh, he's too smart. He's quiet. Like
Yeah.
his offense was too easy. He checked down too much. It was all like excuses almost. All right, the Saints tried to move up, never obviously didn't make it happen. Peyton Turner.
Okay. Wow, he
I like
jumped
him a
off
lot.
the bus.
Yeah.
But he's good. Yeah.
He was a perennial, I think, second round pick, but was very likely to move into the first.
I think early on I picked him to go maybe to the Rams at 57. So him going at 28 is a big jump.
Yeah, big jump. If seeing this, if he would have fell to the Rams, obviously that would have been huge. But
yeah, some people are still picking him for the Rams.
Yeah, he's great position, great pick. Super high character guy too.
Length, look at that length.
Yeah.
He just looks like a basketball player.
And I think you wrote this actually in one of your articles with the LA Football Network that he could drop back if needs to. Like that's obviously not his strength. He's a pass rusher, but as a DN with his size, he can actually drop back in coverage, which adds to his versatility. So
I like that versatility. Yeah, that Houston team had some really interesting people on there.
And you're like, how did you guys win like 4 games? I don't get it.
Yeah, and I
like Virginia Tech had 2 guys in the top like 20 picks, and it's funny.
Yeah, I told you, I'm watching college game differently now. At this point, I'm not particularly a college football fan.
Yeah,
teams that I like to watch, but like it really shines a light on some of these players that make a big difference. And
here's the Packers pick. All right, this is big, seeing what they do, because
I got Asante Samuel Jr.
Yeah, phenomenal corner. Okay.
Look at that empty room.
So Rodgers still planning on not being back.
Wide receiver, best tight end on the board. That doesn't do anything at this point.
I don't know. Let me ask you this, because this is we're just hanging out, having some beers. You hear all the time, specifically quarterbacks, not other positions, being very upset that, as Adam Schefter just said, not only did the Packers trade up to take Jordan Love, but they did not inform Aaron Rodgers. They did not get on a phone call with Aaron telling him they were taking a quarterback. Is that something that needs to happen, or is that something that's, hey, that's your employer? You should be competing for a job every year, regardless of your talent, your skill level. Deal with it.
I think this is across the sports. We saw it in the European soccer. We've seen it in the NBA. I think this is kind of what's happening. This is the player empowerment movement.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that this is how we're going to see things. This is how things are going to happen going forward. Is that, when we were talking Bengals, I was wondering how much does Joe Burrow have a say in taking Jamar Chase? You're looking at his big scar on his knee. As a GM, I would say we should take an offensive tackle.
Yeah.
But if Burrow's in the GM's ear, if he's in the coach's ear, this is going to keep me here past my 5th year option.
Yeah.
I mean, franchises are going to have to start looking at that, and I think that the big difference between the NBA and NFL football is a much more of a team sport. It doesn't rely so heavily on a LeBron James type character. Wow. Okay.
Well, there's your surprising pick. Not to cut you off.
No.
The Packers taking Eric Stokes. Not a bad player, but not seemingly one that was a first-round pick. Yeah. Good corner. Probably a top top 5 corner in the class. I would have, me personally, I would have way rather taken Asante Samuel Jr. Over him.
Yep. Certainly not anybody that's going to sway Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers seeing that is like, yep, I'm for sure gone.
Okie doke.
Yeah, when you still had Bateman on the board.
Wow, Bateman's still on the board.
Yeah, you had some good receivers still left, and obviously they can address that in the second round. But as we saw last year, they didn't address that at all. I think they were literally the only team to not take a receiver last year. Big player first guy. I think these players, obviously what they bring to the game. Mike Host is a former player, but I also can see the side of the organization. And it's like, we have things we need to do to build.
Yeah.
But when you have your franchise, the face of your franchise, and you have a glaring need at a position that actually would benefit the face of your franchise, and you say, nah, we're good. We're good.
Not only that,
he'll dig us out of this.
Not only that, but taking a quarterback.
Taking the same position instead.
Yeah.
Like, sure, if you really think Aaron Rodgers now 37 last year, 36, I think. If you think, you know what, we're going to play this like we did Brett Favre, take Jordan Love. But hey, Rodgers, you're our guy till you retire. We're just drafting him because we don't know when we're going to be in this position again. So we want him to take over for you. But we're going to address everything on the team after him so that we can go win a Super Bowl. So be it. But they didn't. I think they had a shot at like Michael Pittman. They had a shot at so many great receivers. Nah.
It's and it's damn near criminal to not pack your roster around Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
For the last, not just last season, but going back several seasons.
Mm-hmm.
Letting the receiver go to Oakland.
Well, who have their bit? So you think about it. They drafted Jordy Nelson in the second round.
Yeah.
And then has since retired. And they took Devontae Adams. That's really all they've truly invested.
Devontae Adams went in the second round, and he was obviously a great college talent, but he was by no means a kind of a
Jamar Chase
Jalen
Waddle or second round pick out of Fresno State. So they really haven't.
He wasn't even I would say like a Deebo Samuel kind of a pick.
Yeah.
Where there was some he had to do a lot of work to get to where he is now, and he's talked about that in the last season or so.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
I'm trying to think about the Packers.
Brady added, going to Tampa Bay, he had 2 great receivers there already, but then he added Gronkowski and
Antonio Brown joined their regime.
Yeah, and it's just Brady's obviously no spring chicken. He's older than Aaron Rodgers, and he's commanding that kind of respect.
Yeah.
And I don't know why Rodgers doesn't get that kind of respect.
Yeah, I think that's the bigger thing. So, yeah, not to where I'm saying I get where these organizations are coming from, but the fact that I don't get why when you have that guy, you don't need to bend over backwards and you don't need to include them in every decision. That's where, to me, that's annoying when I hear he's offended that, they didn't tell him they were trading for this guy or they didn't do this. like you're not the CEO. Like you're out golfing in Mexico for 4 months. Like they don't need to call you and say, hey, just so you know, we're trading for this guy. If you want to be in the meetings every time, that's one thing.
Yeah.
But to just say like they didn't inform me, well, I'm sorry you were in Cabo having a great time and I didn't call you up on your yacht saying, hey, by the way, I'm working and I'm going to trade for this guy. That I think is annoying.
Yeah.
But if that person is going to replace you, supplant you, do this, then there should be some kind of discussion to say, hey, this is our plan, but also you are in our plan and we still want to win with you till you retire. And clearly Green Bay hasn't done that at all.
Not at all.
Especially by the choosing to not draft any offensive firepower for your star player. And yet he still went to the NFC Championship game, won the MVP. I think that's why he wants out. He's like, you know what? I proved that you drafted a quarterback. You gave me nothing. You gave me nothing more than what I had, and I won the MVP. So now I want out. I'm done. Like either I'll retire or I'll play somewhere else.
Yeah.
Now that I'm talking it out, that was probably his plan. He's like, this is my, in his head, he probably thought this is my last year in Green Bay.
Well,
I'm going to show the F out. And they can trade me or retire.
And honestly, it's like, what have they done for him, for the offense, for the team in general?
Nothing.
And I mean, like, let's say Denver's best player on their team is Von Miller. They have built around their defense a bit.
Yeah, a lot.
And they've added, and they've tried to
continually.
Yeah. And they've tried to. Okay.
Rousseau, good pick. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good pick for the Bills. Get Gregory Rousseau.
They don't have a lot of holes to fill either.
Yeah, I think they just have. Did I actually mock him to them? I definitely have them taking an edge rusher.
I picked a different edge rusher to go there. Jalen Phillips to go there.
I had them taking Jason Owa. I had Rousseau going next to the Ravens. And I have Jalen Phillips going to the Bucks at 32.
Owusu Koromoa hasn't gone. Owe hasn't gone.
Ojulari hasn't gone. Yeah, a lot of good.
Asante Samuel Jr. hasn't gone.
Yeah, a lot of good players still left. So, yeah, let's wrap up this Packers talk. Rodgers, is he a Packer next year or is he gone? We talked before the draft. It looked like he was going to the Broncos for sure. Then that kind of settled. Broncos didn't take Justin Fields at 9, so I kind of still think that is actually probably going to happen.
Who did they end up taking at 9?
Patrick Surtain.
Yeah, so I think he's a Denver Bronco.
I kind of think that was a pick for the Packers.
Yeah. The other team that was in play was the Raiders, and they ended up.
Wait, though, but didn't the Packers actually? Now I think about it, didn't they take a corner right now?
Yeah, they took the corner.
So Surtain wouldn't be a trade for them. That's the weird thing. It could be one thing, there's that backdoor talk, like, okay, we're not going to trade yet, but take this guy. So if the Packers told the Broncos, take Surtain, and then we'll finalize the trade. But then the Packers just took a corner.
Yeah, and maybe they're trying to prove that they're the independent team. And Matt LaFleur does have that kind of bent to him. Yeah,
or Broncos and Packers are going to swap corners and then do picks and whatever for Rodgers, which could be the Broncos could have said, hey, all right, we'll take Surtain. We're this high. You take this corner because that's who we want.
I have to say, so far in this draft, there hasn't been as much chaos as I thought.
Yeah, it really hasn't. I mean, the only live trade was the Eagles moving up to the Cowboys spot, right?
Which is really boring.
Like 2 spots.
Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we got 2 picks left. Baltimore's got to take a receiver here, right? I think.
I have to take an edge.
It's got to be Bateman.
But they should. I mean, now that Bateman's still on the board, I think that's a great pick for them. He's a bit bigger than Hollywood Brown.
Yeah, they need some more weapons for Lamar. We saw Lamar fall off too much.
How does the reality match the dream?
It's amazing, first and foremost, like God is great. I wouldn't be without God is blessing me, and also some big things to people around me. Like my family, my mom, my
Jalen Phillips, I'm surprised, hasn't gone yet.
all the coaches I'm behind, my teammates, done without him. So I mean, I owe him the world, and I'm just super blessed and highly favored, and I'm just so thankful.
Well, you mentioned your mom. She's a nurse. She's treating COVID patients, and you opted out. What do you want Buffalo fans to know about the work you've been doing to be ready for 2021?
Yeah, I'm more than ready, man. I know I showed up to compete and work hard every single day. I'm bringing Buffalo. I can't wait to compete. I just can't wait.
Work away. Congratulations.
Most definitely. Thanks.
Congrats to Gregory. 2 picks left. All right. We are going on our 5 hour and 28 minutes of live streaming. So thank you for the few people that have stuck around. Are you still doing your recap for the Rams after this?
I am, yeah.
The plan, I guess, what affects them. I don't think too much is okay. Let's talk about that. I don't think too much has happened to throw the Rams off. Like nothing. There's been some interesting things, but nothing like that.
I favor them to trade back.
Yeah.
From 57. I think that the Asante Samuel, he's still around at 57.
Oh, slam dunk.
Absolutely.
If he's around, slam dunk.
Yeah. McVay's throwing me off because he said that he wasn't interested in taking a center in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
And I was all in on our Wisconsin Whitewater fellow there.
Quinn Miners,
yeah.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. I still think if he's still available at 57, that would be a good pick for them. But, if there's any interesting wide receivers or quarterbacks at 57, I think they could go there. Interesting to comment on Trey Lance going to the 49ers, a divisional rival. Interesting that, and all of that.
Yeah.
Other teams that they're going to play this year, who they're taking, we'll see. But F those picks in the first round.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, Rams fans.
No,
it's kind of fun though to be able.
I wrote up a bit of piece of what they're going to do. Trade up, trade down, stay, and I think that. As Les Snead said, they're in an enticing position. And I think that's true because they can't really trade up. They obviously aren't going to trade up in the first round at this point. That puts them in a really good position to trade down. They have a lot of trade partners still.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely. Yeah.
And they can beef up their picks that way. And I think that's what they need to do. They don't necessarily need to add a bunch of starters. They don't need to add a bunch of playmakers. They do need to add a bunch of role players, a bunch of depth at edge, linebacker, cornerback. I would like to see them take a power running back that can get them some short yardage.
Ramondre Stevenson from Oklahoma. That'd be phenomenal.
Yeah, and then also, who are they going to build around for Matthew Stafford is going to be really interesting. Obviously, you need to add some protection for them, so you can add some offensive line there, maybe a blocking running back, which Stevenson would offer there too, but also somebody they can catch out of the backfield, which Stevenson would be an interesting addition there. And then kick returner, wide receiver, I think.
Demetric Felton.
Yeah.
Demetric Felton.
Absolutely.
I want him in a Rams uniform. Come on.
He's got some really, really great versatility there. Pass catching, blocking, speed.
Yeah, special teams. I just think he's the guy I want. So maybe not at 57.
Probably not at 57.
I mean, I want
Third
him.
round,
I want him at 57, but I think maybe
Get him at 88,
they can
maybe.
get him at 88. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree with you. I think what the Rams need is they don't need a lot, which is great.
No.
I think they're in a really good spot. I know it's not fun. They're not in this first round, which is now wrapped up. So hey, Rams fans, you made it through. Here we go. Second to last pick, and then we're on to your guys' stuff tomorrow.
Yeah, kick back at your Malibu beach house, chill out, enjoy yourselves.
There you go, Jason
Tomorrow.
Owa. He went in the spot I actually had him going, just not to the right team. But so I
Had
think
the right team, wrong spot.
there you
Going
go.
at 27.
That counts. So yeah, I think the Rams though are in a good spot to obviously move down, but if they stay at 57, they just take BPA.
Yep.
Just take the best player available, no matter who it is, because they're not pigeonholed to take a center like a lot of fans think. They're not pigeonholed to take a big receiver that can high point the ball. They have a lot of options, and they can really do whatever they think sees fit to benefit the team.
And in terms of a high point receiver, I mean, they've got some really interesting options at tight end that I'm really curious to see what's going to happen at tight end in 2021 for the Rams.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting position.
Yeah.
Obviously, Tyler Higbee's still there, but Bryson Hopkins drafted last year. Who you think Bryson makes a big jump? I mean, when he was drafted,
any jump is going to be a big jump for him.
he didn't play at all.
Yeah.
But when he was drafted, Sean McVay was like, "This guy is like the tight end that we thought was the best." And that he really thought Bryson Hopkins was a top tier talent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Does he make that jump?
I think so. I mean, Gerald Everett's gone. There's going to be some snaps available for him. The light was shined on the 12 personnel packages for McVay, which I think he should get. He would 12 personnel. He was forced to use 12 personnel with Goff because he needed the extra protection. But it'll be interesting to see how he uses it with Stafford.
Yeah.
And Stafford really opens up options for McVay in his offense. Stafford has never played in an offense that's going to be this good, this well organized, this well schemed, this open, and so
yeah. Here's the last pick of the draft. Last of the first round.
Bolden.
Go try.
Oh, wow.
All right. I like that pick. I had him going edge, just not trying. So Jalen Phillips falls out of the first round. I'm surprised.
That is very surprising.
Yeah.
Asante Samuel's out.
Asante Samuel falls out of it.
Elijah Bolden.
Joe Tryon's another player that didn't play. Opted out. A lot of, obviously a huge
Rashad Bateman.
Specimen. Bateman. There's a lot of good players in the second round. When the Chargers pick at 47 or when the Rams pick at 57, there's a lot of good players sitting there. There was no one really I saw that they got drafted that I was like, well, they got drafted way early. Maybe Alex Leatherwood with the Raiders, just because it's the freaking Raiders. Classic, right? When did the Raiders ever pick where you're like, oh, wow, that was a really smart pick? Whenever the Raiders pick, it's like, yeah.
Does that make you believe that Aaron Rodgers went to the Raiders? Though?
No shot. Unless they gave up like 4 first-round picks.
Which, I mean.
Maybe now after saying that, maybe they did. Gruden's like, we were 8-8. Let's do this. We'll get in there. So, all right, bro. Well, hey, we just streamed for 5 hours and 37 minutes.
Marathon.
I think we can sign off now. So,
let's get some chicken sandwiches.
Yeah, Ryan Anderson, appreciate you, brother.
Dude, great to be here.
Good stuff. So,
yeah, man.
Look at that. As my mic's falling off, so it's perfect
That
timing.
is- the mic is done.
Perfect timing. So thank you all for tuning in to the LAFB live broadcast of the first round. We'll be back with more stuff tomorrow. Plenty of content on the LA Football Network. Ryan Anderson coming up with his reaction article for the Rams. We got stuff for the Chargers too. So thank you guys. Yeah, tune in. Thanks for tuning in. Enjoy the rest of the draft rounds 2 through 7.